Chapter 1, One Flower, One World, One Tree, One Life, One Meal, One Big Bowl, One Sleep, One Whole Day. It is a warm spring in the year 1520 of Haiwan calendar. There is still a month before Luffy sets out to sea, and nearly 3 months before the Battle of Marine Ford. Donghai, Marine 186 Branch. The warm spring sunshine shines into the office through the window, and the golden light casts a soft halo over the entire room. Behind the desk, a young officer was leaning back in his chair comfortably, looking extremely relaxed. Next to the chair was a knife that exuded a dangerous aura. The black handle is wrapped in a thick scabbard, on which is engraved a clear word Chen. The officer had a leisurely look on his face as he flipped through a newspaper with great interest, the edge of the newspaper swaying slightly with his movements. In his other hand he held a cigarette, smoke curling up and forming a slight smoke trail in the air. Call. The officer took a deep puff of the cigarette, then gently exhaled a puff of smoke. The thin white smoke looked a little hazy against the sunlight. It was a handsome face with distinct features and clear contours. Although the cheek lines were strong, there was a hint of laziness and casualness between the brows. His thick black hair was slightly messy, swaying gently with his movements, appearing casual and uninhibited. There is always a hint of indifference in his eyes, as if all the troubles in the world have nothing to do with him. Yi Chen, Major of the Marine Branch, head of the East Daxia Sea 186th Branch, is 22 years old this year and has been in the pirate world for 3 years. Clang! The wall clock in the office chimed a low sound, and the hands slowly pointed to 6 o'clock. Yi Chen raised his eyes and stretched his waist. His waist made a few slight crackling sounds, and he looked even more lazy. Woohoo, it's time to get off work. Bite. Host gets off work on time. You can be late, but you can't leave late. Host is detected to be in a good mood, happiness value +20. A subtle smile flashed in Yu Chen's eyes. The pleasure system is your own cheat. As long as you feel happy, you can gain happiness points, which can be used to draw items or upgrade items. In my previous life, I was just an ordinary office worker and found a stable job in my hometown in a small 3rd or 4th tier city. I can slack off at work, play games, read novels, and take paid shits every day. There is no pua in the workplace. This kind of life is so great. That day, I was happily getting off work on time, planning to go to a regular massage parlor to discuss the mysteries of life with the leopard miss I had made an appointment with. Who would have thought that a mud truck that ran a red light suddenly rushed over from the side? He traveled to the world of pirates, replaced a marine major who had just died in a naval battle, and was assigned to be the head of a branch in one of the 4 seas. Yu Chen casually flicked the cigarette ash into the ashtray and continued to immerse himself in his own thoughts. When the headquarters asked me to choose which sea area to go to, I chose the East Daxia Sea without thinking. Saving the world is too tiring and I have no interest in it at all. The East Daxia Sea is the safest place in this world. There are few pirates and the bounty is low. It is my favorite place. In order to live a more leisurely life, he specially chose the most remote branch in Donghai, Branch 186. In the future, after Luffy, Zoro, and the others set sail from the East Daxia Sea, they can go to the New World and fight to their heart's content. As for myself, I can continue to fish happily in the East Daxia Sea and enjoy life. That's enough. When Yi Chen recalled the moment when he set sail, a faint smile appeared on his face unconsciously. That day, when I learned that I was approved to go to Donghai for retirement, I silently said yeah in my heart. A wonderful life is about to begin. At that moment, a prompt sound rang. Bite. The system detects that the host is in a good mood, the happiness system is officially turned on, and a big reward package is given, 10,000 happiness points. I wish host will always be happy and joyful in the pirate world. Good fellow, he even brought the system with him. Pleasant system, very good. If there is anything that can make me happy, it is of course to change the world and continue to enjoy life. Slacking off at work, leaving get off work on time, basking in the sun when you have nothing to do, and discussing life with those lovely ladies when you have something to do, this is the so-called ideal life. No competition, no fighting, double the happiness, everything is based on the principle of comfort. After arriving at the 186th branch, he completely started a life of giving up. Enjoying life leisurely while gradually becoming stronger without noticing, this feeling, family members, who understands? After a period of exploration, I have fully mastered the use of the pleasure system. 1000 pleasure points can be used to participate in a 10-draw lottery. The items drawn are different and can directly improve one's own strength or bring a lot of convenience to life. Items are divided into 5 levels: godly, epic, superior, high quality, and ordinary. The corresponding colors are gold, purple, blue, green, and white. Each item has unique characteristics and effects. If you draw a duplicate item, you can upgrade it by fusion, increase its star level, and gain new characteristics. A flower is a world, a tree is a life, a meal is a bowl, a sleep is a whole day. Yi Chen secretly sighed, life is beautiful. Elegant. Comfortable. Get off work. Yu Chen whispered softly, with a kind of relaxation and joy that could not be concealed in his voice. Wages have just been paid recently, so it is time to help those girls and young women who have fallen into trouble in life. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Which familiar silk-footed lady are you going to save today? Is it the one whose legs are longer than his life, or the one whose ball is bigger than his head? Oh, wonderful life after get off work, let's get going. Yu Chen hummed a tune briskly and walked towards the red block. At this time, they met several Marine soldiers who had also just gotten off work. When they saw Yu Chen, they couldn't help but waved their hands with familiar smiles on their faces. Major. Are you on your way? Ha ha ha, okay. Say my name and break the bones. At the same time, the Marine Rogtown branch welcomed a heavyweight visitor, General Kizaru Porisalino, one of the most powerful warriors in the Marine headquarters. General Kizaru. The head of the Rogtown branch, Smoker's eyes were filled with confusion and confusion. Smoker. Why did General Kizaru come to this remote place in Rogtown, East Daxia Sea? How did you end up in a place like this? Kizaru narrowed his eyes slightly, and said with the same nonchalant tone as before, Hey Colonel Smoker, this time I come to the East Daxia Sea. Mainly because of the head of the 186th branch Major Yu Chen. The Marine headquarters has decided to transfer Major Yu Chen back to Marine land. Just send me to save you. Well, send me to review the specific situation. What? Yu Chen? That Marine shame of the East Daxia Sea. Smoker's eyes widened, and his tone was full of disbelief and anger. Transfer him back to the headquarters? Are the top brass at the Marine headquarters broken? When I think of Yu Chen's lazy look and his careless attitude towards work, I can't help but feel an unknown fire igniting in my heart. Not only does this kid have no military exploits, but he also leads the branch soldiers to mess around with him on weekdays. How can such a person be transferred back to the headquarters? Transfer the soldiers back to harm the headquarters? I am also one of the top executives. Listening to Smoker's fierce words, Kizaru's expression did not change at all. Instead, a slightly teasing smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Smoker is a member of Kuzan, and it has nothing to do with him. As for the Marine shame you just mentioned, please elaborate on it. Humph, all the branch heads of Donghai know about it. Smoker snorted coldly, with disdain in his eyes. The head of the 186th branch, Major Yu Chen, organizes Marine soldiers to fish together during working hours, without any meaningful training at all, and has no marine discipline at all. When encountering pirates, they will only ask for support from other branches and never fight head-on. The most outrageous thing is that he actually led the team to the Red neighborhood to relax after get off work. It's simply, absolutely ridiculous. What about Marine's justice? As a major, he has forgotten Marine's responsibility and responsibility. As Smoker narrated, the light in Kizaru's eyes became brighter and brighter, and there was a hint of interest in the originally lazy expression. Oh, that's incredible. There are such interesting talents in the marine branch? Implementing the essence of rottenness to this extent? Isn't this my ultimate dream? He slowly stood up straight, with a trace of amusement and excitement in his eyes. I'd better go and meet him in person. If everything you said is true. Smoker felt slightly proud when he heard this, and thought to himself, that boy may not be able to escape the punishment of General Kizaru this time. Examine him severely and let Yuchen know what the real rules are. I received calls for help from him every 3 days. Whenever I sent people to rush for support, the boy would always wear sunglasses leisurely on the deck of the warship and lie there sleeping. But unfortunately, my own justice did not allow me to stand by and ignore his requests, so I could only agree again and again. This time, someone is here to deal with you. Smoker's eyes became more determined, as if he saw the scene where Yuchen was finally punished, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of joy in his heart. If everything you said is true, I won't let him go. I won't let this talent go. I'm in need of a suitable adjutant. My subordinates are his final destination. Hello, gentlemen, Xiao Yang is back. The previous one was purely a read novel, and Xiao Yang recently read the 25th anniversary work of One Piece, Fan Letter, which made Xiao Yang want to write a marine novel. But pure marine is too boring. Life is already so tiring. Let's have more fun. Therefore, there is this book, The King of Destruction. I want everything about the new book. Rewards, praises, reminders, and bows. Chapter 2, No More Sleeping, Get Up and Work on the Farm. The next day. Donghai, Marine 186 Branch. The early morning sunshine shines on the pier through the clouds, the sea breeze blows gently, and a coffin ship is slowly docked at the pier of Branch 186. As the coffin ship docked, the soldiers on the dock couldn't help holding their breath, and there seemed to be a sense of oppression in the air. Tread. Along with a dull sound, a pair of black leather boots stepped out from the coffin boat, stepping slowly and steadily on the wooden board of the dock. The man was tall, his burgundy cloak rustled in the wind, and his sharp eyes swept around him, as if he could penetrate everything. Mr. Mihawk. A marine soldier with sharp eyes recognized this visitor at a glance. He was Eagle Eye Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the world's greatest swordsman, Major Yuchen's friend? Rival? Enemy? Well, where is Yuchen? Mihawk glanced around and asked casually, with a calm tone. He couldn't help but recall his first encounter with Yuchen. At that time, I felt bored because I was full of sleep, so I wandered aimlessly in the East Daxia Sea. Suddenly, a sword intent shot up into the sky, as if it was about to split the sky, causing his black sword, yet to tremble and scream. At that moment, he knew that this was an opponent worthy of drawing his sword. With a curious attitude, he followed the direction of the sword intent. Finally, the source was found, a remote marine branch. There, for the first time, he met the young Major Marine who was lazily leaning on the deck and basking in the sun. Duel? I happen to be a little sleepy, how about you wait until I wake up? I've been waiting for a long time. It's a duel. I happen to be a little hungry. Have you eaten? Oh, I forgot the money at the branch. If I don't pay, I won't be able to duel seriously. Thank you for the hospitality. It's a waste of money, Lao am I. I'll invite you next time, for sure. Duel? I surrender. You win. What sword intention? How can I know that thing? If I knew how, why would I still be here in this stupid place? At that time, due to his status as Shishibukai, I could not act recklessly in the marine branch, otherwise I would have killed this guy who cheated on food and drink without hesitation. but the knife with the word Chen engraved on it and the knife's intention are unmistakable. Because Knight is singing. The Major isn't here. The soldier's answer brought Mihawk's thoughts back to reality. He nodded lightly, I'll go in by myself. After saying that, he took a step forward and walked into the branch in a familiar way. The soldiers looked at each other, and one of them whispered nervously, Mr. Mihawk is here again. Shall we inform the Major? Major is on vacation today. If my guess is correct, he should be, not awake yet. At the same time, in a dark and warm room in the Red neighborhood, sunlight barely shed a ray of light through the heavy curtains. Yuchen turned over comfortably, and the soft mattress beneath him made him feel like he was floating on the clouds. At this moment, a slender and tender arm gently wrapped around his shoulders, and its fingers gently slid between his neck. Master Yuchen, are you awake? A delicate voice sounded in his ears, with a little laziness and attachment in it. Yuchen was drowsy and snorted softly, I can sleep or wake up. The other party couldn't help but chuckle, his voice soft and suggestive, that means you're awake. Don't sleep, get up and work. Well. Bite. Host continues to be happy, and the happiness value will be calculated uniformly after the pleasure is over. In the office of the branch director of branch 186. Bulu bulu. The phone bug's voice rang suddenly, and the acting branch head immediately picked up the phone bug. Hello, I am the acting branch head, what can I do for you? A serious voice came from the other end of the den mushi, and the acting branch chief's face gradually became serious as the voice became more serious. Yes. He hung up the phone, stood up immediately, and ordered the soldier next to him with a serious face, quick, inform the Major that the headquarters has issued a transfer order, and the Major will go to the headquarters soon. Go to the Red Block and find the Major. In the East Daxia Sea, a huge warship was sailing on the vast ocean. The sails made a clacking sound under the blowing of the sea breeze, and the hull broke through the waves, causing surging waves. Report, General Kizaru, we are still a few hours away from the 186th branch. Kizaru was lazily lying on a chair on the deck, with his hands folded behind his head. After hearing the report, he just nodded lazily, his eyes half closed, as if he might fall asleep at any time. His thoughts drifted away with the swaying boat, and the scene of the meeting at the Marine headquarters a day ago emerged in his mind. 1 day ago, at the Marine headquarters, Fleet Admiral's office. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Marine Chief of Staff Vice Admiral Tsuru, Admiral Borsellino of Kizaru, and Admiral Sakaski of Akainu sat around the long table, and the meeting room seemed unusually quiet. Take a look at them all. Zhangguo handed a document to everyone, and everyone took it silently and read it carefully. Zhangguo coughed lightly and began to introduce slowly, this is the file of Yi Chen, the Major of the 168th branch of the East Daxia Sea. Major Yu Chen once fought bravely in a desperate naval battle. When the rescue team arrived, they found that he was seriously injured, with no part of his body intact, and only a weak breath was left. When he recovered, his appearance changed a little, and his whole temperament was very different. The young man who was ambitious and full of ideals for the Marines seemed to have disappeared in that naval battle, and was replaced by an indifferent attitude. Zhangguo paused and continued, Major Yu Chen has been under observation at the headquarters since he left the headquarters training camp and went to work at the branch. In the past 3 years, no malicious incidents have occurred in the area under his jurisdiction, which has saved the headquarters a lot of worry. Although the number of pirates arrested by the entire branch is not large and the bounty is not high, this is mainly due to the geographical limitations of the 168th branch. The headquarters can understand this. The most crucial point is that in the selection of Marine soldiers by all branch chiefs in the East Daxia Sea, Major Yu Chen's data is far ahead. This shows that he has a very good relationship with the soldiers and has been fully integrated into the branch. Zhangguo's tone was full of appreciation and affirmation. This will help the headquarters better integrate the combat effectiveness of each branch in the future and cultivate tacit understanding and trust between officers and soldiers. The great age of pirates has begun. Marines must make good use of every bit of their strength. Therefore, the Marine headquarters has decided to transfer Major Yuchen back to Marineford. As soon as he finished speaking, Akinu Sakaski, who was sitting next to him, showed a look of disdain on his face and snorted coldly, "Putting the cart before the horse, killing the pirates is the right way." Kizaru was as lazy as ever, leaning back in his chair with a lewd smile on his face. "Yo, what a scary decision." But Major Yuchen's experience seems to be somewhat similar to someone else's. His eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a hint of amusement in his tone. The absent general, Aokiji Kyuzan, was once a man full of justice and ideals. However, after the O'Hara incident, Kyuzan seemed to become lazy and no longer cared about many things. The fleet admiral and several senior executives present at the scene all understood that Kyuzan's changes were not without reason, and Yuchen now seemed to be walking along a similar path. This is also one of the reasons why our department is paying attention to Major Yuchen. Vice Admiral Tsuru, who was sitting nearby, spoke softly, his voice full of heaviness and emotion. "As the battle on the sea becomes more and more intense, many people are beginning to feel confused and question the world government. These talented people who have given up on themselves because of disappointment are the ones we are trying to win back. Major Yuchen is being transferred back to the headquarters this time, and someone above the rank of Major General is needed to go to the East Daxia Sea for review. Originally, the most suitable person to go to the East Daxia Sea is Garp, but he has a mission to complete. Do you have any recommendations?" Vice Admiral Tsuru's eyes slowly swept over the people present. The meeting room fell silent for a moment. Sakaski snorted disdainfully and crossed his arms over his chest, obviously having no interest in this. Kizaru raised his head lazily and broke the silence. "Then I'll go there myself." He drew out the tone, with a hint of laziness and leisure in his voice, but a shrewd gleam in his eyes. This was a rare opportunity, but staying at the headquarters every day to handle military affairs really made him feel exhausted. Wouldn't it be great to go to the East Daxia Sea to enjoy the sea breeze, see the scenery, eat delicious food, and catch some fish? As for the so-called audit task, it is just a side job. Back to the present, Kizaru lazily pulled himself back from his thoughts, a hint of curiosity flickering in his eyes. Major Yuchen, listening to Smoker's description, was even more thoroughly disorganized than himself. "We are both workers, and we both play badly, Yuchen. I am the #1 tanker in Marine." Yellow Monkey raised his lips slightly, stood up, and said to the busy Marines on the deck, "Hold on." "Yes." Before he finished speaking, his figure turned into a dazzling yellow light, soaring into the sky, and flew towards the direction of branch 186 at lightning speed. Chapter 3 Who is the king of this red block? "Ah, it's me. Red block." Yuchen looked at the sleeping beauty in front of him, with a faint smile on his lips. Her long hair was spread on the pillow like black satin, her breathing was even and gentle, and there was a slight blush on her cheeks. She was obviously very tired. Yuchen stood up gently and started to put on his clothes. "You must be exhausted. Really, I have to challenge the king of this red neighborhood early in the morning. It's okay now. Xiaonazai will definitely not be able to go to work today." Ding! Host once again proved his status as the massage king, completely conquering the other party, feeling extremely happy, and the pleasure value plus 1,000. Currently host remaining pleasure value, 50,458. Hey, 1,000 pleasure points, that's really good. Would you like to take the opportunity to fire 10 rounds in a row? Yuchen thought for a moment and touched his chin. Forget it and save it first. It's not that I don't want to smoke, but the explosion rate of this prison system is really pitifully low. It has nothing to do with the African Emirati holy body. Absolutely not. A trace of helplessness flashed across Yuchen's eyes. It has been nearly 3 years since he came to the pirate world. In the past 3 years, the scattered happiness points accumulated add up to almost 200,000 yuan. One shot worth 1,000 pleasure points and 10 draws in a row. I did it hundreds of times and spent 200,000 pleasure points. What was the result? 2 gold and 7 purple. Everything else is useful but not that useful. Some goods were sold for the first 100,000 yuan, but after 100,000 yuan, it was all blue sea and blue sky. Didn't see any purple. This explosion rate is so touching. What about the system regulatory authority? Take care of it. Lao Tong didn't secretly change the explosion rate, I'll take it. But one thing to say is that the items provided by the system are truly powerful. The 2 golden god level items drawn were 1,000 blades of the demonic sword. His eyes turned to the bedside, where the magic knife was leaning quietly against the bed. The black scabbard gave off a cold sheen under the morning light. The magic sword has 1,000 blades, 1,000 blades are unsheathed, only attack but not defend. God level golden item, current star rating, 3 stars, maximum 5 stars. When host holds the 1,000 blades, he will master sword skills that are not part of this world. The higher the star rating, the stronger the sword skills. He currently masters sword skills, breathing style, Zanpaku style, and hound's tooth style. Pleasure points required to upgrade from 3 stars to 4 stars, 100 million. This is the first golden item I drew. It was 2 stars when I first got it. Later I drew it again and it has now been upgraded to 3 stars. The description of the system is not detailed enough. After trying it, I figured out its usage rules by myself. Every time your sword skills are upgraded, as long as you hold 1,000 blades once, the new sword skills will be poured into your mind like a torrent, and that feeling is refreshing. I still remember the last time, when I was lying leisurely on the deck and in a good mood, I fired 10 rounds in a row. Kyunran was lucky enough to be promoted to 3 stars, but he wanted to look cool because of his bad skills. At that time, he lightly swung the 1,000 blades. And the blades cut through the air. A powerful slash directly hit the sky, and the sky was torn apart by the strong sword intent. As a result, my hawk, who was born in the year of the dog, smelled the smell for some reason and came to the door. After that, he pestered himself to duel every day. Duel? Am I very free? As for purple items, Yuchen opened the system panel and looked at the purple ability he had obtained, with a bit of contentment and thought in his eyes. Monster physique, gain amazing physique. Epic purple item, current star rating, 3 stars, maximum 4 stars. The acquired physique has different effects according to the star rating. The current star rating effect, host is proficient in the 6 marine styles, has super self-healing ability, and has super resistance to blows. Pleasure points required to upgrade from 3 stars to 4 stars, 10 million. After epic purple items reach 4 stars, you can use pleasure points to break through to the ceiling level. The pleasure points required to break through are 100 million. This was my first purple item, so it was 2 stars when I drew it. Then I won it again and successfully upgraded it to 3 stars. What must be specially mentioned is this super self-healing ability. Not only ordinary trauma, but even mysterious liquids can quickly heal themselves. The monster physique of 2 stars has already made him the uncrowned king of the red neighborhood. As for the effect of 3 stars, tisk tisk tisk, it is not too strong at all. If you weren't worried that your wallet was not rich enough, you could have covered the whole place and held a grand queue. Although almost all the young ladies I know are willing to give me a free bill. But we are all workers, and we all have our own difficulties. We cannot do this kind of thing by ourselves. Armed color domineering, host does not need training, master powerful armed color domineering. Epic purple item, current star rating, 3 stars, maximum 4 stars. The level of armed color domineering is continuously strengthened as the star level increases. Armed and domineering. Yuchen gently clenched his fist, and black energy flashed at his fingertips, gradually covering his entire hand, and then spreading to his whole body. The deep black was like the deepest night, with an absorbing sense of power. At present, his armed domineering power can cover his whole body, and his defense and attack power have been significantly improved compared to the 2-star period. At 4 stars, this power is estimated to reach the flowing Sakura level, allowing for stronger external attacks. As for a higher realm, we can only wait for a breakthrough. Knowledge color domineering, host does not need training, master the powerful knowledge color domineering. Epic purple item, current star rating, 2 stars, maximum 4 stars. The level of knowledge and dominance continues to strengthen as the star level increases. Pleasure points required to upgrade from 2 stars to 3 stars, 100,000. The purple items are all here 7 times. Well, it's pretty average. It has improved my strength in all aspects. The only downside is that I didn't get Conqueror's Domineering. If I guess correctly, Conqueror's should be a god-level golden item. Don't worry, just draw slowly, one day you will drain this card pool. It's the pleasure value required to level up. It's horrible. According to his own estimation, if he went all out, the ordinary lieutenant generals of the Marine headquarters would not be his match, but those elite lieutenant generals would probably be able to match him on equal terms. It's not strong enough. Yi Chen knew very well what kind of powerful people and monsters were hidden in the New World. He was familiar with the plot and understood that each of those people was capable of shaking the world, and their power was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. But luckily, I just need to keep playing around and I can continue to get stronger. Dong dong. A gentle knock on the door echoed in the silent corridor. Although the sound was small, it made Yi Chen, who was originally leisurely, frown. He sighed slightly and walked out of the room. Standing at the door was a tall Marine soldier, wearing a neat uniform, but with a hint of obvious hesitation and reluctance on his face. Major. The soldier hesitated, as if he had something to say but was hesitant to speak. The transfer order has arrived, and the major who led them to an easy life is about to leave branch 186. The soldiers could not help but feel confused and uneasy about what the future would be like. Would the new commander be as good as Major Yuchen? Will you continue to lead them to slack off at work and work in a relaxed and comfortable manner? Or are all the good times coming to an end? What's wrong? Yuchen noticed the soldier's expression, frowned slightly, and spoke with a hint of concern. An urgent call from headquarters. The soldier took a deep breath and finally mustered up the courage to speak. I'm going to transfer you back to headquarters. Ah! Yi Chen was stunned, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Are you sure? Confirmed, Major, this is an official transfer order. At that moment, Yi Chen seemed to be struck by lightning. His eyebrows twitched violently. He didn't speak for a long time, and cursed secretly in his heart, FK. Laozi had finally been transferred to Donghai, and had only had a few years of leisure time? Now you want to transfer back to headquarters? What can I do about this? He frowned and thought hard, with countless possibilities flashing through his mind. Or, disobey orders? But disobeying orders would mean leaving the Marine, and you might even be wanted. Besides, where can I go if I leave Marine? Being an ordinary civilian? But enjoying life requires money. Do I have to take the initiative to rob or steal other people's money? No matter what, we are all children under the red flag, and this kind of thing goes against our core values. Become a pirate? This is even more of an unfeasible option. Being chased by Marine day and night, only a fool would do such a thing. Moreover, he just wants to play badly and has no interest in becoming One Piece. What is One Piece? Is it the poor Roger's secret treasure? How about going on a sea adventure or a bounty hunter? Life was precarious, with pirates harassing us at any time, and we might not even dock once a month, so life was very hard. Alas, if I leave Marine, where can I find such a good company to take advantage of? After saying that, he took a step and walked forward. The soldiers following behind stared at Yi Chen silently, their eyes filled with complicated expressions, and a feeling of bitterness rose in their hearts. They have been with the Major day and night and have long been accustomed to his easygoing and free-spirited attitude. Although this approach does not conform to the so-called military regulations, their work and life have become unusually easy and happy because of this bad Major. Major, Mr. Mihawk is here. The soldier spoke with some hesitation. Ah! Yi Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, and then a look of helplessness appeared on his face. Good things never happen, but bad things always come one after another. Lao Mi is here to challenge me again. Wait a minute. As he spoke, Yi Chen suddenly stopped walking, lowered his head, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a series of thoughts quickly flashed through his mind. Mihawk is one of the 7 warlords of the sea appointed by the world government, and is considered a member of the world government. If I accidentally damage the branch while friendly sparring with him, who will be held responsible? Is it this world-famous swordsman, or is it me, a small marine branch chief? The answer is obvious. The responsibility must be borne by me as the branch chief. Thinking of this, Yi Chen raised a smile and thought to himself, by then, the entire 168th branch will not be able to continue operating. I took the initiative to take the blame and stayed to repair it. As for when it can be repaired, isn't it up to me to decide? At this moment, he felt a little excited and there was a sense of determination in his eyes. He immediately turned around and gave an order to the Marines behind him, evacuate everyone in the branch immediately. Ah! All evacuated, Major. The soldier was stunned when he heard this, his eyes filled with surprise and confusion. But seeing Yi Chen's unquestionable gaze, the soldier quickly stood at attention and saluted, and answered simply, yes. Go and do it immediately. Yi Chen watched the soldiers hurriedly running to convey the order, raised a sly smile at the corner of his mouth, and walked towards the branch director's office. Lao Mi. Let's have a hearty duel. Chapter 4. If today's duel can be successful, I will use the black knife as an oar to row home. Bang! The door of the branch director's office was kicked open roughly, and the whole door shook with a loud echo, and the air in the whole room vibrated violently with the sound. Lao Mi. Yi Chen stepped into the room, his voice full of heroism and fighting spirit, as if to fill the whole room. Let's have a hearty duel. Mihawk was sitting on the sofa in the office, with a leisurely posture, a bottle of homemade red wine in his hand, immersed in the calm and comfortable atmosphere. Hearing this sudden noise, he raised his head slightly, a hint of doubt in his eyes that was difficult to conceal, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Ah! Duel! Did you lose your brain? After this period of contact, I already know Yi Chen's personality. This guy is a rotten guy who just wants to play badly. He just slacks off all day long and thinks about how to lie down and enjoy life. How can he have the slightest desire to fight? Moreover, he was the one who escaped from his duel invitations more than a dozen times with all kinds of weird reasons. Not fully awake, not eaten, stomach upset, toothache, even I feel a little down today, not fit for fighting. These kinds of reasons could be said by Yi Chen in a serious manner, making him only able to shake his head and smile bitterly every time. And now, this guy actually came to challenge me to a duel? This is even stranger than the sun rising from the west. The reason why I came to see him today was because I just woke up and felt bored, and wanted to chat with this guy. After all, this guy's unique insights into Kendo often open his eyes and even benefit him a lot. His Kendo style is very unique, and many of his concepts are things I have never come across before. Of course, another reason to come here today is even simpler and more direct, to enjoy the praise. I specially brought 2 bottles of homemade wine, just to taste it with Yi Chen and see how he would praise me. Because as long as this kid can get his wine for free, he will praise himself in 100 ways. FK, Lao Mi, are you the legendary winemaking saint? I declare that you are a natural brewer. I'll leave it at that. This is absolutely the best red wine I've ever tasted, bar none. If anyone is dissatisfied, let him come to me. Oh my God, Lao Mi, you are the god of red wine, the goat of winemaking. Your red wine makes me unable to stop drinking every time. Lao Mi. I'm craving for alcohol, give me another bottle. Just one bottle. Without your wine, I can't sleep all night. Every time I get praised I smile till I smile. Hey, who doesn't like to be praised? Especially when he was praised just right and to the point. Everyone only knew that his swordsmanship was unparalleled in the world, but in addition to swordsmanship, ordinary hobbies such as brewing, tasting and farming were also his love and pursuit. That's why, every once in a while, I would bring a few bottles of homemade wine and come to chat with this bad guy. And now, this guy who spent all day thinking about how to slack off and how to enjoy life is standing in front of him, demanding a duel? Yes, you have been waiting for this day for a long time. Yi Chen's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. This battle today had to be fought. Oh! My hawk smiled helplessly. With a hint of amusement and disbelief in his smile, I know you too well. If this duel today succeeds, I will use the black knife as an oar to row home. Call. Yi Chen held the handle of Kunran with his right hand, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled, as if exhaling all the distracting thoughts in his body. His entire aura instantly became cold and sharp, as if a sharp blade about to be unsheathed. First form, water slash. The magic knife thousand blades suddenly came out of his sheath, and a layer of crystal water vapor covered the blade. The moment the knife light passed through the air, it brought up a stream of water, as dazzling as waves shining in the sun. Shua! As the blade swung, a sharp slash suddenly came out from the thousand blades. The blade light was like lightning that cut through the sky, and it attacked my hawk swiftly with unparalleled power. My hawk raised his eyebrows slightly, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Then he quickly turned his body slightly to avoid the fatal blow lightly and nimbly. Boom! The power of the slash exploded in the air, slicing through the entire office wall fiercely and ruthlessly. Along with a loud noise, the wall broke, and the ceiling of the house began to shake violently, dust fell down, and the whole house seemed to be shaking in an instant and could collapse completely at any time. My hawk's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. Looking at the scene in front of him, an expression of disbelief emerged on his face, and the surprise in his eyes was gradually replaced by deep excitement. No! He murmured to himself, with a hint of surprise in his tone. You kid, you're really serious? My hawk looked down at the black knife in his hand. The blade trembled slightly in his hand, as if it felt the surging fighting spirit in the owner's heart and responded with the owner's inner excitement. His gaze became as sharp as a knife at this moment, and his entire aura seemed to instantly turn into a towering mountain, and the will to fight quickly filled his body. Okay, let's fight. My hawk growled, his voice as deep and powerful as a mountain collapsing. Clang! The next moment, a sharp metal collision sound suddenly rang out, and the demon blade Kunran and the black blade Ye collided fiercely. At the moment when the blades intersected, two huge forces collided violently in the air, and a shock wave centered on the blades and spread out. Spreading all around. Boom! The whole room seemed to be shaking under this impact, and the airflow swept up, lifting the dust and debris on the ceiling. Very good, very good. My hawk's eyes flashed with dazzling light, and his sharp eyes stared at Yuchen, with a hint of smile on his lips. Is this the breathing style sword technique you mentioned to me when you were drunk? It's wonderful. Hey, there's something even more exciting. Yi Chen looked at the crumbling office in front of him, a hint of joy appearing on his face. Very well, I will dismantle the branch today, and I will see who has the guts to stop me. Call. His breathing changed, and Yi Chen's whole aura instantly became hot. A blazing flame suddenly emerged from the blade of Kunran, and the blazing flame danced on the blade as if it had life. One type, Shiranui. Yi Chen raised the 1,000 blades, the flames burning more and more fiercely on the blade, the hot flames surging in the air. The next moment, he swung the long sword down suddenly. Boom! The flame slash was like a flaming dragon, rushing towards my hawk with an extreme heat wave. The blade flashed, and the entire office was instantly lit up by the blazing flames, as if it was about to be completely engulfed by the flames. A yellow lightning bolt flew over the sky above the 186th branch at an extremely fast speed. Kizaru's figure quickly approached the branch following the yellow light, with his usual lazy expression on his face, but there was some unexpected emotion in his eyes. Oh, it looks like a fight has broken out. He narrowed his eyes slightly, like an audience member looking for a seat in a theater. He slowly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. His body instantly turned into a golden light and flew quickly downwards. Let me take a look, what's going on? Chapter 5 You have inherited the Major's true teachings of playing badly. Wow! The flame slash swept out like the roar of a fire dragon, followed by a scalding heat wave, and burning flames danced in the air. My hawk's eyes were full of joy and curiosity as he faced this surging fire attack. At first it was a water attribute slash, but now it is a fire attribute slash. It seems that all these changes are different with the change of breathing. Every breath brings a new power, and every power is perfectly combined with the skill of the sword. How much else does this kid have hidden? How many possible forms of this breathing slash are there? Interesting, really interesting. My hawk was secretly happy in his heart, holding the black sword yet tightly, as if the flame of battle was ignited in his palm. Come! He shouted low, and power poured into his arm. He swung the black knife like the wind, drawing a shocking arc. A huge green slash then shot up into the sky, as if it was about to split the world apart, and it collided head-on with the flame slash with a destructive momentum. Boom! The flame slash and the black slash collided violently, and huge power surged in mid-air. Sparks flew, and the residual power shook the surrounding walls. The entire house seemed to be struggling and would collapse at any time. The flame slash was split into pieces by this force, and the flames seemed to scatter like stars in the air, falling one after another. Have fun, keep going. Snort. Yuchen narrowed his eyes slightly, he was just one strike away. After one strike, this branch would completely collapse. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he sheathed the 1,000 blades of the magic knife. He instantly leaned down and leaned forward, like a cheetah ready to attack. Call! He took a deep breath, his breathing suddenly changed, and lightning flashed on his body, as if there was electric current beating around his body. Zilla! The air was filled with tiny sparks of lightning. Yuchen's front and back legs slowly parted and he whispered, "One shape, a thunderbolt flashes." In an instant, the lightning surged. He poured all his power into one foot and suddenly exerted force. His whole body rushed towards my hawk like a bolt of lightning tearing through the sky. The speed was so fast that even the air was completely torn apart. Only a thunderous roar was heard in the air, followed by the strong air pressure and ear-splitting explosions. Boom! Thunderous sounds echoed around, as if the entire sky was shaken by this blow. Lightning speed and lightning were mixed together, rushing straight towards my hawk. Ha 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 ha! The moment my hawk saw the lightning, he threw his head back and laughed, with endless heroism and excitement in his voice. Just these 3 short moves made me feel that this trip to the East Daxia Sea was worth all my efforts. These unique moves, whether it is the flowing water of water slash, the blazing flames of Shiranui, or the explosion of lightning of thunderbolt flash, each move is novel and unfathomable. The styles of these genres are so unfamiliar that I have never seen or heard them before, but this does not prevent me from drawing parallels from these moves. After all, he is the greatest swordsman in the world. Boy Yuchen, you impress me with admiration. But next, I'm going to get serious. My hawk's voice was full of fighting spirit. He stood up slowly. holding the black knife yet tightly, his eyes as sharp as an eagle. His original leisurely demeanor was long gone, replaced by a sharp edge like a sharp blade, as if he had turned into a god of war on the battlefield at this moment. Chiang! The black knife cut through the air and collided with Yuchen's 1,000 blades again. The moment the blades intersected, a huge force burst out from the intersection, and the air wave swept away like a wave. Boom! A deafening explosion came from inside branch 186. The entire building began to shake in the violent vibrations. Heavy smoke and dust quickly filled the air, and the air was filled with the smell of torn building fragments. Then, part of the building began to collapse, dust was flying, and there were harsh sounds of metal friction from the ruins, as if the entire branch was roaring and collapsing. At this time, the square outside the branch was filled with Marine soldiers of branch 186 who had been trained by a certain outstanding officer. They had developed the temperament of not taking things too seriously when watching the excitement, and were not panicked by the sudden explosion. Instead, they gathered together with excitement and talked about it. Holy shit, Major really got into a fight with Mr. Mihawk. Ah, why did the Major destroy the branch? Will the Major be held responsible for this? I don't think so. The Major will be transferred to the headquarters soon. It's over. How much military funds will be deducted to repair the branch? You're not the one paying, why are you in such a hurry? If something goes wrong, there's someone taller to take the blame. You have inherited the Major's true teachings of tanking. Hehe, not worth mentioning. Ha ha ha, looking at this situation, it seems like they are evenly matched. Don't forget, Mr. Mihawk is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and he was once a great pirate who roamed the Grand Line. If the Major and Mihawk can really fight like this, doesn't that mean that the Major's strength? Yes, I thought the Major and Mr. Mihawk could become friends thanks to his eloquence. What a joke! I've known for a long time that the Major is not as simple as he seems. You know. Haha, you all know that my family is a family of knife makers, the soldier whispered mysteriously. Last time, I took advantage of the Major's nap and secretly stole one of his knives. Then what? Yeah, and then what? Then I took a week off sick. That knife was so fierce, it felt like it was going to eat me. Just think about it, when the Major is in a good mood, he uses that knife as a stick. How can it not be amazing? Seriously. If it's not true, I'll chop it off. Wow, the Major is so strong. But I still don't understand. If the Major is so capable, why is he so lazy on weekdays? Just as everyone was discussing heatedly. Yo! A relaxed and slightly obscene voice suddenly sounded, and then a group of light spots quickly gathered and quickly formed a figure next to the soldiers. The figure revealed a man in a yellow and white striped suit, a purple tie, and a dark green shirt. His hair was black and slightly curly, and there was a circle of stubble on his face. He looked tall and thin and casual. The suit and white leather shoes outline a sense of laziness. The most eye-catching thing is the justice cloak fluttering behind him. Golden ape. The Marines of the 186th branch stared at the scene in front of them in amazement, unable to hide their shock. How come the general of the headquarters is here? Kizaru lazily glanced at the branch that was blown to the point of being on the verge of collapse, raised his head slightly, and a relaxed smile hung on the corners of his mouth. Who is fighting whom? The fight is so fierce that the branch is broken into pieces. Reporting to Admiral Kizaru, the ones currently dueling are Major Iken and Mr. Mihawk. Major Yuchen. Kizaru smiled lightly, as if he had expected it. Wait, and Mihawk? Now his expression changed, he put away his original lazy attitude, and his eyes became serious. His face showed some seriousness. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Hawkeye Joracole Mihawk. Report, yes. Huang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, then revealed a meaningful smile, with the corners of his mouth raised. Things are getting interesting. Chapter 6. You guys are praising me so much, don't I have any dignity? Keep praising me, don't stop. So, why is my hawk here? Kizaru raised his sunglasses, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. One of the 7 warlords of the sea quietly appeared at the remote branch of marine in the East Daxia Sea. Is he going to attack the branch? The soldiers on the side were silently complaining in their hearts, as the highest combat power of the headquarters, didn't you also appear in this remote small branch? Report, Mr. Mihawk is the Major's friend and often comes to the Major for duels. But there has never been a fight before. In the end, we just drank and talked happily. I don't know what happened this time, and a fight broke out. The branch was directly destroyed. Friend. Kizaru's eyes suddenly became sharp, his pupils shrank, and the corner of his mouth raised an expression that was half a smile, whine, and talk. He chuckled, as if he didn't believe it. Shishibukai is friends with the branch major. How could a person of Mihawk's level be friends with an ordinary major marine? This joke is not funny. Reporting to General Kizaru, we were shocked at first. One soldier hesitated for a moment, then raised his head and continued to report, but this is indeed the case. Mr. Mihawk will come to the branch every few months with a few bottles of good wine to see Major Yuchin. All the soldiers in the branch know this. All the branch soldiers behind him nodded in agreement. Yes, General, we have also specially compared the previous reward lists to confirm the identity of Mr. Mihawk. Yo! Kizaru touched his chin lightly and raised his eyebrows slightly, becoming interested in this incredible situation. If all this is true, you really gave me too many surprises, Major Yuchin. He turned around slowly, staring at the ruins in the distance, and the expression on his face changed from lazy to serious. Others may not know it, but as a general of the headquarters, I know it best. 7 warlords of the sea, the world government gave special powers and qualifications to 7 pirates. They were all famous pirates in this sea before. However, even among Shishibukai, there are differences. Eagle Eye Mihawk is the man standing at the top of this pyramid. Mihawk can treat you as a friend, which at least means that you are worthy of his serious action. Otherwise, given his temperament, he will definitely not pay attention to you. You boy, what a treasure! It is impossible for me to let you escape from my position. The position of adjutant to this general belongs to you. At this time, slight footsteps suddenly came from the ruins, clear and firm. Tread. The black boots stepped on the broken ground, and the steps were steady and powerful. Even though the entire branch had been destroyed and the surrounding area was in a mess, there was not a trace of dust on Mihawk. He stood tall and straight, looking at the mess in front of him, with a smile on his lips, as if he was recalling the electric duel just now. It's really good. The speed of this move is very good. Come on, you must have something else hidden. His eyes were sharp, focusing on the direction of the ruins in the distance like an eagle. Today, let me see how much worth exploring there is in your swordsmanship. Mihawk held the black sword yet tightly in his hand, and a powerful aura emerged. He shook hard. And the power was injected into the blade, and he slashed towards the ruins in the distance mercilessly. With a deafening sound, the blade cut through the air like lightning and rushed away, as if to destroy everything in front of it. Boom! The blade sliced through the air, and the air seemed to vibrate due to it. The aftermath swept around, debris flew away, dust rolled, and the entire space seemed to tremble from the blow. Kizaru, who was standing in the distance, looked at this scene with a lazy smile on his lips. Yo! It's really Mihawk, this slash is so brutal. After saying that, he paused and seemed to be thinking of something. Let me earn some impression points first. Kizaru smiled softly, and his body turned into countless light particles, flashing in the air as fast as electricity, and instantly approaching Mihawk's fatal slash. He stretched out his hands gently, and as his breath flowed, a dazzling Tiankanjiun sword slowly formed in the air. The sword blade cut through the darkness like a ray of light, emitting a bright light that instantly illuminated the surrounding shadows. Chiang! A clear sound of metal collision resounded. Tiankanjiun's sword intersected with Mihawk's black sword yet, and the violent force collision instantly shook. Mihawk's powerful slash was sliced open and disappeared instantly. Oh, it's really scary. Kizaru's voice was relaxed and lazy, with a hint of disdain. He stood still in the air, as if everything was under his control, with a somewhat playful light in his eyes. 7 warlords of the sea Mihawk, what are you going to do to Major Yuchen, who is about to become my adjutant? The highest combat power in the Marine headquarters, Kizaru Porisalino. Mihawk raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Kizaru, who was standing in front of him, with a hint of surprise in his tone. Why did you come to such a remote Donghai branch? I can't help it. I'm just a worker. I'll do whatever my boss tells me to do. Kizaru shrugged and smiled lazily. Oh? Your leader. Warring States period. He sent you to this place. Has Marine headquarters finally realized that this guy Yuchen has a limitless future? Mihawk put the black sword behind his back. Although he wanted to continue sparring, if Kizaru came, there is definitely no way to continue the fight, dismantling the branch in front of General Marine. Really? Do you also think my future lieutenant is excellent? Kizaru raised his eyebrows. Lao Zi's eyes. At this moment, a rustling sound came from the ruins, and Yuchen walked out from among the rubble. He dusted himself off, looked up at Mihawk and Kizaru, and couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard the two people's unreasonable compliments. No, isn't it embarrassing for me to praise someone like this in front of the client? Don't I want to lose face? Stop boasting. Bite. Host was praised by 2 major figures in the pirate world. He was so happy that he couldn't help but feel extremely happy, with a joy value of plus 10,086. Keep praising, don't stop. Chapter 7 General Kizaru, you are really good at judging people. Kizaru's arrival prevented Mihawk from continuing his actions, and the branch collapsed smoothly. Having achieved his goal, Yuchen would not create any more trouble. Then Kizaru briefly explained the reason for his visit, and the marine soldiers of the branch slowly gathered around and listened attentively. Because, so. That's the way it is. Admiral Kizaru casually spread his hands, his tone relaxed but unquestionable. The headquarters has decided to transfer you back to Marineford. I came here just to go through the formalities. The review has been successfully passed. You can fight Mihawk like this, there is no need to be sure of your strength. Huang Yuan smiled slightly, and his eyes slowly moved to Yi Chen. The position is my adjutant. After returning to the headquarters and completing the formalities, the rank will be directly promoted to Colonel of the Marine headquarters. If that's okay, you can get ready and follow my warship back to the headquarters. General Kizaru, can this transfer order be delayed? Yi Chen asked cautiously. Branch 186 was destroyed by my subordinates in a duel. I feel bad for leaving like this. If I go to the headquarters at that time, it will affect my work efficiency. How about I wait until I finish repairing Branch 186, and then report to the headquarters? I really didn't expect that a general from the headquarters would come to inspect this time. I thought that Lao Mi would never reveal his true strength to the headquarters, so he destroyed the branch so recklessly. This time, I was caught by the headquarters general, my strength was exposed, and I was completely in the headquarters sight. Even if he could get away with it this time, he would definitely be called up for the future war at the top, but that would be a few months later, and maybe something new would happen by then? For now, we should deal with the current situation first, even though we know that the hope of our headquarters withdrawing the order is slim. But I still have a glimmer of hope and want to struggle again. Yo! Kizaru pushed up his sunglasses and said, Lao Zi is just playing around, but he is not stupid. A remote branch in the East Daxia Sea is broken. You are such a super talent, I must take you away. Want to run? Can't run away at all. Have you ever been chased by light? Hehe. How long are you going to keep playing badly, kid? A slight smile appeared on Huang Yuan's lips, and a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. I didn't give up, I just reached a consensus with life. Yi Chen quickly shook his head like a rattle. You are quite capable, it's a waste for you to stay in the branch. My greatest ability is to lie still. Kizaru's smile did not diminish at all, instead he looked at Yi Chen with even more interest. His eyes revealed the excitement of discovering a new world. Hey, where is the oath you made when you entered Marine? My life motto is, enjoy life in the moment and live in the present moment. Interesting. Yellow Monkey was not angry, but looked at Yi Chen who would rather die than surrender with interest. It was so interesting. How did this guy realize that the true meaning of life is to be bad? If such a talent is allowed to continue to stay in the branch, wouldn't he be buried? Must bring back to headquarters. General Kizaru. Please let me stay in the branch. Yi Chen's voice was filled with firm pleading. He paused, then looked at the ruins around him with a sad face. I have been in the branch for 3 years, and the feelings are too deep. Once someone else comes, I won't be able to rest assured about my subordinates. Yi Chen spoke with great emotion, his eyes slightly moist. The relationship between us is stronger than gold. I can't bear to leave them. I can't bear to leave branch 186. I can't bear to leave this lazy life, a fulfilling working environment. Kizaru sat down slowly, raised one foot, crossed his legs, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Come on, please start your performance. My hawk sat quietly aside, took out a small wine flask from his pocket, took a sip gently, and watched Yi Chen's impromptu performance with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Although Kizaru is the most careless of the 3 strongest fighters in the headquarters, is it so easy to convince him to take the position of admiral? You can't escape this trip to the headquarters. Yi Chen's speech became more and more intense, his tone was almost choked, and the tears in his eyes became more intense. He really couldn't bear to leave as he had been leading a leisurely and comfortable life in branch 186 for the past 3 years. The soldiers from the 186th branch around him seemed to be moved by Yi Chen's deep affection, their eyes flickered and filled with emotion. Someone couldn't help sobbing softly, Major Yi Chen, you could have gone to the headquarters, but you deliberately didn't go for us. I cried Maya off. So this is why the Major was so lazy and didn't take the initiative to catch pirates or apply to go to the headquarters. The Major can't bear to leave us. The case has been solved, brothers. It turns out that we were the ones who prevented the Major from getting promoted. We are unforgivable. A few more people lowered their heads in self-blame. Major, I support you going to the headquarters. A young Marine soldier's eyes were moist. He raised his hand excitedly, his voice almost trembling. Major, we can't let us delay your future. Before he finished speaking, another soldier next to him immediately echoed, Yes, Major, you go ahead. Then, more soldiers raised their hands, with determination and reluctance in their eyes. Some people choked up, while others clenched their teeth, as if trying to suppress their emotions. Yes. The entire cafeteria was filled with uniform voices, and every Marine's eyes were filled with sincere emotions. Major, we have always supported you, let's go, don't hesitate anymore. U.F.G. Yi Chen looked fiercely at the young Marine who first raised his hand. Stop it, brother. Lao Zi is gone, who will take you to the red block to play? Who told you to slack off during work hours and take paid shits? Lao Zi trusted you so much, and you backstabbed me? Yo. Kizaru touched his chin lightly, a meaningful smile appeared on his face, and he looked at the group of excited soldiers. Apart from anything else, the cohesion alone is unmatched by other branches. No wonder this guy is so far ahead in the soldier selection. My hawk looked at this scene and nodded slightly. Although Yi Chen was putting on a show, the Marine soldiers believed it, which showed that they had a very good relationship with each other on weekdays. Ahem. Kizaru coughed. The fun was over and it was time for him to take out his prepared trump card. Major Yuchen, come and serve as my adjutant. Promotion and salary increase. I can make the decision. After you finish your job, you can slack off and sleep in. You can leave work on time every day. As Kizaru spoke, he waved his hands, as if describing an ideal life at the Marine headquarters. The patrol mission is not heavy at ordinary times, just follow me. Next, Kizaru's words became even more tempting. The buffet in the headquarters cafeteria has 3 meals a day, with a variety of dishes. If you can't finish it, you can take it away. The headquarters has a special supply of cigars for the school. There is a corresponding quota every month. How about it? Is it tempting? Every time Kizaru mentioned a benefit of the headquarters, Yuchen's eyes lit up. Kizaru saw all these changes and laughed secretly in his heart. Boy! Laozi is the ancestor of bad behavior. It only takes a few minutes to control you. The treatment at this headquarters is so good. Yuchen muttered to himself. It's not over yet. I have already quit smoking, so. A smile flashed across Kizaru's eyes under his sunglasses, and he put down the last straw. I can give you the monthly quota of the headquarters admiral-level special cigars. A better working environment, higher salary, more free stuff. This is so exciting that it makes my heart explode. General Kizaru, you're really good at judging people. Chapter 8, you have a very skilled posture, Lao Mi. It seems that you have rode with a black knife a lot. The subsequent progress of the matter was unusually smooth, and Yi Chen agreed to go to the headquarters. Kizaru immediately called the headquarters to confirm that the review had passed, and even specially asked Sengoku Fleet Admiral to transfer Yuchen to his own command as his adjutant. The new head of Branch 186 is already on the way and is expected to arrive at the branch in half a month, and the handover work will last about half a month. After consultation among all parties, Yi Chen will set off for the Marine headquarters in a month and be officially promoted to Colonel of the Marine headquarters. On that day, a huge warship slowly approached the dock of Branch 186. The ship is huge and imposing, with a big yellow word written on the sail. As the sea breeze blows, the canvas rustles. Marine officers and soldiers were busy preparing to disembark, and their footsteps echoed on the quiet dock. They will stay in this remote branch for a month, waiting for Major Yuchen to complete all the handover procedures, and then they will board Admiral Kizaru's warship to report to the headquarters. Yuchen stood on the dock, Kizaru stood beside him, and my hawk leaned on the railing nearby, seeming to be enjoying this moment of tranquility. I won't say anything more. My hawk looked at Yuchen with a burning gaze, and there was a hint of appreciation in his tone. Congratulations, you finally got promoted. His words were simple, but revealed a deep recognition. Yi Chen smiled and said, there is still a month before I report. When I go to headquarters, I am the colonel. He stretched himself and seemed somewhat relaxed. But thanks, Lao Mi. After knowing each other and chatting with each other over the past few years, I know very well that my hawk's implication is not only congratulations, but also recognition. No matter how you say it, the recognition of your own strength and the recognition of others are equally pleasing things. Bite. Host feels the sincere recognition from my hawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and is in a good mood. Happiness value plus 5,000. What are you thanking me for? I'll go directly to the Marine headquarters to find you next time. My hawk nodded slightly, a smile on his face. I'll have a lot to discuss with you about the breathing style later. It's okay to come, just don't forget to bring your stuff. Hey, you kid. My hawk snorted, then turned around and walked towards his coffin-shaped boat, the coffin boat. Standing at the bow, my hawk's posture is still upright, and in the afterglow of the setting sun, his lonely and proud back looks even deeper and unshakable. Then I'll leave. The sails trembled slightly in the wind, and the surrounding sea breeze blew his robe, but he seemed to be integrated with the world, standing silently at the bow, as quiet and firm as a sculpture. Yi Chen smiled, watching this scene, and jokingly said, "Lao Mi, why don't you leave?" Kizaru stood aside, watching all this with a smile. His observation haki quietly blossomed, and he seemed to have caught some unique aura, with curiosity and interest flashing in his eyes. Something interesting should be happening. You go back to the branch first, I'll take a look at the scenery. My hawk said calmly, his voice as calm and composed as he was, as if he was in no hurry to leave. How can that be done? Yi Chen looked up, a sly smile appeared on his lips, and then he shook his head and said, "I have to see you off. You are my honored guest." "You, boy? Oh. My hawk's mouth twitched slightly, veins popping out on his face. Why the hell haven't I seen you watch Laozi leave before? Hehehe, I have to see you off today. Humph, I'll admit defeat if I lose the bet." My hawk snorted fiercely, suddenly turned around, and pulled out the black knife from the scabbard behind him with great momentum. Then my hawk made an elegant move. He suddenly used the black knife as a paddle and plunged it into the water, paddling across the sea steadily and powerfully. Wow! The coffin boat began to slowly move away from branch 186 and head towards the distant horizon. Ha 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 ha! Yi Chen stood on the shore, watching this scene, and couldn't help laughing. "Very skilled, Lao Mi. It seems like you've used the black knife a lot to row the boat." He clapped his hands on his legs and laughed so hard that he fell backwards. This scene is so similar to the scene I saw on the cover page of the comic. Bite. Host witnessed my hawk's joke, using a black knife as an oar to row a boat, feeling happy, happiness value plus 5,000. Current remaining pleasure value, 70544. On the coffin boat, my hawk slightly exerted force on the hand holding the black knife, and with a cold snort, he swung the knife violently. A green slash instantly tore through the air and shot towards Yi Chen. I lost it. A full-strength attack from Lao Mi's pure swordsmanship. Yi Chen shouted loudly, and then hid behind Kizaru. "General Kizaru, save me. This is my hawk's angry attack. It would be best if you don't have to take it yourself." Yo! Yellow Monkey, who was watching the excitement, looked at the slash coming at him and smiled obscenely. "What a terrifying slash! I am just a poor man who watches the fun. You guys should solve your own problems." Before he finished speaking, Kizaru's body began to quickly turn into countless light particles and disappeared into the air, leaving behind a humorous laugh and light spots that gradually dissipated in the air. FK. Old Huang. Trick your subordinates at the critical moment. Yi Chen cursed loudly, holding the magic knife Kunran tightly with both hands, and felt the strong vibration from the hilt. His eyes became more determined, and he took a deep breath. The sun's rays cast a blazing glow on him, like a flame rising from hell, with waves of heat. His breathing began to become rapid and rhythmic, breath of the sun. With a low roar, a suffocating heat erupted from Yi Chen's body, and his whole body was enveloped in a red light, as if a ball of living fire was burning. Call. As he suddenly exhaled a breath of burning air, a strong airflow of fire surged around him, as if the heaven and earth were shaking. Type 11, Halo Dragon Head Dance. He swung the sword quickly, and the blade flashed through the air like lightning, and every swing was accompanied by a thunderous sound piercing the air. Continuous blades were released from the 1,000 blades, as if a fire dragon was flying in the air, and the blazing flames burned everything to ashes. The power of the slash was deafening, and the fire dragon formed could devour almost everything. Halo Dragon Head Dance. Boom! With a loud bang, my hawk's green slash collided violently with Yi Chen's fire dragon slash, causing a sharp explosion that shook the entire sky. A strong wind swept all around, and strong winds blew past, making Yi Chen's clothes rustle. The ground beneath his feet cracked, and the hard dock seemed to tremble under this force. Yi Chen took 2 steps back suddenly and steadied himself. Tisk tisk tisk, after the full force attack from Hawkeye my hawk, you only took 2 steps back. My dear Adjutant-san, you are really good at hiding yourself. A beam of light quickly gathered together, and Kizaru's figure suddenly appeared beside him, with a lazy smile still on his face. Old man Huang! How dare you say that? Yi Chen's eyes widened, his face full of helplessness. You are so unreliable at the critical moment. Kizaru was stunned for a moment, and immediately his face was full of confusion. No, it was not enough for me to be demoted from General Kizaru to Old Kizaru, but now I was directly demoted to Old Man Kizaru? Adjutant-san, are you polite? At this moment, my hawk, who was standing at the bow of the coffin boat, stared at Yi Chen with a gaze as sharp as a knife. He saw his shocking attack being blocked, and an extremely appreciative smile appeared on his face. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. So beautiful. His laughter was like a loud piece of music, echoing across the entire sea. Yi Chen boy, this move. So elegant. Marine headquarters, wait for me. You'd better not come. 10 cases of top quality wine. Mr. Me, please hold your cards and come into Marineford. Ha 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 ha. As the Black Knife Knight paddled rhythmically, the coffin boat moved farther and farther away, evacuating from branch 186. On the route of the coffin boat, a huge sailing ship with 3 decks and a Black Panther-shaped bow is slowly heading towards the Grand Line. The pirate flag on the mainmast fluttered in the wind, and 2 hourglasses were hung next to the skull in the center of the flag, making it look mysterious and threatening. The tall man with light purple hair on the bow laughed like thunder. He was burly, wearing dazzling golden armor and black boots, giving people an unparalleled aura. He had a brightly colored scarf tied on his head, and his eyes were sharp and confident. Little ones! Head to the Grand Line! He shouted loudly, his voice piercing through the sea breeze, as if echoing throughout the entire ocean. Conquer it! Declare to the world, who is Lao Zi. Bounty of 17 million berries, the overlord of the East Sea, Lord Admiral Krieg. The pirates on the ship responded in unison, their morale high, like a group of fearless beasts ready to pounce on their prey. The other person standing aside looked different. He was a man of medium build, with unkempt hair and beard, and the dark circles under his eyes seemed to show fatigue. He has thick lips, a grey and blue striped headscarf on his head, and round red earrings on his ears. He looks a little weird, but full of unique temperament. Ghostajin. Chapter 9 Lao Huang, tell me your name at nearby entertainment venues and they'll give you discounts. At the intersection of the East Daxia Sea and the Grand Line, a huge fleet of pirate ships is sailing with the wind on the sea. The fleet of 50 pirate ships was like a vast black ocean, with waves surging and looking like the scales of a giant beast from a distance. The sails sparkled in the sun, the sea breeze stirred up layers of waves, and the noise of the crew and the sound of the waves were intertwined. At this time, a coffin ship came quietly. My hawk stood at the bow, his figure as tall as a mountain, and the Black Knife Knight paddled gently, keeping the boat sailing steadily in the waves. What kept coming back to his mind was the dance of the dragon's head that Yi Chen had just displayed. That flaming slash spun as fast as a tornado and was extremely powerful. He murmured to himself, "Great! The charm of that move is so wonderful. How many moves like this does that kid have? Now I will stay at home first, and when I get bored and want to go out for some fresh air, I will go straight to the marine headquarters to find Yi Chen." Just then, a noisy laughter came from the pirate ship in the distance, breaking my hawk's thoughts. Ha 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 ha, Admiral Krieg. Look! Someone actually used a knife as a paddle to row a boat. Really? Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Ah Jin, come and see, there is a man rowing with a black knife. Hey, kid, why don't you come to the East Sea Overlord, Admiral Krieg's command, and let you row a boat with real oars? My hawk was already unhappy when his thoughts were interrupted, and then he raised his eyebrows and felt extremely unhappy when he heard these sarcastic words. It's fine if Yu-chan made fun of Lao Zi, but you guys? He clenched the black knife in his hand, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The laughter on the boat continued. My hawk's anger suddenly rose, and the fighting spirit in his eyes gradually gathered. Who are you? He snorted coldly and then swung his knife. The blade of night cut through the air, and a deafening explosion sounded in an instant. As my hawk swung his sword, a green slash cut through the sky and headed straight for the large fleet ahead. Boom! The pirate ship at the forefront was cut open without any warning. The hull cracked with a dull roar and quickly sank to the bottom of the sea, splashing water. The pirates in the entire fleet looked at each other in shock. What? Krieg and Ajin stood there with their eyes wide open, unable to believe the scene before them. With just one strike, a pirate ship was sunk. My hawk did not stop, and slashed forward one after another like the wrath of thunder, mercilessly striking forward. Each slash carried a force that could destroy the heavens and the earth, and the pirate ships were sunk one by one like they were made of paper. The sound of the ship breaking apart resounded throughout the sea water surged, and the sinking ship made a huge roar, shaking the entire sea area. Run! Run! Krieg's voice was filled with panic and fear, his eyes darting around nervously, obviously not expecting my hawk to destroy their fleet so easily. He quickly turned around and ordered Ajin, let the pirates under your command spread out and attract attention. Let's go back to the East Daxia Sea and regroup. Krieg's main ship drew an arc on the sea. Quickly turned the bow, and fled in the direction from which it came. The pirate ships began to flee in all directions, and the entire fleet suddenly fell into chaos. The original arrogant attitude collapsed in an instant. My hawk looked at the scene, his lips slightly raised. Run! Can you get away? He gently waved the black knife knight in his hand, and the coffin boat suddenly accelerated like an arrow and caught up steadily. Ahead, East Daxia Sea, Samba Sea area, Sea Restaurant Baradi. In the 186th branch, Kizaru looked at Yu-chan gently, with a playful smile on his face. Yo! He patted Yi-chan's shoulder and said lazily, then I'll just go around the East Daxia Sea and see you at the headquarters later. The mission has been basically completed, Yi-chan's transfer order has been confirmed, and now he only needs to return to headquarters on a warship. For me, this trip to Branch 186 was more of a time for entertainment. The month that Adjutant Sang was waiting for the handover was a time for me to travel around the East Daxia Sea and enjoy my leisure time. The fun of life will begin soon. Huang Yuan cast a lazy look at the soldiers of the headquarters who were accompanying him, and signaled to them, "Do you know how to report?" "No." The soldiers responded in unison, with indifferent looks on their faces. It is commonplace to provide cover for Admiral Kizaru. Yi-chen stood aside, watching this scene, his eyes flickering slightly, and couldn't help but find it a little funny. This was too similar to the scene when he was slacking off and his subordinates in the branch helped to cover for him. Then he couldn't help but blurt out, in order to understand the actual situation of the various branches in the East Daxia Sea, Admiral Kizaru spared no effort and personally visited the various branches in the East Daxia Sea. The branch inspected it. There was a hint of amusement in Huang Yuan's eyes. He gave Yi-chen a thumbs up and said with a smile, "You are sensible." He pulled out a box of top-quality cigars from his pocket and threw it to Yi-chen without any hesitation. "This was originally for me to relieve my boredom. You can take it first." Yi-chen took the cigar box, took out a cigar, and took a light sniff. He immediately smelled a rich aroma coming from his nose. It was clearly an extremely high-end cigar with impeccable quality. It's worthy of being a special supply from the general level. He sighed secretly in his heart. Bite. Host gets a box of premium cigars for free. Happy mood, happiness value plus 500. Yi-chen couldn't help but smile, and looked up at Kizaru, who turned into a point of light and flew into the sky and shouted, Old Huang, tell me your name at the nearby entertainment venues and they'll give you a discount. Yellow Monkey floated away, leaving only his lazy voice in the air, Yoshi. That night, inside the Marine soldiers' dormitory, the quiet night sky poured in through the window, and only the slight sound of breathing could be heard in the silence. It was a quiet and restless night, and no one seemed to have fallen asleep. The faint sound of turning over between the beds occasionally broke the silence. The soldiers seemed to be recalling what happened that day, with different emotions surging in their hearts. Suddenly, a deep voice sounded in the dormitory, "Are all the brothers asleep?" The young Marine soldier who had initially voiced his support for Yi Chen to go to the headquarters was the first to speak out. "No. You haven't slept yet." "I haven't slept yet." Following the sound, the young Marine soldier sat up from the bed, looking slightly confused but also a little anxious. "You all heard what the Major said. What do you all think? What do you think? What shall we do after the Major leaves?" The dormitory was silent for a moment, and then a soldier patted his beer belly and said in a relaxed but self-deprecating tone, "What should I do? Just keep posing." The young soldier retorted forcefully, "What are you showing off? Everyone has seen Major Yuchen's strength. He is a man who can fight against Mr. Mihawk. I guarantee the strength of a Major General of the headquarters. What is your strength? What should I put? When you encounter pirates, will you use your belly to attack them with a meat bomb?" "Brother, your words are so hurtful. And Major Yuchen is just giving up because he can't bear to leave us." A soldier sighed, his tone filled with helplessness and affection. "Now he has been transferred to the headquarters, I also want to apply for a transfer to the headquarters." The young soldier stood up, his eyes firm, as if he had made up his mind, "I want to follow in Major Yuchen's footsteps." But if a branch soldier wants to apply to go to the headquarters, he needs to have strength and achievements. Another soldier warned, his tone filled with worry. "Then go and become stronger, and earn military merit." The young soldier said without hesitation, with the fighting spirit in his eyes, "I know what I should do." He then began to put on his military uniform, his quick and decisive movements showing his determination. "No, buddy, what are you doing?" "I'm going to train," he responded with a firm look in his eyes, without hesitation. "Ah? It's been a long time since the training ground was cleaned." "Then I'll start training after I clean up." "Seriously? No more?" Another soldier couldn't help but ask, with a hint of surprise in his tone. The young soldier did not reply, but quickly packed his equipment, put on his boots, and took firm steps. The other soldiers in the dormitory looked at each other, seemingly weighing something silently. An atmosphere of silence gradually spread in the air. No one spoke, and everyone could feel the strength of the young soldier's determination. Even the soldier with the beer belly stopped smiling. Finally, several people looked at each other with complicated expressions and sighed softly, but did not speak. Rustle. There was another slight noise, and another soldier began to put on his equipment and walked out of the door quietly. Although his footsteps were light, they revealed a firmness that could not be ignored. He also decided to follow his beloved Major Yuchen and take his first step. Rustle. As the second soldier left, the dormitory fell into a brief silence. Then, there was another sound of clothing rubbing, and the third soldier began to put on his equipment. "No." The soldier with a beer belly murmured, looking around, "Is Laozi the only one left? A deep sense of loneliness suddenly hit me. FK. The girls in this department should be more beautiful." After saying that, he also started to pack up and follow the others. Call. A cool night breeze blew quietly into the dormitory, bringing with it a little moisture, ruffling the curtains. There was a faint sense of quietness and loneliness in the air, and the dormitory was completely silent. In stark contrast to the quiet atmosphere in the dormitory, the atmosphere in the training ground seemed increasingly lively. 1, 2, 1. The night sky is filled with figures exercising and working hard. At this moment, Major Yi Chen was lying in a sweet and soft embrace, completely immersed in the soft and gentle embrace, and was completely unaware of this. Chapter 10 Major Yi Chen, if you don't transfer back to the headquarters, who will? Half a month later, at 5:30 in the morning, the training ground of Branch 186 was already in full swing. Groups of Marine soldiers were naked to the waist, with sweat running down their backs. They ran hard, with steady and powerful steps, and each step was extremely firm, showing their youthful vitality and determination to fight. Work hard to become stronger. Follow the major. Go to headquarters. The shouts were like thunder, full of blood and passion, as if the entire branch was working together for a new goal. At this time, the newly promoted head of Branch 186 arrived at the branch a few hours early with the help of the ocean current. He stood on the sidelines, looking at the energetic soldiers in front of him, his heart full of doubts and surprise. Isn't it said that Branch 186 is the most bad branch in Donghai? This doesn't look like it's messed up. If you continue to train with this momentum, the title of the strongest branch in the East Daxia Sea in Rog Town will sooner or later be taken away by the 186 branch. He glanced at the soldiers who were training, especially the young soldier standing at the front. His handsome face showed an unswerving determination, his steps were powerful, and every step was full of a sense of purpose. That must be Major Yi Chen, right? The new branch leader thought silently in his heart, with a flash of appreciation in his eyes. No wonder you are favored by the headquarters. The world has a huge misunderstanding of your 186th branch. How much slander have you silently endured? The words "shame on Marine" are completely unfair. He stepped forward and walked towards the young soldier at the front, stretched out his palm and said politely, "Hello, Major Yi Chen. I am the new major who has taken over the 186th branch." Pa. As soon as he finished speaking, the young Marine soldier stood at attention, straightened his back, quickly saluted, and replied firmly, "Hello, Major, please report." Major Yi Chen should not be awake at this moment. The new branch chief was slightly startled and frowned slightly. What? Didn't wake up? He looked around slightly confused, obviously not imagining this scene. The group of soldiers in front of him were so full of energy, but their commander was still sleeping. At 11 o'clock, in the office of Branch 186, light poured in through the curtains, and there was a trace of laziness in the air. Yi Chen sat behind his desk, his eyes still a little sleepy, watching the new branch chief, "Major, walk in." The major who was about to take over Branch 186, his eyes stayed on Yi Chen for a moment, and he couldn't help but be surprised in his heart. This man who looked decadent and handsome was Major Yi Chen? "Ah, I'm so sorry." Yi Chen yawned and stretched, looking a little confused. "Because I am leaving the 186th branch, I have a lot of things to deal with recently, so I have been busy until late at night and got up a little late." Then he glanced at his pleasure value, current pleasure value, 85,663. This half-month has been so comfortable. During working hours, it's all about fishing and messing around. The soldiers in the branch were training as hard as they could, but they couldn't even persuade them. They even took care of all the work that originally belonged to them. This positive attitude made them a little frightened. If you can't be persuaded, you will be happy and at ease. However, you keep saying that you are working hard for Laozi, but when Laozi needs you, none of you are there. Now during working hours, there is no one to play mahjong and landlords with me. After get-off work hours, there is no one to accompany me to have fun. One by one, you know how to train. The young man who takes the lead, I see you have a dead look on your face. Speaking of having fun after get-off work. Because I know I am about to leave here. The ladies in the red block were like crazy, waiting in line at their door. If it weren't for his superhuman physique and being free under the legs of milk-colored balls and chopsticks every day, he would have surrendered long ago. Alas, these little girls are as passionate as fire and as tender as water. They have verified all the learning materials in their previous lives. They are really great. Understand, understand. There's a lot of work to be done when relocating positions. Upon seeing this, Major, the new branch chief, smiled and nodded. He mistakenly blamed Major Yuchen, thinking that he was a sleeper. Unexpectedly, it was because he was dealing with official duties late at night. This is your role model. Major Yuchen, if you don't transfer back to the headquarters, who will? Yuchen nodded slightly. I am already ready to go to the headquarters. Although as Kizaru's adjutant, the work content is not too heavy and deals with some daily affairs, but it is Marine headquarters after all, and many issues require higher rigor and consideration, especially in decision-making. A little carelessness can lead to serious consequences. Could cause huge problems. As for fighting, hide if you can, don't worry if you can't. The opponent that can be defeated is simple and direct, you can solve it with just one strike, and you can also look cool at the same time. If you can't beat him, just call Lao Huang directly. Isn't he one of the strongest combatants in this department? It's just right for blocking knives. Mental work is indeed strenuous and exhausting. Although I am fully capable of doing it, sometimes, why should I use my brain myself when someone else can do it for me? What's more, his boss, General Kizaru, wishes he could be even worse than himself. Therefore, he needs a think tank, a humanoid Palu with super working ability, so as to avoid tedious things interfering with his great cause of ruining things. As for this think tank candidate, I have several candidates in mind. Yi Chen's eyes flickered slightly as he pondered over these candidates. Black Cat, 100 Strategies Crow, this guy with a bounty of 16 million berries, although he is a pirate, his intelligence is enough to impress anyone. Black Cat CLO. He was personally certified as a wise man by Oda-sensei, and his IQ is second only to Ben Beckman, the vice-captain of the Red Hair Pirates. This guy is cunning, alert, and quick-witted. He is definitely a capable assistant who can help me manage my affairs. The mayor of the Seven Waters City, Iceberg. In the original novel, he is famous for his penultimate ability in handling government affairs, and the citizens love him very much. If he could be recruited under his command, he would definitely be of great help. As Kizaru's adjutant, he could easily recruit him under his command by using this identity. The CP9 members who will be defeated by Luffy in the future. Rob Lucci has good fighting ability and is very suitable to be a thug. Bruno, although he thinks a little slowly, is very careful. This trait actually gives him an irreplaceable advantage when dealing with certain complicated matters. Khalifa, as Bingberg's secretary, her ability is unquestionable and she must be able to do the auxiliary work with ease. After their defeat, they were hunted down by their former superior, Spondam, who intercepted them before they returned to the CP system and became CP0. As Kizaru's adjutant, he should have no problem protecting them. After all, Kizaru was the one who seemed to obey the five elders' orders the most. Every time the celestial dragons got into trouble, it was Kizaru who ran around. Relying on this relationship, it shouldn't be too much to ask a few people to come over to me. But for these cunning guys, some restrictions need to be added at the beginning. A date and a big stick have been prepared. Yi Chen tossed the badge in his hand, then took out a small cloth bag from his pocket, with a meaningful smile on his face. Ghosts and Gods. Excellent blue item, current star rating, 3 stars, highest 3 stars. Consume vitality to gain the possibility of breaking through your talent limit. The higher the star level, the greater the probability of breaking through, and the higher the talent limit is. Only available to those whose original talent is below the level of Lieutenant General of Marine Headquarters. After the breakthrough and complete digestion of the item effect, the talent can reach the level of Elite Lieutenant General of the Headquarters. After the excellent blue items reach 3 stars, you can use pleasure points to break through to the ceiling level. The pleasure points required for breaking through, 100,000. After breaking through to the ceiling level purple item, the breakthrough rate reaches 100%, and the talent can reach the headquarters general level. I have not used my pleasure points to draw lots, just to break through Ghost and God attraction to the ceiling level. In this way, when the time comes, I can let one of them use it to improve his strength, and I can get a capable assistant who has both wisdom and strength, and will be loyal to me in order to save his life. Old Huang, you said at the beginning that I could slack off after I finished my job. You didn't say I couldn't find someone to do it for me, right? I have recruited some very capable subordinates with my own abilities. They complete the work for me. It is not against the rules. If my idea can be realized, it would be equivalent to me receiving a salary from the headquarters, and they would complete all the tedious tasks for me, and I would only need to go out and chop people occasionally. This step is simply a win. Senzu beans. Excellent blue item, current star rating, 2 stars, highest 3 stars. It can repair the vitality consumed by accidents, and restore external and internal injuries, but is ineffective against common physical illnesses. The higher the star rating, the better the effect. Pleasure value required to upgrade from 2 star to 3 star, 10,000. At that time, I will first give a 2-star senzu bean to the person who uses ghost attraction, so that he can have a taste of the sweetness and whet his appetite. After he is willing to serve me, I will upgrade a ceiling level senzu bean to him to completely eliminate the side effects of ghost attraction. We'll see who we meet first. If not, we'll send someone to the 7 water capital to forcibly bring the iceberg over. Gate of opening, raise your hands. Marine headquarters is forcibly recruiting. Hey, it feels good to have someone behind you. Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile with anticipation. At the same time, in the East Daxia Sea, Goa Kingdom, Windmill Village. The morning sun shines on the earth, the sea breeze blows gently, seagulls soar in the blue sky, and their melodious cries echo in the air. The sun shines through the clouds, illuminating this quiet and peaceful land, as if sending blessings to the adventurers who are about to set sail. A simple little wooden boat was slowly sailing away from the port of Windmill Village, its hull swaying gently with the waves. On the boat, the boy was wearing simple clothes and his iconic straw hat. He stood at the bow and shouted to the distant sea, "I want to be one piece." Set off. Dear gentlemen, the new book is about to start. Please urge me to update it, give me good reviews and give me rewards. Grateful. Chapter 11 Lieutenant Colonel, the road is wide. Half a month later, branch 186. With a wave of his hand, old man Kizaru easily solved the military expenditure problem. The report pointed out that he deliberately tested Major Yuchen's strength and accidentally destroyed the branch, and this accident also led to the smooth approval of military funds. In the East Daxia Sea, Admiral Kizaru can destroy whatever he wants. After the funds were in place, the construction of the new branch was in full swing. After nearly a month of busy construction, the new branch 186 has taken on a new look. Woo! With a heavy whistle, the huge warship began to prepare to set sail. The ship slowly approached the dock, and all the marine soldiers from the 186th branch gathered at the dock with some reluctance on their faces. The young ladies from the local red neighborhood also came to the scene, dressed up beautifully and chattering as they said goodbye to Major Yuchen who was about to leave. Major Yuchen, next time you come for tea, remember it's free. Major Yuchen, you know where the key to my house is. You are welcome to come anytime. Your posture is not a problem. Time is not a problem, as long as you come back. Listening to these warm farewells, Yuchen smiled and waved. Ah, they just want to have a home. Forward. Beside him, the lieutenant colonel who came with Kizaru and had the highest rank in the Marines held his forehead with his hand, with an incredible look in his eyes. If I hadn't seen with my own eyes how Major Yuchen destroyed branch 186, I would have hardly been able to connect the man in front of me with such a warm smile with the man who could compete with my hawk. My hawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, is one of the strongest among the Shishibukai. Boom boom. The warship's engine roared and it slowly sailed away from the dock. All the Marines of the 186th branch lined up on the shore, shouting goodbye in unison. Major Yuchen, thank you for your contribution to Branch 186 over the past 3 years. Major Yuchen, come back often. You'll always have a home here. Pa. A neat military salute resounded throughout the dock, and all the Marines stood silently, with reluctance and respect in their eyes. Ka. Yi Chen returned the salute, feeling a mix of emotions. During the 3 years of getting along, although most of the time was spent in slacking off and being lazy, during these days, I ate, lived, and fought with these soldiers, and established a deep relationship with them. Humans are not plants or trees, so how can we be heartless? Today's farewell, though simple, is also meaningful. Major Yuchen, we can't bear to part with you. The young Marine's eyes were filled with tears, and he couldn't help shouting loudly. His clear voice echoed throughout the open space of the branch. Yi Chen waved his hand gently, "You kid, just stop backstabbing Lao Zi." Although he said this, he felt a little touched in his heart. After he got established in the main department, he should help the people in Branch 186. After all, they were all his own people. As the warship's huge mainmast turned, the flag with the word yellow fluttered in the morning breeze, and the warship accelerated away from the dock and headed towards the vast ocean. The Marines of the 186th branch continued to salute until the ship gradually went away and finally disappeared at the end of the horizon. Colonel Yuchen, do we need to go through the comm belt to get to the headquarters? Suddenly, a question broke Yuchen's meditation. The lieutenant colonel stood aside, his tone respectful and formal. Since setting off, he has been addressing Yuchen as colonel. Naturally, the command of the entire warship was also transferred to Yuchen. Yi Chen took a breath, pursed his lips, and calmed himself down. Can we not go through the comm belt? Although the doldrums is the fastest route, I am not in a hurry to return to headquarters. Old Huang is still playing outside, why don't you go back and help him deal with the pile of military affairs? This is an international joke. The right thing to do is to walk a little further and continue to enjoy your free time. Can. The lieutenant colonel answered straightforwardly, if we don't take the doldrums, the longest route is to return to the headquarters via the grand route. After a month of getting along, he also understood the temperament of the new admiral's adjutant, and also knew why Admiral Kizaru liked Colonel Yuchen so much. Because he is the real Admiral Kizaru, who is a billion times more handsome and extremely powerful, but his mind is full of thoughts about how to give up and how to slack off. Since Colonel Yuchen asked this, he definitely doesn't want to return to the headquarters quickly. I just need to help him determine a return route that is scenic and takes a long time. I even thought of an excuse for the deviation for the colonel. The lieutenant colonel continued, on the way back, we encountered a pirate who was wanted for a bounty, and we started chasing him, which caused us to deviate from the planned route. However, because the pirate was cunning, he accidentally escaped. This causes the return flight time to exceed 100 million slightly. Lieutenant Colonel, the road is wide. Yi Chen gently patted the lieutenant colonel's shoulder, you will achieve great things. Hey. The lieutenant colonel smiled and continued, by the way, Colonel, 10 days ago, Branch 153 sent us a message asking us to escort Colonel Morgan from their branch back to the headquarters. Colonel Morgan was removed from office for abuse of power. Oh. Yi Chen's eyes lit up slightly, and then he touched his chin with a thoughtful expression. Colonel Morgan. In this case, Luffy has already defeated Axeman Morgan. This also means that he has reunited with Zoro. Then next, it's Usopp and Nami, then Sanji. But this is none of my business, you guys can go ahead and fight until you're bloody, now I just want to have a good sleep. So, Yi Chen waved his hand to the lieutenant colonel and said calmly, "Don't pay any attention to it, just pretend you didn't receive the message." He looked up at the distant horizon and said in a relaxed voice, "I'll leave the route to you." "Yes." Yi Chen stretched and waved his hand casually, "I'm going to take a nap first. I'll talk about other things after I wake up." After saying this, he walked towards the cabin of the warship with a leisurely and calm pace. At the same time, Donghai, Ziluobya village. Cheers! Excited cheers echoed across the sea as the Advance Mary slowly sailed away from the village of Silob in the setting sun, with the Straw Hat logo on the mast fluttering proudly in the wind. The Straw Hat boys, Luffy, his future Vice President Zoro, and the thief cat Nami defeated the Black Cat Crow together. And the sniper Usopp successfully joined the Straw Hat pirates. In order to find an excellent sea chef, they sailed towards their new destination, the sea restaurant Barati. The sea near the offshore restaurant Barati was rough and the smoke of battle had not yet completely dissipated. Boom boom! Accompanied by a violent explosion, a pirate ship gradually sank, leaving only some burning wreckage floating on the sea, as if telling of the tragedy that had just occurred. The Krieg fleet, except for the main ship on which Governor Krieg was riding, all other pirate ships had been completely sunk, and all their arrogance and pride had been crushed by absolute power. The fleet that was once so powerful is now in ruins. Mihawk stood coldly on his coffin boat, without a trace of mercy in his eyes. The wind blew up his cloak, making a rustling sound. Mihawk looked through the smoke at the fleeing Krieg battleship in the distance, with only endless indifference in his eyes. The overlord of the East Daxia Sea? Governor. They are just a bunch of frogs in a well. Mihawk did not linger for long, he inserted the black knife into the water and made a light stroke. The waves hit the sides of the coffin boat, and the hull slid quickly on the water, chasing after the Krieg main ship. Chapter 12 Little Zoro, I'll use you to practice the knife skills I just learned. Ha! Yuchen stretched himself lazily and walked out of the cabin, feeling refreshed. The good sleep he had gotten made him feel in a very good mood. Bite. Host Mimi took a nap, feeling happy, happiness value plus 20. As soon as he came out, he saw the lieutenant colonel waiting for him on the deck, and he saluted him and said, "Colonel." Where are we now?" Yi Chen waved his hand lazily and asked casually. "We have just sailed out of the Moonlight Islands. Since we are maintaining the lowest speed, we still have nearly a day and a half to sail to Rogue Town." The lieutenant colonel stood at attention and answered, "Do you need to notify Colonel Smoker in Roger Town so that he can go and inspect the local people's conditions?" Yi Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at the lieutenant colonel with interest. "Oh. Colonel, as the colonel of the headquarters, your rank is equivalent to that of a major general of a branch. It is reasonable for you to inspect the work of branches in various places." The lieutenant colonel continued to explain, "However, Colonel Smoker of Rogue Town is a good friend of General Kuzan. It would be best if we don't cause any conflict if we go there. Of course, there is no problem with official consumption, eating and drinking with public funds. After all, it is reasonable for marine personnel like us who are sailing abroad to stop at a branch to replenish supplies and rest. Yeah, not bad." Yuchen touched his chin, pondering thoughtfully, with a hint of interest in his eyes. Luch Town, as the largest marine branch in the East Daxia Sea, is indeed worth a visit and a visit to appreciate the scenery there. Although you might encounter some blind pirates in Rogue Town, it doesn't matter. The ship he was on was a giant ship of the marine headquarters. He could deal with weak pirates with one shot, and as for the strong pirates, as long as they didn't provoke him, he would just pretend he didn't see them. Anyway, I just regarded this voyage as a paid vacation, and caught a few minions to show that I was not being lazy. But Moonlight Islands? Why does this place name sound familiar? A trace of doubt flashed through Yuchen's mind, and then he turned his head to look at the lieutenant colonel and asked, "We just sailed out of the Moonlight Islands?" The lieutenant colonel nodded, "Yes, the Moonlight Islands where Ziluabia village is located. Ziluabia village. Yi Chen's eyes lit up slightly, as if he suddenly remembered something. Isn't Ziluabia village the place where the Black Cat Pirates Captain 100 Keeped Crow, one of the tool candidates he has always wanted, is located? Judging from the time, Luffy should have defeated Kuro. Even if you haven't defeated me yet, that's okay. For the sake of my future happy life of slacking off in the headquarters, I can also personally convince him. Kroko is a person with superb planning ability and super high IQ. As long as he returns home smoothly, my future life in the headquarters will definitely be more comfortable than Lao Wang's. Thinking of this, Yi Chen seemed particularly relaxed, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He looked at the lieutenant colonel and ordered, "Turn around and head for Ziluabia village." Ah! The lieutenant colonel was stunned for a moment. Then quickly realized that perhaps the colonel wanted to catch more fish on the way and kill more time. After all, this colonel is famous for playing rotten and fishing in vain. Yes. The lieutenant colonel saluted and quickly turned around to convey the order. The huge hull of the warship slowly turned in the waves and headed towards Ziluabia village. Yu Chen walked to the bow, looked at the sea in the distance, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. He murmured, "Crow, from now on, it depends on whether you are willing to work hard for my comfortable life of idling around." Barity, the restaurant on the sea. The atmosphere became a little tense. Luffy successfully found his favorite chef Sanji, but there was no time to discuss these things. Oh my god, that's the main ship of the Krieg pirates, the overlord of the East Sea. A guest in the restaurant pointed into the distance and screamed, his voice filled with incredible fear. But the main ship looks like it's about to fall apart. Another customer muttered, his tone full of uneasiness. The crowd's whispers gradually increased, and all eyes were focused on the damaged flagship. After being defeated by Mihawk, the remnants of the Krieg pirates have fled to Barity in a panic, and the dilapidated main ship looks like a lonely soul drifting here. Tap tap tap. With heavy footsteps, Krieg and his subordinate Aiken, looking tired, led the surviving pirates onto the deck of the Barity. Krieg had many wounds on his body, his armor was torn to pieces, and his eyes were filled with fatigue and violence. "Hey! Prepare food for hundreds of people and plenty of drinking water for us, quickly!" Krieg shouted coldly, as if he could not see the horrified looks of the people around him. "That damn Hawkeye guy is still chasing us, we don't have time." He turned his head and looked at the solid hull of the Barity, with a trace of greed in his eyes. "This ship is good. Lao Zi wants it." He shouted arrogantly, "I'll give you 10 minutes to get off Lao Zi's boat." "Hey! I'm not full yet." Luffy muttered as he chewed the delicious piece of meat, without any fear in his eyes. "I am going to be the man of One Piece, what is there to be afraid of? Hawkeye man." Zoro's ears caught the key words, and his expression instantly became solemn and excited. He turned his head sharply to look at Krieg, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. In this world, the only person who can be called Hawkeye Man is that man. At this moment, a dazzling slash came from a distance, like a bolt of lightning splitting the sea, directly cutting Krieg's main ship in half. Boom! With a loud bang, the main ship was cut in two. The hull let out a mournful cry as it could not bear the heavy weight and gradually sank into the sea. In the distance, a coffin-shaped boat slowly floated over, and sitting on the boat was the man who exuded a terrifying and oppressive feeling. The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk. Zoro's voice was slightly low, with an uncontrollable excitement. His eyes were gleaming with a fierce fighting spirit, his blood seemed to be boiling, and his breathing became rapid. Zoro slowly raised his hands and tied the green headscarf, a symbol of determination, tightly around his forehead. The moment the headscarf was tied, he seemed to have entered a special state. All distracting thoughts disappeared at this moment. And the only thing left in his mind was the man in front of him and the insurmountable goal. "Let's have a showdown." Zoro's eyes were blazing, and he clenched the two katanas tightly with both hands, squeezing them until his knuckles turned white. He knew very well in his heart that the man standing in front of him was the legendary world's greatest swordsman. The ultimate goal of all swordsmen. The duel that I have dreamed of for many years has finally arrived. Mihawk looked at the young swordsman with eyes full of determination, with a hint of amusement and appreciation in his eyes. He raised his eyes slightly and looked at Zoro. His sharp eagle-like gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the other's soul and see through his determination. "Nice look," Mihawk said calmly. He recalled Yi Chen's knife-wielding posture and his unique breathing method, which still left a deep impression in his mind. "Okay." Mihawk smiled slightly, with a faint arc on the corner of his mouth. "It's a good opportunity to practice the knife skills I just learned." Chapter 13. You and I are both a little bit behind Yuchen. The sea area near Ziluabia village. The warship sailed steadily among the waves. Yuchen and the lieutenant colonel stood at the bow, and several marine soldiers were standing on the lookout, vigilantly searching for movements around them. Yi Chen's gaze lingered on the distant horizon. He turned to look at the lieutenant colonel beside him, with a slight smile on his face. "Lieutenant Colonel, how much bounty on pirates can I cancel with my current status? Or do I need to ask Lao Huang for a special application?" In fact, he already had a plan in mind, which was to bring CLO under his command. In addition to convincing him personally, he also had to resolve the issue of Crow's identity as a pirate and remove his bounty from the marine list. "I am not sure whether my current authority is sufficient to do this." "Revoke the bounty." The lieutenant colonel looked at Yi Chen in surprise, his eyes full of doubt. "Are you planning to cancel the bounty on a pirate worth hundreds of millions?" "How many hundreds of millions?" Yi Chen touched his chin. He remembered that the bounty on CLO was only 16 million berries. It should be a pirate with a bounty of more than 10 million berries. The lieutenant colonel was stunned for a moment, then he couldn't help laughing. The colonel still didn't fully realize his identity and status. "Colonel, you are the only adjutant of Admiral Kizaru, the most powerful general in the headquarters. Although your rank is colonel, your real power is comparable to that of a major general in the headquarters. For pirates with bounties below 100 million, you only need to write an application statement and submit it. After approval by the headquarters, it can basically be revoked. Is that so?" "Not bad, not bad." Yuchen nodded with satisfaction. "Can Lao Huang, as the adjutant, still do some small things? I am very satisfied with this." At this moment, a marine soldier hurried forward, stood up, and saluted, and reported with a serious expression, "Report. We found a shabby pirate ship ahead. According to our observation, there seem to be some pirate remnants left on the ship." "Remnants?" Yi Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. "What kind of flag is that?" "Report, it's the flag of the Black Cat Pirates." "Black Cat?" Hearing this name, Yuchen's eyes narrowed slightly, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, with a hint of inexplicable excitement and expectation in his eyes. "Is it the Black Cat Pirates of the 100 Stratagems Crow?" "Yes, confirmed." The soldier nodded firmly. "Very good." Yuchen's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. "I finally found you, CLO." He then waved his hand and ordered, "Approach that pirate ship. Capture them all." The lieutenant colonel stared with wide eyes at the shabby pirate ship gradually approaching in front of him, his face full of shock and doubt. He thought to himself, "This should be the pirates who lost after the pirates robbed each other, right? Colonel, did you plan this in advance?" "If I remember correctly, Black Cat Crow, East Daxia Sea Overlord Krieg, and Arlong of the Dragon Pirates are the three people with the highest bounties in the East Daxia Sea. I thought the colonel was just going to give up, but I didn't expect that his target was actually the top pirate in this sea. As expected, he is worthy of being Admiral Kizaru's adjutant. And he directly targets the top-level pirates in this sea area. Everyone listen up." The lieutenant colonel adjusted his mood and then shouted to the soldiers, let's assist Colonel Yuchen and catch all the remaining pirates in one fell swoop. Yuchen was still standing at the bow, smoking a cigar with a playful smile on his face. Everything was under control. Cloperu, Colonel Ben is here. A better life in the headquarters, Colonel Ben is here. At the same time, on the sea not far from the warship, on a pirate ship with a black cat-shaped bow, clothes men were running around in a panic. One of the pirates hurried to the newly awakened Crow and anxiously reported, "Captain, there is a marine warship approaching us quickly. Are you here to chase us?" CLO, who was wrapped in bandages, looked unhappy. He snorted coldly, and his heart was burning with anger. Even a clay man can still have some temper. He gritted his teeth. To him, the Marines from the East Daxia Sea were nothing but trash that he could manipulate at will. Yet they dared to chase them here. I am very angry now because the perfect plan I had planned for 3 years was ruined by a young man. Just kill a few Marines to vent your anger. Clo strode onto the deck, followed closely by a group of pirates. An angry and cruel expression appeared on his face, but when he raised his head and saw the outline of the warship clearly, his expression froze instantly. FK. What the hell? The giant ship of the Marine headquarters. CLO's eyes widened, and he could hardly hide his shock. Why would a huge ship from the Marine headquarters appear in the East Daxia Sea? The huge Marine ship was seen approaching slowly on the sea. The huge ship's shadow was like an unshakable mountain, pressing down on the sea, making the pirates of the Black Cat pirates breathless, as if a dark cloud was pressing down on them. The invisible pressure is suffocating. Before Clo could react, the ferocious Marine soldiers jumped onto the Black Cat pirates' ship one after another, and the lieutenant colonel from the headquarters led the way and headed straight for Clo. Grass. Barity, the restaurant on the sea. Zoro's eyes were filled with unprecedented solemnity and desire. He stared at Mihawk in front of him, the man known as the world's greatest swordsman. I had just set out to sea when I encountered the ultimate goal of my dream. Maybe it was too early, and I might not be strong enough yet, but I was definitely not the kind of man who would back down from a challenge. Try out your new knife skills. Zoro felt a little confused and frowned tightly. Who else in this world can teach Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, swordsmanship? I must have heard it wrong. This is absolutely impossible. Mihawk, to be honest, I didn't expect to run into you so early. Zoro raised his head, his eyes full of determination, but, no matter if it's early or late, I will give it my all. As soon as he finished speaking, Zoro firmly held the Wado Ikimonji in his mouth. It was the sword of faith inherited from Kuina. He slowly assumed his three-sword stance, the blades flashing coldly in the sunlight. Mihawk looked at Zoro in front of him and smiled faintly. He looked around and picked up an ordinary standard knife that had fallen on the ground. I feel a little sorry for using you to test my new sword skills. Mihawk said slowly, with a hint of exploration and curiosity in his voice, but I do want to know how much difference there is between the breathing style I understand and the one performed by Yuchen. What? Zoro's eyes widened suddenly, and he could hardly believe his ears. He looked at Mihawk in surprise, with countless questions flashing through his mind. Is there really a new knife technique? Can someone really teach Mihawk new knife skills? Isn't Mihawk already at the pinnacle of kendo? Breathing style? What kind of knife technique is that? Also, who is Yuchen? But there is no time to think about these questions now. Zoro took a deep breath, an endless fighting spirit ignited in his heart. His goal was right in front of him and he couldn't retreat. With his hands clenched tightly, Zoro stomped the ground hard, and rushed towards Mihawk with a Wado Ikimonji in his mouth, and shouted in a low voice, "Three swords style, demon slash." The knives in both hands attacked Mihawk in a cross posture, as if trying to lock the opponent, while the third knife in the mouth blocked the gap that Mihawk might escape. This attack, like his full-strength roar, carried all the faith of the young swordsman. Mihawk stamped his foot slightly, causing the thin column of seawater to rise and splash around him. My hawk adjusted his breathing gently, and swung the standard knife in his hand gracefully, using superb skills to guide the flying seawater onto the blade. Call. My hawk's breathing gradually became steady, and he whispered, "First form, water surface slash." As he finished speaking, he swung the standard knife in his hand. The blade was shining with water, and a stream of azure water slashed at an extremely fast speed, colliding fiercely with Zoro's demon slash. The two figures crossed, and the sword-light Mizukage drew a dazzling trajectory in the sunlight. Puff! The next moment, Zoro felt a sharp pain in his chest. He took a few steps back involuntarily and looked down at the deep knife wound on his chest. The blood stained his clothes red. Zoro gritted his teeth and tried not to fall down, but his legs couldn't help but tremble slightly. My hawk looked at the young swordsman in front of him with a calm and sharp look. He gently shook off the blood remaining on the knife and said coldly, "Is that all? Compared to that kid Yuchen, you're still a long way behind. The breathing style that I have learned is still far behind that kid Yi-chen." Chapter 14. One day, you will meet him, Colonel Yuchen of Marine Headquarters. Ah! The shrill screams echoed on the Black Cat pirate ship, and the sound waves hit everyone's eardrums, making people shudder. On the ship of the Black Cat pirates, the pirates one by one were ruthlessly subdued by the siege of the marine soldiers. They had no chance to fight back and fell to the ground struggling in embarrassment. Damn it! Such fighting power! CLO gritted his teeth and struggled to resist the fierce attack from the lieutenant colonel in front of him. His eyes were filled with shock and unwillingness, and he glanced around quickly from time to time, trying to find a chance to escape. You are right, the Marines in the East Daxia Sea definitely do not have such combat power. This is the absolute elite of Marine Headquarters. Why? Klo growled in a low voice, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Why would the elite troops of Marine Headquarters appear in the weakest sea, East Sea? Is God going to kill me, CLO? CLO's face was gloomy, and there was a hint of madness in his eyes. He looked at the marine officer with the justice cloak fluttering behind him. The other party's cold and stern offensive oppressed him, making him almost breathless. If this continues, I will be completely suppressed, arrested, and imprisoned, and there will be no chance of recovery. I want to live. I can only use my strongest move. CLO gritted his teeth and growled, "Slap him to death." A powerful force suddenly burst out from his whole body. The figure moved at high speed like a blurry black shadow, and the cat claws in its hands were waved like cold blades of light, launching indiscriminate and deadly attacks. His speed was so fast that he wasn't even sure which target the next blow would fall on. Everyone, go to hell! At the moment when CLO launched the fatal attack, a sneer flashed in the lieutenant colonel's eyes. He leaned slightly to the side, swung the weapon in his hand violently, and accurately blocked CLO's first attack. The lieutenant colonel calmly analyzed this move and whispered, "Shave? No. It seems to be a weakened version of shaving." Before he finished speaking, the lieutenant colonel suddenly stepped on the ground and instantly turned into a shadow and disappeared in front of CLO. Shave. In an instant, the lieutenant colonel appeared in front of CLO, so fast that CLO didn't even have a chance to react. What? CLO's eyes were filled with horror. Not only did he block my own scoop, but it also hit my face in an instant. Bang! The lieutenant colonel's fist hit CLO's abdomen hard. The severe pain invaded his whole body like a flood, causing him to lose all his strength in an instant. He vomited painfully in his throat and fell to the ground helplessly. On the deck, the lieutenant colonel looked coldly at Klo, who was lying on the ground, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. "You have a good talent. With your own efforts, you have initially understood the essence of shaving. No wonder Colonel Yuchen is optimistic about you and is even preparing to apply for the cancellation of the bounty on your behalf." Colonel Yuchen. CLO was breathing heavily, enduring the severe pain in his abdomen. his heart full of confusion and doubt. He looked up at the officer in front of him who had seemingly defeated him easily. How could this man not be the strongest man on this warship? Is there anything stronger? Is this the strength of Marine headquarters? This kind of power is too despairing. Tap tap tap. The steady and powerful sound of military boots stepped onto the Black Cat pirate's deck. As they approached step by step, Yuchen's figure gradually emerged. Very good. Very good. With a cigar in his mouth, Yi Chen glanced at these completely suppressed pirates and raised a satisfied smile. The elite troops of our headquarters were using a dimensionality reduction attack against these small pirates in the East Daxia Sea, and there was no suspense. I watched a good show standing on the warship. It feels so good to be able to control everything without having to do anything yourself. It seems that accepting Lao Wang's invitation is indeed a wise choice. Bite. Host achieved his goal of subduing CLO without taking any action, feeling happy, happiness value plus 500. CLO was half kneeling on the deck, his hair disheveled and his breathing rapid. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at the figure walking towards him slowly. The man in his eyes looked exceptionally young, with a hint of laziness on his handsome face. Was this Colonel Yuchen? Yuchen slowly approached CLO, his eyes calm yet sharp. He stood in front of CLO, with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. Then, he slowly reached out and took out a badge from his pocket. He flicked it casually, and the badge drew an elegant arc in the sunlight, flashing and dancing in the air. 100 Strategies Crow. Yi Chen's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable momentum. Do you want to die, or do you want to live? Cough. Zoro's chest heaved violently, blood seeped out of the wound, and his breathing became heavier. With just one strike, he was completely defeated. This is impossible. Zoro felt unbelievable in his heart. Could such a huge gap really exist? Too strong. The man in front of me is really too strong. Zoro muttered to himself. This was the first time that I truly faced the person who stood at the top of the world, and I suddenly realized my own powerlessness. And the move just now was a sword technique that he had never seen before. Is this the move that Yuchen used that my hawk mentioned? That was a move that he could not understand or achieve at all at the moment. This sea is indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and there are many strong people. I still have a long way to go. However, it was precisely because he saw such a strong man that a raging fire ignited in his heart. My determination to become the world's greatest swordsman has become even stronger. I must become even stronger. Yuchen. My hawk. They are all the ones you want to surpass. Is that all? My hawk said to Zoro. He looked at the young swordsman in front of him. Although his moves were good, they were indeed a little lacking compared to Yi Chen's skills. Each of Yi Chen's cuts was full of strange ideas and brilliant thoughts, but the young man in front of him, although he had a certain talent, was not good enough to be called brilliant. Hello. There should be a limit to how much you can look down on others. Zoro gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with determination. He bit down hard on the Wado Ikimonji, his eyes sharp as a knife. I will use my strongest move to prove myself. Zoro slowly got into position, and he spun the two swords like a windmill, creating a strong gust of wind. Then, he shouted, as if gathering all his strength, and slashed at my hawk with 3 knives at the same time. 3 swords style secret, 3,000 worlds. Zoro came like a violent storm, his blade breaking through the air, unstoppable. An ordinary swordsman, faced with such an attack, would only panic and be unable to defend himself. My hawk saw Zoro's attack, and a glimmer of appreciation flashed in his eyes. He nodded, this move does look like it. He leaned down, tightly gripped the ordinary standard knife in his hand, slowly adjusted his breathing, gently separated his front and back feet, and gathered strength for the attack. Then try this trick. Call. With a breath, my hawk suddenly exploded, and the whole person seemed to turn into a flash of lightning, flashing in front of Zoro in an instant. One form, Thunderbolt Flash. A lightning-fast figure flashed by, and the sword light drew a brilliant trajectory in the air. Pala! Pala! The sound of two knives breaking filled the air, and the two blades in Zoro's hands were completely severed, and the sharp fragments scattered on the deck. Puff! The next moment, a very deep scar appeared on Zoro's chest, intertwining with the shallow scar just now, forming a shocking cross. Cough! Zoro felt a sharp pain in his chest and a fishy sweet taste in his throat. He could no longer suppress it and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning pale. Completely defeated. My strongest move was easily broken. Too strong. Clang! With a crisp sound, the Wado Ikimonji slipped from his mouth and fell on the deck. Zoro felt that his body could no longer support him and fell forward sideways. But even so, he still used up the last bit of his strength, and at the moment of falling, he tried to turn himself around and fall on his back. Oh! Mihawk raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the fallen Zoro. Even though the young swordsman was injured and fell to the ground, he still kept his face facing upwards and was unwilling to face the ground. A meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, the will to move forward courageously. Not bad. Cough. Zoro coughed violently, the pain in his chest made his vision a little blurry, but his eyes remained firm and persistent. I am not as skilled as the other person. This time, I lost. But I will not stop moving forward. Zoro fumbled on the deck with one trembling hand and finally caught the Wado Ikimonji that had fallen on the deck. With a determined light in his eyes, he held up the Wado Ikimonji and shouted to Mihawk, I will definitely surpass you. Surpass that Yuchin. His voice echoed in the sea breeze, with an unyielding will, and seemed to break through the clouds. Mihawk looked at Zoro, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing an appreciative smile. I accept your will. He paused for a moment, then lowered his head slightly, and said solemnly, Boy, tell me your name. Zoro smiled and gritted his teeth and said, Roronoa Zoro. Very good, Roronoa Zoro. Mihawk nodded slightly, his voice as clear and sharp as a knife, keep going, towards the throne of the strongest in the world. Try to surpass me before Yuchin surpasses me. Zoro gasped and looked at Mihawk, who is Yuchin you are talking about? He thought back to the fight just now. Every move and every style of Mihawk had a completely new style. A unique sword technique that he had never seen before. Were the moves you just performed all the ones Yuchin used? Yes. Mihawk nodded slightly, both moves come from his breathing style. But there is another trick that I am also thinking about. Mihawk's eyes flashed with contemplation, and the image of Yi Chen using dazzling dragon head dance appeared in his mind again. The mystery of that sword technique was so profound that even he himself had not yet fully mastered it. Zoro's eyes widened in shock. What? You also have a move that you haven't figured out? He found it incredible that the man in front of him was known as the world's greatest swordsman. A move that even Mihawk couldn't figure out? Who is Yuchin? This name began to be deeply engraved in Zoro's heart. At the same time, many passengers on the Bharati who were watching the game nearby also began to talk about it. Oh my god, Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman who even defeated the pirate hunter Zoro easily, actually admitted that he has a sword technique that I haven't figured out yet. That's impossible. What's impossible? Mihawk admitted it himself. Who is this Yuchin? Is he also a great swordsman? Why have I never heard of it? Perhaps the real masters all hide their identities. It's possible. Wait, Yuchin? Why do I feel this name is a little familiar? A passenger who lives near branch 186 said thoughtfully. I remember the head of the marine branch near my home was also named Yuchin. Will that? Impossible. That's the man with the title of Shame of the East Daxia Sea Marine. Indeed, I have heard of his name too. The major who called for reinforcements when he encountered pirates brought disgrace to the Marines. I heard that the major only knows how to slack off and sleep during work. After get off work, I went to the Red Street district and slept with all the girls in the Red Street district. This. Is it possible that they are just hiding their strength? Impossible. If he really has this ability, I will eat a pound of it while standing upside down. A passenger assured, patting his chest. My hawk slowly threw the ordinary standard knife in his hand onto the deck, a smile on his face. He had already enjoyed today's battle very much. I'm going to go home and sleep. After I wake up, I will continue to ponder the mystery of the dazzling dragon head dance. Yi Chen, what exactly is your identity? Zoro muttered to himself as he panted, looking at my hawk in front of him. My hawk turned and glanced at Zoro, raised his lips slightly, and said meaningfully, "Keep sailing, Roronoa Zoro. One day, you will meet him, Colonel Yuchen of Marine Headquarters." Chapter 15 Zoro, main objective updated, defeat Colonel Yuchen. Barity, the restaurant on the sea. When my hawk announced Yuchen's identity, the entire restaurant fell into silence. In the dead silence, everyone's faces were filled with surprise and confusion. Colonel Yuchen. Someone in the crowd murmured. Same name, same surname, both are Marine. Could it be that the Colonel Yuchen mentioned by Lord Mihawk and the Major Yuchen of the 186th branch we know are just the same name? Someone speculated quietly, with a hint of uncertainty in his voice. There are so many Marines, this must be a duplicate. Yes, it must be a duplicate name. More people nodded. A colonel in the headquarters and a major in the East Daxia Sea branch are completely different. That's too far away. How could a major known as the Ashame of the East Daxia Sea be promoted to colonel overnight? It's absolutely impossible. That's right, it's totally unacceptable. The people around him also quickly echoed, how could he have such shitty luck and rise to the top in one step? That's right, ha 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 ha. Damn Yuchen. Almost, wanted to eat. The man who had just threatened to eat a pound of food while standing upside down now said this angrily, his voice full of relief and disdain. However, their self-consolation did not last long. My hawk slowly glanced at the passengers who were watching. His eyes were as sharp as a knife, which directly suppressed the noise in the air into silence. That kid Yuchen is indeed from the 186 Marine branch. My hawk said coldly, with a hint of unquestionable majesty in his voice, he is what you call the Ashame of the East Daxia Sea. Having said that, my hawk paused for a moment, his eyes fixed sharply on those who had just mocked Yi Chen. His observation Haki sensed their every word clearly. It's okay the first time, that kid really likes to slack off and play badly, but you dared to continue to laugh at him the second time. Do you think Yuchen is just lucky? Listen to me. My hawk sneered, his voice deep and powerful, Yi Chen is a man recognized by Lao Zi. He will be the next person to sit on the throne of the strongest in the world. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk nonsense here? My hawk's words were like a chill wind that pierced everyone's bones, freezing all the mocking words. His pressure made the passengers silent, and they all lowered their heads, not daring to say another word. A spoil sport. My hawk snorted disdainfully, lifted his cloak lightly, then turned around without any reluctance and stepped onto the coffin boat. Call. After my hawk left, some people in the restaurant finally breathed a sigh of relief, but the heavy feeling of oppression still lingered in everyone's heart. What? Someone asked in a trembling voice, is it really that Yi Chen? It's true. How is this possible? My hawk said it himself, how could it be false? Someone refuted weakly, but the confidence in his voice had been lost. Dude, didn't you say you were going to eat a pound of food while standing upside down? A man couldn't help but come closer and teased with a smile on his face. The man who had just threatened to eat a pound of rice while standing upside down was sweating all over. He was stared at by everyone around him, and felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. He smiled dryly, I want to eat fried rice. Haha, I like Bharati's fried rice the best. That's fine. The man smiled meaningfully, then took out a camera phone bug from his pocket and said loudly, then, you start. I'm a reporter from the Donghae Daily. You'll be famous, bro. Grass. On the other side, Zoro lay quietly on the deck, his eyes closed, breathing rapidly, and the wounds on his body aching slightly. But a new fire ignited in his heart, burning every inch of his will. Colonel Yuchen. Zoro thought back to Mihawk's words, and a nameless fighting spirit surged in his heart. It turns out that someone is really close to the throne of the strongest in the world. Although he lost the battle with Mihawk, it made his goal clearer. Before surpassing Mihawk, he must first surpass a more realistic goal, Yuchen. Mihawk. Zoro whispered, holding tightly the only remaining Wado Ikemonji, his eyes filled with firm belief. Next, I will definitely surpass Yuchen and move towards the throne of the strongest in the world. At this moment, a burst of shrill laughter came from inside Bharati, as if to vent the pent-up fear and unwillingness. Ha 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 ha, that scary Hawkeye man is finally gone. Krieg laughed triumphantly, his chest heaving violently with laughter, as if he had just been saved from hell. How dare that stupid three-sword-style idiot face off against a monster like that? Krieg's eyes were filled with contempt, and he sneered, who does he think he is? What happened? It's fine now. What happened? You were seriously injured, right? You deserved it. The remnants of the Krieg pirates also laughed along, and for a moment, the whole restaurant was filled with their unbridled laughter. Everyone seemed to be rejoicing at their luck for escaping the disaster, while at the same time feeling extremely proud of the misfortunes of others. In order to win, using any means necessary is the right thing to do. The spirit of kendo and being upright are all jokes. Krieg's eyes were cold, and his words were full of sarcasm and disdain. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Krieg's smug laughter caused his men to laugh even louder, but at this moment, he was suddenly slapped hard on the back. Krieg was stunned by the blow and turned around suddenly, only to see an uninvited guest standing in front of him. It was a young man wearing a straw hat, with a serious look on his face and his fists slowly clenched. Hello. Luffy's voice was filled with strong anger, don't you dare say that about my friend. His usual cheerful expression disappeared without a trace, replaced by a face full of determination and anger. That was a duel between swordsmen. You have no right to laugh at it. Before Krieg could react, Luffy's fist had already stretched back quickly, and there was a tearing sound in the air, rubber bazooka. Boom! With a loud bang, Luffy's fist hit Krieg's chest like a cannonball. The force was so great that it instantly shattered his golden armor, and fragments flew everywhere. Krieg was blown away like a rag. Cough! Krieg fell to the ground and knelt down, blood gushing out of his mouth, and all the strength in his body seemed to be drained away in an instant. The remnants of the Krieg pirates were already hungry and exhausted, and Luffy, Sanji and Usopp attacked them one after another, leaving them without any chance to fight back. The remaining pirates were knocked down one after another. And the area around Bharati was in ruins. On Kizaru's warship, the air in the cabin seemed a little depressing. Bai Gclo was sweating profusely. Facing Yi Chen's gaze, he felt unprecedented pressure. The air in the cabin seemed to become heavy. The question, do you want to die, or do you want to live? It seemed like a fork in my destiny. CLO suppressed his inner panic, his throat was a little dry, and he swallowed hard. There is no doubt that I want to live. As a man as cunning as a fox, he would never be willing to lose his life so easily, especially in front of the person in front of him. He sensed a faint hope of life. Since Colonel Yuchen gave this choice, it means that I have a chance to survive. This opportunity must not be missed. I want to live. Hearing this, Yi Chen smiled slightly and nodded, very good. Just want to live, if I can convince myself, I don't want to do it myself, it's too troublesome. He looked at the lieutenant colonel beside him. Lieutenant Colonel, I want to talk to him alone. Upon hearing this, the lieutenant colonel nodded, appearing very tactful. He immediately turned around and walked out of the cabin, closing the door, leaving them with a closed space. The suffocating silence returned to the air again. Klo felt an invisible oppression and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. Yuchen spoke slowly, Crow, follow me, you can survive. Chapter 16 Colonel Yuchen, Marine Soldier, CLO, reports to you. If I follow you, I can live. CLO was stunned for a moment. He knew the weight of this sentence. He didn't fully understand what it meant to follow Yuchen, but at least he could survive. Instead of being taken to prison like other pirates, living a dark life as a prisoner, and finally being executed. Complex emotions surged in CLO's heart. Only when he was alive could he have everything. He must seize this opportunity. He took a deep breath, his eyes became firm, and then he lowered his body, kneeled on the ground, and knelt in front of Yuchen, whispering, Colonel Yuchen, I want to live. These short words carry a desire for submission and survival. Very good. Yi Chen smiled, revealing a hint of satisfaction. I like smart people, and talking to them is easy and clear. But superficial loyalty is not enough. What he needs is complete loyalty, a loyal subordinate who can completely make him feel at ease and handle tedious matters. Sit down. Yuchen pointed to the chair next to him, motioning for CLO to sit down, and then asked, besides living, what else do you want? CLO hesitated and frowned slightly. His mind flashed back to the time when he was on the run from Marine, miserable and homeless. I'm tired of the pirate life, I want a stable life. A stable life. Yi Chen nodded, no problem, come with me to the Marine headquarters. There is no safer place on this ocean than the Marine headquarters. Marine headquarters, before the Battle of Marineford, it was almost the safest place in the world. Even though the Holy Land, Marijoa, was once invaded by the fisherman tiger, the Marine headquarters remained standing, as solid as a rock. Even Shiki, the Golden Lion, was arrested in front of the headquarters by Sengoku and Garp with hatred. During the war at the top, I could have just been like Lao Huang, leisurely fishing and watching the show with peace of mind. Marine headquarters. CLO listened to Yuchen's answer and nodded slightly. Indeed, the Marine headquarters, that is the core power of the world government, a place that pirates avoid at all costs, and it is much safer than any corner of the East Daxia Sea. Yuchen looked at CLO with burning eyes and spoke again, anything else? CLO was stunned for a moment and lowered his head in thought. He thought about the fact that his plan, which he had spent 3 years planning, was disrupted by an inexplicable rubber boy, and his heart was suddenly filled with resentment. He clenched his fists, his eyes showing determination. I want to become stronger, even more powerful. Only a stronger power can allow me to live safely. Oh! Yuchen raised his eyebrows, feeling both surprised and reasonable at CLO's answer. In this vast ocean, power is everything. Without power, how can there be stability? CLO's desire was obvious, but Yuchen was deeply satisfied with this desire. He thought for a moment, then smiled slightly, looked down at his remaining happiness value, and glanced at the badge in his hand. Host remaining pleasure value, 101520. Ghosts and Gods. Excellent blue item, current star rating, 3 stars, highest 3 stars. Consume vitality to gain the possibility of breaking through your talent limit. The higher the star level, the greater the probability of breaking through. And the higher the talent limit is. Only available to those whose original talent is below the level of Lieutenant General of Marine Headquarters. After the breakthrough and complete digestion of the item effect, the talent can reach the level of Elite Lieutenant General of the headquarters. After the excellent blue items reach 3 stars, you can use pleasure points to break through to the ceiling level. The pleasure points required for breaking through, 100,000. After breaking through to the ceiling level purple item, the breakthrough rate reaches 100%, and the talent can reach the headquarters general level. His original plan was to save up 150,000 happiness points and then spend 100,000 happiness points to upgrade Ghost Attraction to purple, but he didn't expect to meet CLO so soon, and he just happened to have the need to become stronger. In this case, there is no need to hesitate any longer. It is better to go with the flow and let him break through directly. Why split something that can be solved once into 2? It's so troublesome. Bite. Host spends 100,000 pleasure points to break through the ghost to the ceiling level, remaining pleasure points, 1,520. Yuchen gently played with the badge in his hand, then handed it to CLO. This, what is this? It makes you very powerful, but it has its cost. This, a small badge can make people stronger. Chloe frowned in confusion. You can try it. Yi Chen said calmly, with a hint of temptation and unquestionable power in his tone, however, using it will consume your vitality. And He paused, and smiled meaningfully, it can help you replenish the vitality you have consumed. This. CLO's heart sank suddenly, and he understood the meaning. Using the badge consumes vitality, but Yi Chen can replenish it for him, which means that as long as he is loyal to Yi Chen, he can guarantee that he will not die from the loss of strength. However, once you develop a rebellious heart, what awaits you is only the loss of vitality and death from old age. This is really a condition that does not allow for the slightest regret. Chloe murmured in a low voice, his tone full of bitterness and helplessness, but his eyes flashed with determination. As a former pirate, I know very well that this sea is full of betrayal, and some means are indeed necessary. He took a deep breath and gripped the badge tightly. A small silver needle on the badge suddenly pierced out and instantly cut CLO's finger. Chloe frowned, feeling the pain, but he didn't let go. Power was running wildly in his blood, surging with an unprecedented enthusiasm. He deeply felt that his talent was undergoing a transformation. The most direct feeling was that he could now fully understand the shaving that the lieutenant colonel had used to defeat him before. That is the advanced version of scoop to death. Now, I can clearly understand the force and usage techniques of this move, just like it belonged to me from the beginning. Is this the power of a breakthrough in talent? CLO whispered to himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. An unprecedented picture suddenly emerged in his mind. If he could persevere in tempering this power, his future height could actually reach the level of an admiral of the Marine headquarters. General Black Cat. CLO murmured, with a hint of excitement and anticipation that could not be concealed on the corner of his mouth, what an exciting goal. At the same time, CLO felt that the color of his hair was quietly changing. The originally dark black hair color gradually began to become a mixture of black and white. It was a sign of overdrawn vitality, symbolizing the price he paid for strength at this moment. Yi Chen watched all this quietly, with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. What he wanted was CLO's awareness and loyalty, so that he could become a sharp and reliable knife in his hand. Then, Yuchen took out a census bean from his arms and handed it to CLO. Senzu beans. It can repair the vitality consumed by accidents, and restore external and internal injuries, but is ineffective against common physical illnesses. CLO was slightly stunned, then he took the senzu bean without thinking, took a bite, and let the vitality spread in his body. He felt that the warm energy was rapidly repairing his body, gradually restoring his vitality that had been overdrawn due to the use of the badge. However, although his vitality was restored to some extent, he understood that the power of this one senzu bean was far from enough to make up for all his losses. CLO stood there, clenched his fists, felt the changes in his body, and his eyes were filled with gratitude and determination. He never thought that one day he would possess such power, the power to change his destiny and reshape himself. What gave him all this was not some mysterious devil fruit, nor the plan he had painstakingly worked on in the East Daxia Sea, but the man in front of him, a man who seemed casual and cynical, but was actually unfathomable, Yi Chen. This is definitely not an ordinary colonel of the headquarters. CLO took a deep breath. He understood his identity and knew that from today on he would never be able to go back to his past path. The pirate Crow, who used to be able to plan and strategize and claimed to have 100 strategies, has become history. Now he is a marine soldier and Yu Chen's subordinate. No need to question, no need to hesitate. Klo said to himself silently in his heart, I just need to do my best to complete every task assigned by the colonel and completely get rid of the shadow of the loser in the past. He straightened his back, put his feet together, placed his right hand on his forehead, looked at Yu Chen firmly, and bowed deeply. Colonel Yu Chen. CLO said in a calm but powerful voice, Marine soldier, CLO, reporting to you. Yu Chen looked at CLO bowing in front of him with satisfaction, a smile on his face. Very good, the best tool person is in place, and what awaits me next is a pleasant life in the headquarters. Old Huang, when there is a task, just be busy. And I already have my first tool person, and I have taken a big step towards starting things freely in the headquarters. I am the Marines' Bad King. Chapter 17 Shocked. The world's greatest swordsman Mihawk personally admitted that he encountered East Daxia Sea. On the deck of the warship, a small table was placed in the middle of the deck. 3 people were sitting around the table, playing landlord enthusiastically. King Bomb. CLO played the biggest card in his hand expressionlessly, with a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I can't bear it. The lieutenant colonel sighed and gently put down the cards in his hand. Pass. Yu Chen shrugged. Klo raised the corner of his mouth slightly, looked at the cards on the table, then looked at the remaining cards in his hand, and after thinking for a moment, he decided on the next strategy for playing cards. According to the rules, he and the lieutenant colonel are on the same team, and their goal is to work together to fight against the landlord, Colonel Yu Chen. At this moment, the colonel only has 6 cards left in his hand. According to his own calculations, the colonel still has a medium straight and a small card in his hand. If you want the colonel to win, you must defuse the 4-3 bombs in your hand and then play a small straight for the colonel to run. CLO's eyes lit up and he whispered, 3 4 5 6 7. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and raised a faint smile, take care of it. He played the cards lightly, and then shouted without hesitation, put in the order. Excuse me. Hey, run. Yu Chen clapped his hands, stood up, and smiled. This. The lieutenant colonel shook his head helplessly. At this time, a marine soldier hurried over, stood up, and saluted, Colonel, this is today's Donghai Daily. Good. Yu Chen took the newspaper, sat back in his chair as if nothing had happened, and began to read it. For him, reading the newspaper during work hours and learning about major events at sea has become a part of daily life. He enjoyed this kind of life. Then Colonel, I'll check the route to see if there is any deviation. The lieutenant colonel stood up, saluted Yi Chen, and left the cabin. CLO followed closely behind, silently following the lieutenant colonel, observing and learning how to adapt to the new life, how to play the role of a soldier in the marine, and learning the responsibilities and disciplines behind this identity. Crow has never been so serious, because he knows very well that his identity as a pirate is completely a thing of the past. Now, he is a marine, a soldier under Colonel Yu Chen. In order to fully integrate himself into his new identity, CLO's life seemed to vibrate on 2 strings. One was studying and the other was exercising. The purpose of learning is to better master the affairs of this department and become Colonel Yu Chen's right-hand man in the future. Training is to improve one's combat effectiveness so that one can cope with various troubles that may be encountered in the future. As for the colonel, he's already so strong, so what if he plays badly? At the Colonel's request, the bounty on the Black Cat pirates has been revoked, and other captured members have been arranged to undergo labor reform in various branches along the way. Those with outstanding performance may even have the opportunity to join the Marine and start a new chapter. CLO knew very well that he had no way out, nor did he need one. Becoming stronger and more stable is my goal. And by following Colonel Yuchen, you can achieve your goals. So, the Colonel's demands are my own goals. As Yi Chen's subordinate, he would handle all matters in an orderly manner, for Yi Chen and for himself. Go ahead, go ahead. Yu Chen waved his hand and watched CLO leave, with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. The new subordinate made rapid progress. In just a few days, CLO adjusted his positioning and posture. Now it seems that my decision to return to Ziluabia village was extremely correct. CLO is the key to his happy and lazy life. He can help deal with those tedious affairs and completely free up his time. Thinking about his future self being able to sit leisurely in the office of Marine headquarters and read the newspaper, Yi Chen smiled. Beautiful. He lit a cigar and took a deep puff. The smoke swirled around his lips, filling him with a relaxing atmosphere. He casually opened the Donghai Daily in his hand. Shocking. The world's greatest swordsman Mihawk personally admitted that he encountered a sword technique that he could not comprehend. Seeing this title, Yu Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Look at Lao Mi's news. He smiled playfully and continued reading. Mihawk defeated pirate hunter Zoro in 2 moves. And you admit that these 2 moves came from a colonel of the Marine headquarters. There's another trick that even Mihawk himself hasn't figured out yet. Because we have not obtained Mr. Mihawk's authorization, the names of the moves and his name will not be published. This reporter is quite sensible. Is he afraid of being chopped by Lao Mi? Yi Chen flicked the cigar ash, a trace of displeasure flashed across his face. Zhao, Lao Mi's comprehension is heaven-defying, he actually managed to secretly learn my moves. If you secretly learn my knife skills and don't bring me 2 bottles of fine red wine as compensation next time we meet, I will not let this matter go easily. As he was thinking, Yu Chen's eyes stopped at the last few pages of the newspaper, and suddenly a hint of joy appeared on his face. Yo! He flipped open the photo in the newspaper, which clearly showed a man standing upside down, stretching his head and neck downward with difficulty, trying to eat a bowl of fried rice piled high with egg with his mouth. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and chuckled. Who is this? So miserable that he actually eats such a big bowl of fried rice while standing upside down. Who did this offend? The man in the photo had an extremely painful expression, as if he had tried his best, but he ended up losing his balance in the next photo and fell down in a miserable state. Among the onlookers, every face was smiling happily, and many people even laughed to the point of tears. Ha 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 ha. This guy is so funny. Yu Chen laughed out loud, holding his belly. The sound echoed in the cabin, and the joy from the bottom of his heart was beyond words. Bite. Host is slacking off by reading the newspaper during work hours, and today's newspaper is more interesting than yesterday's. Host is in a good mood, and his happiness value is plus 500. At this moment, the cabin door was gently pushed open, and the lieutenant colonel walked in quickly. He saluted with a serious look and reported, "Colonel, the course is normal. It is expected to reach Roach Town in half a day." Yi Chen nodded, closed the newspaper gently, and thought to himself, Roger Town. Coming to the world of pirates, it's nice to travel around. Let's just go sightseeing all the way back to the headquarters. And by the time he returns to the headquarters, Krona should be fully familiar with all military affairs and be able to handle all matters with ease. By then, I can completely get rid of those tedious affairs and live a truly bad life. Donghai, a long paradise. Accompanied by a cry of rubber, rubber, tomahawk, that resounded through the sky, Luffy's figure leaped into the sky like a sharp arrow, his feet stretched vigorously upwards, and smashed down suddenly with destructive power. This kick hit Aaron's head hard, the air was torn apart, and a violent shock wave exploded in the air. The terrifying force was like thunder, knocking Aaron directly to the ground, and the entire building of Aaron Park was also destroyed. Objects collapsed instantly under the huge force. Accompanied by a loud boom, the sound of the wall collapsing echoed like thunder, rubble and tiles flew everywhere, and thick smoke and dust filled the sky. And Aaron's arrogant smile also disappeared. Ah! A shrill scream was heard from the chaos. It was the rat colonel of the 16th Marine Branch who wanted to take advantage of the situation, but was coldly blocked by Zoro. The Battle of the Straw Hat Pirates not only overthrew Arlong's rule, but also completely exposed the corrupt marine who once oppressed the people and colluded with the fishmen. What followed was a just trial. This battle also officially brought the Straw Hat Pirates into the sight of Marine headquarters. A few young figures caused a huge wave on the sea. Along with this major event, the high bounty of 30 million berries for Straw Hat Luffy quickly made this fledgling young pirate the focus of the entire East Daxia Sea. As the sun sets, the orange-yellow afterglow shines on the ruins of the A-Long Paradise, while in the distant sea, the Mary is sailing towards its next destination against the sea breeze. The Grand Route. Usopp stood at the stern, his hands clenched, his eyes flashing with fear and desire for the unknown. Don't forget the supplies you'll need for the voyage. Nami reminded with a smile, her eyes slightly narrowed, as if she was calculating the expenses. Nami sauce. Zoro was still resting on the deck with his eyes closed, his arms behind his head, looking nonchalant, but the faint smile at the corner of his mouth revealed his anticipation for future challenges. Chef Sanji smiled, lit a cigarette, and looked at the gradually receding ruins of A-Long Paradise, his eyes full of trust and tacit understanding with his partners. The Mary swayed in the sea breeze, its sails billowing in the wind, and its flag with a skull wearing a straw hat flying high. Let's go! Luffy stood at the bow and waved excitedly. Next stop, the town of beginning and end, Rogue Town. Members of the Straw Hat Pirates before the Grand Line. Chapter 18. You only care about yourself, but I always think about my brothers. In Rogue Town, the sea breeze blows gently. The Marine Branch Director's office in Rogue Town. Bulu bulu. The phone bug's voice suddenly rang, loud and urgent. Smoker held his cigar in his mouth, frowned impatiently, and reached out to answer the phone. Hello. Smoker spoke, with a cold tone in his words. Major Smoker, the new headquarters Colonel Yuchin will arrive in Rogue Town in 2 hours. The voice coming from the other side made Smoker's face change slightly. After listening for a moment, he bit his cigar fiercely, frowned, and cursed in a low voice, "Damn, it's actually true." He suddenly took off the cigar, bit off a section, and the ash fell to the ground. Anger and disdain flashed in his eyes. The shameful marine from the East Daxia Sea was actually transferred back to the headquarters. What are those guys at the headquarters thinking? A bunch of rotten old guys. Why don't you just expel him from Marine? The soldiers next to him were already used to it. Major Smoker was such a person who went his own way and refused to be controlled. It was only natural to contradict his superiors. Boom! The sound of pushing the door interrupted Smoker's anger. Colonel Smoker. Dashki walked in, holding a newspaper tightly in her hand, with a bit of nervousness and eagerness on her face. Look. What's the big deal? Yes. Colonel. Dashki walked quickly to Smoker and handed over the newspaper in his hand, with some excitement in his voice. A new big pirate has been born in the East Daxia Sea. Oh. Smoker's interest was aroused and his eyebrows were raised slightly. Straw Hat Luffy has a bounty of 30 million berries. Dashki took out the reward order sandwiched in the newspaper and handed it to Smoker. Smoker took the reward order and stared at the smiling face. His expression gradually became serious, and he tapped his finger on the reward list. Luffy. It's impossible for a man like this not to prepare to go to the Grand Route. Arrest him in Rogue Town. Yes. Major Smoker, there's one more thing. Dusky pointed to the headlines in the newspaper. My Hawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, met a Marine headquarters colonel in the East Daxia Sea and encountered sword skills that even he couldn't see through. What? Smoker was stunned, his brows furrowed, and the expression on his face quickly turned serious. He grabbed the newspaper and quickly scanned the contents, his eyes becoming more and more solemn. Damn, why do you have a premonition that a storm is coming? How could my Hawk, the man known as the greatest swordsman in the world, appear in the East Daxia Sea? Also met a colonel from the headquarters in the East Daxia Sea? What's even more outrageous is that this colonel of the headquarters actually knows the sword skills that even my Hawk can't see through. This is simply unbelievable. Smoker couldn't help but feel nervous. He rubbed his brows, feeling anxious. Although he didn't like those pirates who were closely related to the world government, he had to admit that my Hawk was truly powerful. A headquarters colonel that even my Hawk recognizes? Who is it? Damn Donghai Daily Reporter, please write clearly. Major Smoker, the most popular colonel in the East Daxia Sea recently, should be, only Colonel Yuchen. Dashki spoke uncertainly, with a hint of hesitation in her voice, but she couldn't help but make a bold guess. Will. It can't be him. Smoker interrupted her directly, his brows furrowed and his eyes shining with determination. He took the cigar away from his mouth and flicked the ashes hard. How can that lazy guy master sword skills that even my Hawk can't see through? He is just a bad marine who was transferred back to the headquarters because of his connections. There is no real material at all. He is the shame of Donghai. This time he can get out of Donghai. Laozi is almost so happy that he sets off fireworks to celebrate. Smoker became angrier as he talked, and his mind began to recall the appearance of that man, his lazy posture, unable to even stand up straight. A guy who eats and waits to die. He gritted his teeth and his eyes were full of fire. If this kind of person can be recognized by my Hawk, Laozi will. Smoker did not continue, he waved his hand and said to Dusky, by the way, get ready, that BD is coming soon. What? Dashiki was stunned, with an expression of disbelief on her face. Colonel Yuchen won't take the comm belt back to headquarters. Humph, you're thinking of being lazy and not going through the doldrums, so you can spend more time enjoying the road. Smoker snorted. Go get ready and show that guy the power of the Rogue Town branch. Yes. Watching Dashiji leave, Smoker lit the cigar in his hand again, and the smoke slowly rose in front of him. He looked at the sea outside the window with cold eyes, as if it was going to rain. Woo! A long whistle sounded in the sky above Rogue Town, resounding in every corner of the town, like a roar from the deep sea. The huge warship slowly sailed into the port of Rogue Town. The flag on the mainmast of the warship fluttered in the wind, with the word yellow printed on it, symbolizing the extraordinary origin of this ship. This huge ship of the Marine headquarters caused a commotion around the port, and many people gathered around curiously, watching this uninvited guest. The ship is as huge as a hill and looks extremely majestic when docked at the port. On the deck, Yuchen stood at the bow with a cigar in his mouth, his eyes leisurely scanning the nearby Rogue Town. The sea breeze made the justice cloak behind him flutter. He raised his head, squinted his eyes and looked at the gloomy sky. He seemed to smell the moist smell in the air, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Hey, is it going to rain? He murmured to himself, his voice was not loud but revealed a nonchalant and carefree attitude. Pa! With a slight sound, an exquisite umbrella was quietly opened. Chloe stood behind him, silently holding an umbrella to shield him from the possible rain. Call! Yi Chen gently exhaled a smoke ring, and the smoke spread in the air. He slowly turned his head and looked at the busy streets of the port, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Yes, very prosperous. It is several times more prosperous than the 186th branch I stayed in before. I will definitely have fun this time. Old Huang, go out and have fun by yourself. And I, with my brothers, are free and easy. That's the difference. He waved his hand, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Let's go and have some fun. All expenses will be charged to the Logue Town branch. Yes. A hotel in the town of Rog. A man in a dark green coat suddenly raised his head, his eyes sharp and cold. His face was serious and his black hair was casually draped over his shoulders. There is a conspicuous red square tattoo on his left cheek, which looks particularly eye-catching and mysterious. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, the father of Straw Hat Luffy. This time he came to Rogue Town specifically because he learned a special news: his son, Monkey D. Luffy, is about to set sail from the East Daxia Sea and head towards the Grand Line. He knew that this sea did not belong to the timid, nor would it favor those who were unwilling to take risks. Everyone who sets sail has an undying faith in his heart. As a father, Long knows this very well. Therefore, he chose to come to Rogue Town, not to stop it, but to watch it go. What reason is there to stop a man from pursuing his dreams? Long whispered to himself, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a long-lost warmth flashed in his eyes. Because of his ambition to change the world and to protect his son, he has never lived with Luffy for even a single day. But now, I am just a father who wants my son to be free to pursue his dreams. Long stared out the window, but his furrowed brows revealed the hesitation in his heart. On the coast outside the window, a huge warship is slowly entering the port. On the white mainsail, there is a word yellow printed, which is particularly conspicuous in the wind and rain. This. As a former lieutenant general of the headquarters, Long is familiar with the internal system of marine and the rules for the use of warships of different specifications. Yellow. This is the Admiral's ship. Why? Why did the Admiral's warship from the Marine headquarters appear in Rogue Town? Everything, sir. If you don't give it to me, Xiao Yang will. I'm gonna poke your A. Sigma. Chapter 19, Halo Dragon Head Dance, My Hawk version. New World, the base of the Red Hair Pirates. Red Hair Pirates. A coffin boat slowly sailed into the harbor, a unique cold breath emanating from the hull, as if the surrounding air was stagnant because of its arrival. The crew members of the Red Hair Pirates immediately became alert, their eyes fixed on the coffin ship moving forward. Wow, Hawkeye! What are you doing here at our station? But my hawk did not react at all. His eyes were stern, his steps were calm, and he walked towards the deepest part of the base without saying a word. Yo, Hawkeye! A familiar voice came from the side. The man was tall, wearing a dark blue cloak with a spiral pattern, with grey hair slicked back and a cross-shaped scar on the left corner of his forehead. Ben Beckman, the vice-captain of the Red Hair Pirates. Old, middle-aged and young third-generation captain and royal vice, Xiao Yang's current computer desktop. Captain! Beckman shouted in a low voice, and red-haired Shanks walked out of the boat leisurely. Shanks was wearing an unbuttoned white shirt, tan cropped trousers and flip-flops. His eyes lingered on my hawk for a moment, a smile playing on his face. My hawk? You're a rare visitor. Are you here to challenge me to a duel? My hawk snorted and said calmly, Humph, what's the point of fighting with this one-armed man? He took out the Donghai Daily from his pocket and gently handed it to Shanks. Take a look. Shanks raised his eyebrows slightly, took the newspaper, flipped it open, and quickly scanned the familiar words until he saw the reward notice. At that moment, the image of the character on the paper came into view, the iconic smiling face of Straw Hat Luffy, which was both familiar and made people laugh. Shanks took the bounty, looked at it carefully for a moment, and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha! Luffy, are you here? He casually handed the newspaper to Beckman beside him, his eyes full of relief and expectation. I'll be waiting for you in New World. Shanks turned to the crew members around him. still smiling, and commanded, "Hey, boys, prepare the banquet. We have something big to celebrate today. My hawk, would you like to drink some too?" "Not interested. I had a lot of fun this time and I'm going to go back and have a good rest." My hawk stood aside and shook his head slightly. "I was about to go home and sleep, but when I saw this, I remembered you mentioned the little ghost from the East Daxia Sea before, so I brought him here for you to see." At this time, Beckman looked up from the side, pointed at the headline of the newspaper, and asked with a hint of doubt in his eyes, "My hawk, is it true what is written here? There is a knife method that you cannot comprehend." My hawk glanced at the newspaper and nodded. Indeed, that knife move by Yuchin boy was very mysterious and imaginative. He paused, his eyes flickered, "But I have figured out some tricks on the way here." "Oh." Red-haired Shanks was telling his men to prepare a banquet. He turned around when he heard this, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Yuchin kid." He raised his eyebrows. "Is that the bad major from the East Daxia Sea that you mentioned before? I always thought that the breathing school he mentioned was just a scam." My hawk was silent for a moment, his eyes deep, and he responded in a low voice, "Shanks, do you think I would be fooled by that little trick?" "Ha ha 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 ha." Shanks laughed even more wantonly. His laughter was loud, and there was a hint of teasing in his eyes. "It's hard to say, isn't it? After all, you like to stay at home so much and don't bother to talk to people. Who knows when you will be deceived?" My hawk frowned slightly, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and his voice was low and threatening. "Shanks, I think you really want to duel with me again." His hand slowly reached behind him and grasped the legendary black knife. "Knight. That's exactly what I meant." Shanks shrugged and put his hand on the griffin at his waist. "Come, let me see what's so special about the breathing school you advocate. Then you just watch." My hawk's voice was cold, and as soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out the black knife knight from behind. In an instant, an astonishing sense of oppression spread from his body. The air around seemed to solidify instantly, making it almost impossible to breathe. The members of the Red Hair Pirates all showed horrified expressions. It was not the first time they saw these two strong men fighting, but the atmosphere today seemed particularly different. "Get out of the way. The captain and Hawkeye are about to fight." Beckman was acutely aware of the change in atmosphere, and he immediately waved his hand to signal the members around him to retreat quickly and evacuate the ordinary crew members who might be affected. The people around also began to panic, fearing that they would be involved in the battle between these two top powers. My hawk looked up at the sky. The sun was shining brightly. He closed his eyes slightly, feeling the warmth of the sun and the direction of the wind. His breathing gradually became steady, and his breath gradually merged with the surrounding nature. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes, as if there were flames burning in his eyes, and his whole aura suddenly exploded. "Call." My hawk took a deep breath, then quickly adjusted his breathing rhythm, tightly holding the black knife knight in his hand, the blade flashing a cold light in the sun. At that moment, he seemed to have become the medium between the sun and the dragon. The sword and the heart were in harmony, and the heart and nature were in harmony. Type 11. My hawk murmured in a low voice, and then, he suddenly burst into action like a flying dragon, and the shadow of the knife was like a soaring dragon, attacking Shanks with flaming murderous aura. When Shanks saw my hawk's attack, his pupils contracted instantly. His observation hacky had already seen the future of this knife. He realized the power of this attack and it actually made him feel palpitations. "Damn it!" Shanks cursed under his breath, feeling a strong sense of uneasiness rising in his heart. The sharpness of the sword was beyond his understanding of my hawk. Careless. The strike before him was definitely not an ordinary sword technique. The sword swung by my hawk is very powerful. The sword is strong, and the sword skills are even stronger. This blow will tear the entire island apart and overturn it. I must stop it. Stop, my hawk. Wait. Shanks spoke out to stop it, but it was too late. Mihawk's eyes were focused only on the knife that was about to be swung. His movements were like a flash of lightning, quick and merciless. Dazzling dragon head dance. Mihawk let out a low roar, and swung the black knife out like lightning. The blade seemed to have really ignited the surrounding air. The hot blade was as dazzling as the scorching sun, and the light illuminated the entire battlefield. The sword energy turned into a huge fire dragon, dancing in the air, winding and soaring, bringing a sense of oppression towards Shanks. At this moment, Shanks' eyes widened, his heart filled with shock. He could feel that this attack was not simply a force, but a completely new sword technique that went beyond the limit. The breathing school that Mihawk mentioned actually exists, and it even possesses this kind of mysterious breath that can fight against the power of nature. Breathing school, what exactly is it? Who is that mysterious marine major Yuchen? Shanks was filled with surprise, but there was obviously no time to explore it now. He saw the fire dragon roaring towards him, the temperature around him rose instantly, and the air was filled with hot energy. There is no other way, we must respond with all our strength. It's the only way. Shanks' expression tightened, and he tightly grasped the griffin at his waist with his right hand. The bright red conqueror's aura wrapped around the blade like a flame, and red light lit up around him. "Drink!" he shouted, and the domineering spirit behind him suddenly appeared like a red griffin. With a cry like a lion or a griffin, Shanks waved the griffin, and the domineering blade cut through the air and headed straight for that fire dragon. God avoid! God does not avoid me! Chapter 20 Marine, a big monster appeared. When New World, Mihawk, and Shanks were fighting in full swing. The culprit, Yuchen, was leading the elites of his headquarters in an upright manner, preparing to land in Rogue Town. Wow! The drizzle fell quietly, hitting the rooftops and streets of Rogue Town gently, giving the entire town a hazy moist atmosphere. A tense atmosphere spread within the marine branch in Rogue Town. Hurry up! That BD who relies on connections to get promoted is coming. Smoker's voice was low and rapid. He gritted his teeth and the cigar almost fell out of his mouth. Cheer up! Let that guy see the spirit of our Rogue Town branch. The marine soldiers standing behind Smoker all had solemn expressions. They quickly completed their uniforms, straightened their clothes, checked their weapons, and then followed Smoker out of the branch and marched towards the dock in an orderly manner. As they approached the dock step by step, the huge and majestic marine warship gradually came into view, making people feel awe. Yuchen stood at the bow of the boat, holding a cigar in his mouth, with a relaxed expression in a slightly raised corner of his mouth, with a cynical smile. The justice cloak on his body rustled in the sea breeze, looking particularly comfortable and proud. The lieutenant colonel followed closely behind, holding a large black umbrella in his hand to shield Yuchen from the drizzle, showing his due diligence. Crow stayed on the ship to guard and did not follow him ashore. During this time, he had only one goal in mind: to become stronger. Ever since Crow upgraded his talent to the Marine General level through Kishin Yin, he has formulated an extremely strict training plan for himself, exercising day after day without slacking off. He is well aware of Yuchen's unfathomable means of improving his talent to such an extent, in order to have a more stable life and stronger strength. He must constantly surpass himself and become Yuchen's most powerful assistant, clearing all potential obstacles for him. Let him do it. Yuchen glanced at Crow, who was still training on the deck, and narrowed his eyes slightly, with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. As Crow becomes stronger, he will take fewer shots in the future, and he can focus more on enjoying a relaxed life, leaving all the troubles to his younger brother to deal with, and doing things behind the scenes. Isn't this the best thing to do? An ideal life? He thought proudly in his heart. The smile on his lips became more and more obvious, and smoke slowly rose from his mouth. Set off! Yuchen waved his hand and led the elite members of the Marine headquarters down the deck and towards the dock. The onlookers on the pier looked sideways and even held their breath in the drizzle. That arrogant BD. Smoker saw the familiar figure from a distance, and the anger in his chest couldn't help but rise. The cigar was biting tighter and tighter in his mouth, and the smoke became more intense. Tap tap tap. The elites of the Marine headquarters marched neatly and powerfully, and their momentum was like a rainbow. They directly compared the momentum of the most elite soldiers from the Rogtown branch in the East Daxia Sea. The onlookers looked at the soldiers disembarking from the headquarters warship, and they all talked incessantly and were full of curiosity. Wow! Isn't it said that the Marine branch in Rogtown is the most elite force in the East Daxia Sea? Why do I feel that the momentum of these soldiers coming off the warship is even more extraordinary? Yes, Colonel Smoker is the White Hunter, one of the strongest men in the East Daxia Sea. But the man who took the lead off the warship looked more handsome and calm than Colonel Smoker. An eagle-eyed member of the public saw the big characters on the mainsail of the warship and said in shock, "The word yellow, can't do it." Monkey D. Dragon's eyes flashed slightly among the crowd. When he saw the word yellow fluttering in the wind, he felt a little relieved. Fortunately, it was just Kizaru's warship that came. Long secretly breathed a sigh of relief, with an imperceptible smile showing at the corner of his mouth. This means that Luffy still has the opportunity to leave the East Daxia Sea safely, embark on his own great voyage, and meet the unknown adventures and challenges. If it was Akainu who came, then today's Rogtown would probably turn into a battlefield, a killing place full of blood and flames. This was a scene he absolutely did not want to see. However, even Kizaru's warship had to make him cautious. The thoughts in Long's heart were spinning rapidly. He stared at the huge warship, and a bold idea flashed in his mind. If the warship is attacked at the right time and has to stay at the dock for repairs, the elite of the headquarters will be unable to prevent Luffy from successfully sailing to sea. Long thought for a moment and already had a plan in mind. He took a deep breath, feeling the moisture and coolness brought by the sea breeze, and quietly waited for the best time to come. When Luffy is ready to go to sea, he will take action to create chaos. No matter what, he must create a smooth passage for his son to the Grand Line. New World. Rumble. The fierce flames and red light clashed fiercely in the air, the explosion was deafening, and the aftermath shook, stirring up layers of air waves in the air, as if the whole world had lost its balance at that moment. Time seemed to have stopped for a moment. The fire dragon and the red griffin were entangled in the sky. The air waves rolled up. The gravel on the ground was lifted up by the energy and sprinkled around like raindrops. The entire island seemed to be in the center of the storm, with countless supplies being swept up into the air by the strong air currents, flying in the air like out-of-control kites. The air was filled with scorching energy fluctuations, as if even the sky was being cut open. Mihawk used the power of divine avoidance to retreat easily. He tapped his toes and jumped onto the coffin boat like a black phantom. He looked up at Shanks in the sky with a calm expression. "Has Conqueror's entanglement been used?" Mihawk said softly, with a hint of teasing in his tone. "I haven't fully understood this knife yet. Let me go back and have a good sleep and fully understand it before I come back." Shanks frowned slightly when he heard this, and his expression became more solemn. He couldn't calm down in his heart. The intensity of this blow had exceeded his expectations, and even far exceeded his estimate of Mihawk's strength. Halo Dragon Head Dance. This move, which Mihawk has only scratched the surface of, actually possesses such terrifying destructive power. Shanks is the top swordsman in the New World. A man who has sat on the throne of the four emperors with his domineering and swordsmanship, he can naturally see the terrifying power contained in this sword. Although Mihawk himself is the world's greatest swordsman, the power of this move forced Shanks to re-evaluate the depth of the breathing style. From the beginning, he thought it was just something Mihawk mentioned when joking, but now that he saw it with his own eyes, he knew that he was wrong, very wrong. "Yu-chin," Shanks murmured in a low voice, a hint of uneasiness and curiosity flashing in his eyes. "That Major Marine, that mysterious figure Mihawk talks about, what kind of strength does he have?" What is the secret of the breathing school that even my hawk admires so much? My hawk said nothing more, took back the black knife yet, turned around and stood firmly on the coffin boat, waving to Shanks. Shanks, next time I see you, I will bring the complete Halo Dragon. Shanks stared at my hawk's retreating figure, his heart still filled with ups and downs. He stood there, holding the griffin around his waist in one hand, his red hair fluttering slightly in the wind, and a rare seriousness in his eyes. Marine, a big monster has appeared. Do you guys have any super nice pictures of pirates in your crotch? Don't keep it secretly, hand it all over. The cover of the previous book is the highlight. Chapter 21 The Lazy Handsome Guy and the Overtime Roll King. In Luge Town, it was drizzling. Smoker and Yuchen looked at each other in the drizzle. The raindrops fell in the space between them, as if adding a layer of light mist to the tense atmosphere. Hey, Lao Si, are you trying to control me with your momentum? Yi Chen smiled frivolously, holding a cigar in his mouth with a lazy smile on his lips. Although Smoker always calls himself the shame of the East Daxia Sea Marine, he doesn't care about it. Because I only have gratitude and appreciation towards Smoker. After all, the fact that he had been able to enjoy a relaxing and happy life in the branch over the past 3 years was inseparable from the help of Smoker, the king of rolls. Because of Smoker's attitude of not letting pirates go, every time the 186th branch encounters trouble, they call him for support. Logia is nearly invincible in the East Daxia Sea, where the average bounty is 3 million berries. As long as Smoker comes to support him, all the pirates in the area will be wiped out by him, and he only needs to drink tea and watch the show. After 3 years of this, I earned a lot of pleasure points and lived a very comfortable life. Bite. You see Smoker coming to support again, and wipe out all the pirates causing trouble in the area, happiness value plus 100. Bite. Today is the 5th day since Smoker went to support the 186th branch. The pirates in the host's area are afraid of the host's ability to call for support, so they dare not continue to show up and cause trouble. It is another sunny day with nothing happening. Pleasure value plus 200. Look at this. Look at this. This kind of colleague who is always good at rolling is one of the most favorite partners for a bad player like me. Shut up, you are a disgrace to the East Daxia Sea Marine. Smoker looked at the lazy guy with disdain and said sarcastically, now you're even smoking cigars. Don't say that. Have one, this is a special supply for generals. Yi Chen took out a cigar from his arms and handed it to Smoker, then he pulled out 5 cigars from Smoker's vest. His movements were skillful and it was obvious that he was a repeat offender. Smoker was stunned for a moment, looking at the cigarette in his hand, and immediately smelled it. As an old smoker, he immediately felt the uniqueness of this cigar, and the rich aroma made him raise his eyebrows. This is a top-quality cigar, specially supplied to the general. Without caring how many cigars Yuchen had taken away from him, Smoker couldn't wait to light up the top-quality cigar in his hand, took a deep puff, and a hint of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. You kid, you're not the child that Kizaru left behind at sea in his early years, are you? Roll. Lao Huang and I just admire each other. Yi Chen laughed and scolded, blowing out a smoke ring, with a hint of ridicule in his eyes, while lazily cried, that's the resonance from the salted fish. Smoker's heart moved and he clicked his tongue silently. I have to admit that these two people, whether it is Kizaru or Yuchen, both reveal an innate laziness that makes people angry and make their teeth itch. You kid, when you get to Lao Zi's rogue town, behave yourself. Don't worry, Lao Si, we have known each other for a long time. Don't you know me well? Yi Chen said lazily, what I fear most is trouble. After saying that, Yi Chen waved his hand and said to the lieutenant colonel behind him, let's go and have fun with the brothers. The lieutenant colonel behind him held an umbrella and followed Yi Chen silently, while the elite soldiers of the headquarters followed Yi Chen in an orderly manner towards the market in Rogue Town. First shopping, then massage. Smoker watched Yuchen and his party go away, took a long puff of his cigar, and cursed in a low voice, "Grandma's special treat, the General's special offer is indeed delicious. It's strong. I'll have to ask Kuzan to get a few more in the future." Dashki stood quietly behind Smoker, looking at Yuchen's lazy back and the uniform elites of the headquarters behind him, and he couldn't help but feel doubts in his heart. The soldiers following Colonel Yuchen showed no trace of rebelliousness, as if they were willing to accept his command. Moreover, isn't the person holding an umbrella behind Yuchen the lieutenant colonel of the headquarters? There is only one rank difference in official rank, but he is actually willing to hold an umbrella for Yuchen? Is this because of his belief in Colonel Yuchen's personal ability, or because of his status as Admiral Kizaru's adjutant? Dashki's heart was full of questions. She always felt that the mysterious figure reported in the newspapers who could not even see through Mihawk's sword skills might be this handsome colonel who seemed a bit undisciplined. "Everyone, cheer me up and patrol Rogue Town. Stay vigilant and don't let any pirates slip into the Grand Line." Smoker's eyes were sharp and his voice was like steel. "Yes." The Marine soldiers answered neatly, and everyone was in high spirits. They quickly dispersed and began to conduct strict patrols inside and outside Rogue Town. At the same time, in the waters near Rogue Town, the melee sailed smoothly among the waves, and the land ahead was already in sight. "Rogue Town is ahead." Luffy stood excitedly on the bow of the Mary, his whole person exuding endless vitality. "Forward, forward!" He raised his fists and shouted excitedly, his voice echoing on the sea. The Meale's sails swelled in the wind and accelerated towards Rogue Town. And right behind it, a pirate ship with a clown flag followed quietly, and low-pitched orders came from the sea breeze. A man dressed as a clown stood on the bow of the ship, holding a telescope in his hand. He had a white skull pattern painted on his forehead, blue stripes around his eyes, and an exaggerated red nose that was extremely eye-catching. He squinted his eyes, and the silhouette of the Meale in front of him was reflected in the telescope, with a malicious sneer raised at the corner of his mouth. "That's right. That's the ship." He slapped the side of the ship hard and widened his angry eyes, as if he wanted to swallow up the image in the telescope. "Damn Straw Hat Luffy! That boy who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth dares to be disrespectful to me, Mr. Buggy, and call me Red Nose? He must be taught a lesson." His voice was roaring, and anger and unwillingness exploded in his chest. "Clown!" Buggy clenched one of his hands into a fist, as if he had already pinched Luffy in his hand. Then, he turned to look at his partner beside him, with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. "What do you think?" "Arita. Please call me, beautiful Lady Arita." Next to her, a woman walked over slowly. She was wearing a white cowboy hat, a pink plaid shirt and white shorts, a cape with a heart pattern on it, and a pair of simple slippers on her feet. She looked casual but without losing the charm. She raised her chin slightly, but, "I don't have any objection. Catch him. I like strong men best." Here are beautiful pictures of Arita. As for her first pictures, they won't be what men want to see. There won't be anyone's quirks. Arita after eating the slippery fruit. Chapter 22. I can be 20% sure that Colonel Yuchen is that man. Wow! As soon as Luffy set foot on the land of Rogue Town, he immediately exclaimed, "Is this Rogue Town? It's so big." The Straw Hat Pirates docked the Mary steadily at the pier, and the crew members jumped off the deck one after another. In front of them were bustling crowds and prosperous streets. The busyness and liveliness of Rogue Town made them a little dazzled for a moment. "I want to see the execution platform where Roger from One Piece was executed." Luffy's eyes were shining, and he looked so excited that he couldn't help jumping. To him, this place carried great dreams and symbols. "Then I'll go buy some food. The food on the ship is really running low, especially since some big eaters have eaten up all the food." Sanji took out a small notebook, looked down at the inventory list on the ship, and sighed softly, "I have to go restock." After saying this, he deliberately glanced at Luffy. A certain foodie paid no attention to what the cook said and was looking around Rogue Town. "I'll go see if there are any useful weapons or equipment." Usopp clenched the slingshot in his hand, looking serious. "The weapons on a ship cannot fail." Zoro gently stroked the Wado Ikemonji on his waist and said firmly, "I also want to find 2 new swords. The 3-sword style cannot be without good swords. In this case, everyone should act on their own, but remember to act quickly." Nami put her hands on her hips, frowned slightly, and looked at the dark clouds gathering in the sky. "Look at the weather. It's going to rain heavily soon. If we delay too long, we won't be able to set sail." There was a hint of helplessness in her tone. She was reluctant to stay here any longer, especially in a place like Rogue Town where the Marines were closely patrolling. This was the location of the strongest Marine branch in the East Daxia Sea, and it had a fearsome branch chief. "The White Hunter Smoker is stationed here." She bit her lower lip lightly, her eyes flickering towards the huge Marine warship not far away, with the Marine flag flying on it. The pressure was chilling. "Remember, everyone, move quickly. Come back as soon as you have your supplies and set sail as soon as possible." Nami reminded him again, her tone full of anxiety. She knew what their presence meant, and she also knew that the risk would increase with every second they stayed. I know." Luffy replied nonchalantly while scratching his head, completely unaware of Nami's concern, before turning around and heading back towards Rogue Town, smiling widely and full of excitement. Following Luffy's steps, the Straw Hat Pirates also dispersed and walked in different directions, gradually blending into the hustle and bustle of Rogue Town. In the shadows not far away, Long quietly watched the scene on the dock. The breeze gently brushed across his face, his cloak fluttered in the wind, and a soft light flashed in his eyes. "Luffy, you've also found your own partner." His voice was low and contained a hint of warmth, which showed the care and pride of a father. Long's gaze turned to the huge Marine warship docked at the pier, and a hint of coldness emerged in his eyes. "Let your father escort you, Luffy. When you set sail, I will take action and sink this warship to delay Marine's pursuit for you." At the same time, in the warship's gym, CLO was training intently. Sweat dripped from his forehead and soaked his whole body. Every punch and kick he threw was full of power and anger. 3 years. 3 whole years. Kuro's eyes were fierce as he recalled the plan he had been planning for 3 years, which was instantly shattered by the interference of Straw Hat Luffy. "What's funny is that I was defeated by a teenager. I am the man known as 100 Stratagems. I once played with the Marines of the East Daxia Sea at my fingertips. That idiot Colonel Monka actually thought he had killed me? It was just a little trick of mine." CLO was breathing heavily, clenching his fists, and his anger was almost burning out of his body. "My plan was not wrong, the only problem was that I was too weak." His eyes were filled with reluctance. "With my original talent, I can only reach that height. If I want to continue to break through, I can only go to the Grand Line and fight with more powerful opponents. But I'm tired of the life of a pirate. I'm exhausted by being hunted down." The figure of Yuchen suddenly appeared in CLO's mind, the Marine colonel who suddenly appeared in his life. "Cancel the bounty, grant me asylum, and give me the power to break through my talent." CLO felt the power surging in his body, which was stronger than he had ever felt before. He laughed at himself. "I used to think I was a powerful being, but now I know what true power is." Thinking of Luffy, Kuro sneered, "Straw Hat Luffy, the bounty is 30 million berries. I am on the Marine side now, so I have every right to arrest you." He stopped what he was doing and remembered Yi Chen's advice. Although he longed for revenge, his benefactor once reminded him that Luffy's background was not simple. "No matter how much I want to arrest you, I will not go against Colonel Yuchen's wishes." Kuro sighed, "Okay, Straw Hat Luffy, I'll let you go." He wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked out the window at the endless sea. The next thing to do is to repay the favor. CLO clenched his fists and decided in his heart, every month, I need the magic beans given by Colonel Yuchen to restore my lost vitality. This means that I cannot have the slightest intention of betrayal, otherwise the loss of vitality will be. Let me die without a burial place. As for betrayal and robbery, a person who was born a pirate is indeed prone to such thoughts, but this idea disappeared from the moment I saw the Donghai Daily, and I combined it with the discussion of my marine colleagues on the warship. He was 20% certain that the sword technique that Mr. Mihawk could not comprehend in the daily newspaper came from his benefactor, Colonel Yuchen. Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the world's greatest swordsman, a move that even he cannot comprehend. 7 warlords of the sea. Chloe trembled slightly, which was a reverence for power and a desire for the future. Colonel Yuchen, since you are willing to give me this opportunity, I will do my best to follow you to the end. The first step is to take a look at Colonel Yuchen's current car. This is the most basic element for Mr. Yuchen to travel around the mountains and rivers. This huge marine ship I'm currently on. Chapter 23. Sorry, it's my pants problem. The market in Luge Town is bustling with people. The noise of the crowd and the cries of the vendors are intertwined, making it extremely lively. The elites of Marine headquarters were moving around. Yi Chen, as the team leader, was naturally not idle either, and his eyes kept scanning the various stalls. Boss, how much is this tea? Yi Chen walked to a tea stall, picked up a tea can, and sniffed the aroma. Is it suitable for drinking while slacking off at work? The stall owner was a warm-hearted middle-aged man. He smiled as soon as he heard this handsome officer, this tea is perfect for you to drink while slacking off at work. After drinking it, you will feel your whole body and mind relaxed, and you will be able to fish more easily. Good. Yuchen was overjoyed, pack them all. I want them all. He waved to the Marines behind him and instructed them to pick up all the packed tea leaves. Anyway, these bills will eventually be sent to Smoker, so officers from the headquarters will naturally have to be well supplied when they come to the branch. Do they have to pay for it themselves? Not far away, a vendor at a dessert stand called out loudly, "Handsome boy! Try our special snacks. They are sweet and perfect for eating at work. They will make you happy." Oh! Yi Chen touched his chin, picked up a piece of dessert and put it in his mouth. The taste melted on the tip of his tongue, and the sweet taste made him feel extremely comfortable. Wrap up. Yuchen bought all the desserts in one go. Brother, take a look at our album, it's a great way to kill time during work. The picture album vendor next to him spoke again. You'll wrap it up. Yi Chen was not vague at all. He bought everything that could make him happy. He waved his hand and the soldiers hurried to help him pack up. Suddenly, Yuchen felt a chill on his leg, and then he heard a pop sound, and his eyes quickly lowered. A cute little girl was standing beside his legs with an embarrassed look on her face, holding a cup with only a little yogurt left in it. She looked up at Yi Chen with a bit of panic in her eyes, and Yi Chen's trouser legs were covered with white yogurt marks. It was obvious that the little girl accidentally bumped into him, causing the yogurt to spill all over him. The people around immediately quieted down and everyone held their breath. It's over. A passerby exclaimed in a low voice, I heard that these are the elite Marines from our headquarters. This young officer is a high-ranking officer in charge of the team. The Marines at headquarters should be more friendly. Someone murmured, this officer seemed quite enthusiastic and easy to talk to just now. That's hard to say. Another person muttered uncertainly, the uniforms of our officers are not ordinary ones. They are probably custom-made and super expensive. How about, consult Colonel Smoker. Colonel Smoker is well known in Rogue Town and seems to be from our headquarters. But you see, even if Colonel Smoker came, his status might not be higher than this young officer. For a moment, people around were whispering, an uneasy atmosphere filled the air, and everyone's eyes were focused on Yuchen and the little girl. The little girl was obviously frightened. She almost dropped the yogurt cup in her hand. Her eyes were filled with tears and she seemed like she was about to cry at any moment. "Big brother!" the little girl shouted timidly, her voice trembling, I accidentally. Before he could finish his words, tears started to roll down his cheeks and he finally burst into tears. Yi Chen looked at the little girl's nervous face and sighed slightly. He squatted down, gently touched her head, and smiled gently, "It's okay, I'm sorry, there's something wrong with my pants, it drank your yogurt." He looked up at the yogurt stand next to him, and sensed the situation slightly with his observation haki, and instantly understood the situation. Yi Chen smiled and asked, "Are you here alone to buy yogurt?" It's great that he can buy yogurt by himself at such a young age. Yi Chen made a gesture, indicating the lieutenant colonel. The lieutenant colonel quickly understood and took out a dozen berries and handed them to the yogurt stall owner. The stall owner immediately handed over a new cup of yogurt. Yi Chen took the yogurt and handed it to the little girl with a smile. "As compensation for my pants drinking your yogurt. From now on, you don't have to pay for yogurt at the yogurt stand. Brother has paid for you." The little girl wiped her tears, took the yogurt, and whispered, "But Mom said that drinking too much yogurt is not good for you." "I see." Yi Chen blinked and lowered his voice and said, "Then let's keep this as our secret, okay? When you want to drink, just sneak over here and drink." The little girl burst into laughter and nodded gently, "Okay. Thank you, big brother. Big brother is the most handsome." The little girl happily held the yogurt and skipped away. Seeing this, the people around her breathed a sigh of relief and smiled again. Yi Chen stood up, looked at the little girl's back as she walked away, and couldn't help but laugh. The little girl is so young, but she has such good taste. He stroked his hair proudly, Lao Zi is indeed the most handsome. At this moment, a familiar voice came from the side, "Officer, the tea I just ordered is now buy one get one free, this is the free portion." At the beginning, the uncle selling tea came over with a big bag of tea, with a flattering smile on his face. "Hey, my dessert is also buy one get one free, take it, handsome boy." The dessert vendor was not to be outdone and handed over a bag of desserts. "Brother, these picture albums are for you. They are high-definition versions and they are guaranteed to be beautiful." The picture album vendor walked up mysteriously and stuffed a few picture albums into Yi Chen's arms. Yi Chen looked down at the cover of the album, which said Encyclopedia. He raised his head suspiciously, "Boss, is this album serious? I won't read serious ones." The vendor winked at him and whispered, "It's packed. The package is not decent." Yi Chen smiled knowingly and waved his hand, "Okay. Pack them all up and take them away. I'll give them a good criticism when I'm at headquarters." Bite. Host receives warm treatment from some residents of Rogue Town. Do one good deed a day, and you will get 3,000 merits. Host is in a good mood, and the happiness value is plus 500. This scene was seen clearly by Tashiji, who was patrolling. She walked over and said, "Colonel Yi Chen, you are indeed a good Marine." "Hey, Tashiji." Yi Chen heard the voice, turned his head, and a lazy smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He lit a cigar skillfully, the smoke dissipating gently with his breathing. One hand nonchalantly supported the magic sword Thousand Blades at his waist, and the other hand held the cigar, with a casual posture. Dashiki's eyes naturally fell on the knife on Yi Chen's waist, and her eyes involuntarily brightened. As a knife fanatic, she was extremely curious about all the famous knives in the world, especially it is this unique magic sword. She took a deep breath, and finally couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked, "Colonel Yi Chen, can I see your knife?" At this moment, Zoro, who was completely lost in Rogue Town, walked by. "Weapon shop, weapon shop. Where the hell is this weapons store?" etc. Zoro suddenly stopped. "Yi Chen." He frowned and murmured, "Yi Chen. I seem to have heard this name somewhere before." "Colonel Yi Chen. Colonel Yuchen that Mihawk said. Chapter 24 This is the greatness of Lao Tong. Oh! Want to see the 1,000 blades? Yi Chen raised his eyebrows and fixed his eyes on Dashiki in front of him. He noticed that her dark brown eyes were gleaming with concentration and desire, her gaze fixed on the knife at his waist. Every slight change in her expression revealed her extreme interest in the knife. Dashiki obviously developed a strong interest in Kyunran, and there was a hint of fanaticism in her eyes. As a knife fanatic, she would naturally be attracted to this magical weapon that is full of murderous aura and aesthetics. But now, Yi Chen was having a headache because he had already finished shopping here. The next step is to lead the team to the red block of Rogue Town, enjoy a dreamlike massage, and prepare to meet those gentle ladies. But at this moment, Dashiki, the knife fanatic, actually pestered her. According to her personality, she would never give up unless she was allowed to appreciate the knife. If I really get entangled by this knife-crazy girl, it would be terrible. Dashiki would definitely follow me into the private room. When the time comes. I was enjoying myself when suddenly Dashiki's face appeared at the door. Colonel, can I see your knife? At that time, not to mention knives, even guns would be seen. Well. Yuchen sighed and made up her mind silently, just get over it quickly and show the knife to Dashiki, and then she should go about her own business. He smiled slightly and took out the demon sword 1,000 blades from his waist. With a light clench of his fingers, the blade vibrated slightly, and the fierce aura was instantly restrained, becoming calm and gentle. What a sharp knife! Dashiki took the 1,000 blades, looked at them carefully, and exclaimed in admiration. Then a trace of doubt and curiosity flashed in his eyes, but why is there no information about this knife in the famous knife manual? Forward. Yi Chen was stunned. This sword comes from another world, and is certainly not in the famous sword manual of the pirate world. This is, for decoration. It can't be used to kill people. It's normal that it's not in the manual. Hurry up and fool the little girl over, I'm going to have fun. Dashiki seemed a little unconvinced. Really? It doesn't look like it. Really, really? Yi Chen interrupted hurriedly, have you finished reading? Go and inspect it quickly, don't waste time. There are still many pirates waiting for you to catch. Just as he was about to retract the 1,000 blades, a voice suddenly rang out, good sword. Yi Chen turned his head suddenly and saw a young swordsman holding the sword at his waist, staring at the demon sword 1,000 blades in Dashiki's hand with a serious face. He has short green hair, 3 golden earrings in the shape of water drops on his left ear, a dark green headscarf tied on his left arm, a white t-shirt on his upper body, a green belly wrap around his waist, dark green trousers on his lower body, and black sandals on his feet. He wore black boots and a white saber hung at his waist. Yi Chen was slightly stunned. Oh, isn't this Brother Suozi? How did he end up here? His appearance means that Luffy has also arrived in Rogue Town? Are you ready to set off on the Great Route? Hey, Smoker is here. But this has nothing to do with me. I have no interest in provoking the Straw Hat. That guy is a cockroach that is immune to death. And he has endless seeds. And he has a powerful background, which is troublesome just thinking about it. Now, I just want to enjoy the warm embrace of Miss Leopard from Rogue Town. Zoro walked closer slowly, his thoughts a little confused at the moment. He originally came here to confirm whether he had heard it wrongly, but he unexpectedly heard the name of his new target, Colonel Yuchen of the Marine Headquarters, in Rogue Town. When I came over, I found that things were far more complicated than I had imagined. The young female Marine officer in front of him looked very similar to his childhood friend Kuina. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing was the knife in her hand. The blade was shining brightly in the sun, and the reflection of the metal almost made him unable to take his eyes off it. Although this knife seemed to lack some of its murderous aura, its exquisite craftsmanship and the aura it contained made Zoro instantly determine that it was absolutely extraordinary. As a swordsman who practices 3 swords, he currently only has the Wado Ikemonji sword that he can use. The knife in front of him was undoubtedly the weapon he had always dreamed of. How can a good swordsman be without a good sword? This knife. Zoro's voice was low and full of anticipation. Sell it. If the owner of the knife is willing to sell it, he can ask Nami to lend him the money so that he can buy it. Ah! Dashiki was stunned for a moment, with a look of surprise on her face. This knife is not. She opened her mouth, and before she could finish her words, Kyunran suddenly made a slight humming sound, and the blade trembled slightly. In an instant, the murderous aura on the blade surged, almost freezing the air around it. Ah! Dashiki was so frightened that he almost dropped the 1,000 blades in his hand. She hurriedly tried to steady the handle of the knife, but the blade vibrated again. Buzz! At this moment, a slender and powerful hand caught Kyunran steadily. Yi Chen appeared beside her and caught the Kyunran that was about to fall, then he gently stroked the blade. Qianren suddenly became quiet like a lion with its fur smoothed. His murderous aura subsided and his aura became peaceful. Sorry, I can't sell this knife. Yi Chen smiled slightly and slowly put the Kyunran back to his waist. In this world, apart from himself, there is no one who can make Kyunran recognize him as his master, not even my hawk. This is the greatness of Lao Tong. I see. Zoro quietly watched Yu Chen put away the knife, and he understood vaguely in his heart. It's not that the knife is without murderous intent, but all the murderous intent is contained within the blade, waiting for the right moment to explode. At this moment, Kyunran's aura became like a sleeping beast, dangerous yet invisible. This knife has obviously recognized its owner. As for its owner, Zoro looked at Yu Chen in front of him carefully. He was handsome. He was wearing a marine officer's uniform. The uniform seemed to be tailor-made for him, perfectly setting off his tall figure. His standing posture is a bit lazy and his expression is very relaxed. But to be able to tame such a vicious knife, he must be a swordsman with excellent swordsmanship. How about a duel? Zoro's eyes were stern, a fighting spirit flashed in his eyes, and there was a hint of provocation in his words. A duel? Yi Chen chuckled. His eyes flashed. As expected of Brother Suozi, why does he want to duel whenever he sees someone? But I am in a hurry now. I have no time and no interest in playing with you. I'm sorry, I'm still honing my sword skills. My teacher said I can't duel easily, otherwise my training will fail. Is that so? Zoro was slightly disappointed. Although he was somewhat unwilling, he could understand the reason. After all, every swordsman has his own path of cultivation, and it is impossible for him to accept a challenge casually. Since the knife has already recognized its owner, there is no need for me to stay any longer. Excuse me, how do I get to the weapon shop? Go straight, turn left, and then... Yu Chen showed the way very readily. Okay, thanks. Zoro waved his hand and walked in the direction Yu Chen pointed, his steps firm and decisive. Yu Chen looked at Zoro's back as he walked away, a relaxed smile appeared in his eyes. Finally, he could relax and enjoy himself. Bouncing arms, here I come. Colonel Yu Chen. At this time, Dashiki's voice came from behind, with a hint of resentment in her tone. Didn't you say that this knife is just a decoration? As a colonel of the Marine headquarters, you lied. Tread. Zoro stopped when he was about to walk away. He was sure he heard it right this time. Marine headquarters, Yu Chen, Colonel. Chapter 25. I am Colonel Yi Chen, you have the wrong person. Tread. Zoro turned around abruptly, his eyes fixed on Yu Chen who was arguing with Dashiki not far away. The surrounding noise seemed to be blocked out by him, leaving only the man in the marine uniform in front of him. This man. Zoro's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, even though his mind was full of questions. It's hard to imagine that he is the one my hawk mentioned, the one who uses the sword technique that even the world's greatest swordsman cannot fully comprehend. But Marine Headquarters, Colonel Yuchen, has all the elements gathered together, and he is also the owner of a murderous knife, so he can't be wrong. The handsome and lazy man in front of him was the man he must surpass before he could surpass Mihawk. Certified by Mihawk himself, the next man to ascend to the world's strongest throne is Yuchen. Zoro gripped the Wado Ikemonji tightly, feeling the coldness on the hilt and the sharpness of the blade. The defeat at the hands of Mihawk had been like a sword piercing his bones. It was from that moment that my mentality completely changed, from confusion to determination. It turns out that is the power of the mountaintop. I must become stronger, stronger, and stronger. Keep surpassing yourself and never fear failure. Only by standing at the top of the strongest can Kuina hear his name in heaven. Just let me. Zoro's eyes flickered, and the will to fight burned in his heart. Look at the gap between us. He quickly took off the dark green headscarf tied around his left arm and tied it securely around his forehead. This is the symbol he wears when he is fighting with all his might. It represents his determination and respect for the battle. Zoro held the Wado Ikemonji tightly, his steps firm and decisive, his eyes burning with a strong desire to fight. He looked straight ahead, locking his eyes on Yuchen, who was talking to Dashiki, and had already made a decision in his mind. Today, no matter what, he had to try out the swordsmanship of this young marine colonel. Yuchen was talking to Dashiki, and when he saw Zoro walking towards him, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Zoro's eyes were fiery and persistent. Yuchen's heart moved, as if he had understood something. It's broken. Ahem. Zoro no longer hesitated, raised the Wado Ikemonji, and pointed the tip of the knife at Iken. Excuse me, are you Colonel Iken of the Marine Headquarters? Fight me here. Yuchen? I'm not. Yuchen denied it flatly, but Suozage had a persistent look and a fighting spirit in his eyes that was about to burst into flames. This is a direct confirmation of myself. Mihawk must have said something about me in Barity. Damn you, Lao Mi, next time you visit me at headquarters, bring 2 more cases of top-quality champagne. I know who you're looking for. Yuchen smiled slightly, thought for a moment, and explained. The newspaper said that the man who used the sword technique that Mihawk could not understand was Colonel Yuchen, the great swordsman of Marine Headquarters. And I? Yuchen paused for a moment and shook his head gently. I am Colonel Yuchen, just promoted to Colonel of the Headquarters. Before that, I was a major in the 186th branch. I'm not the one you're looking for. You've got the wrong person. Let's set off for the Marine Headquarters. He's waiting for you there. Zoro still stared at him. And after a moment of silence, he smiled. Mihawk said it was Yuchen who was promoted from branch 186. Then it's you. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Yuchen cursed in his heart. FK. Why did Mihawk say so much? Lao Mi, shouldn't your character be a cool and arrogant swordsman? Why are you talking so much? Yuchen looked up, seeing Zoro, who was full of fighting spirit, and sighed slightly in his heart. It seems that this battle is unavoidable. According to Brother Suozi's personality, he is also a man who can chase me into a private room. That would be so damn embarrassing. So he slowly lit a cigar, took a slow puff, and spoke in a lazy tone, but also revealed a hint of interest. What else did that guy, old me, say? Zoro's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. It seemed that Yuchen had agreed to his challenge. Very good. This is a great opportunity for him to get up close and personal with the world's greatest swordsman Mihawk calls the breathing style. Mihawk said that you will be the next man to ascend to the throne of the strongest man in the world. Yuchen raised his eyebrows slightly and responded thoughtfully, Oh? Does Lao Mi think so highly of me? However, I have no interest in that throne. I am just an ordinary person who loves life. You, on the other hand, have a reason why you have to ascend that throne. Yes, my goal is to surpass you, surpass my hawk, and become the strongest in the world. Yuchen nodded slightly, with a faint smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Then let's move towards that goal. After this battle, don't pester me anymore. No problem. Zoro responded, eyes flashing with determination. Good. Yuchen waved his hand and instructed the lieutenant colonel and the marine soldiers behind him to start evacuating the crowd of onlookers. After all, this is the busy Rog Town market, with a large flow of people. Moreover, the previous stall owners were enthusiastic and nice to talk to, so I quite liked it here. It would be bad if they were accidentally injured during a duel. Soon, a large open space was quickly cleared, and the surrounding stall holders and citizens were driven to the best viewing positions in an orderly manner. A tense and exciting atmosphere quickly spread. It's broken, Colonel Yuchen is going to have a showdown with the guy with the knife. One stall owner whispered cautiously. The colonel will win. After all, he is the colonel from the headquarters. It's hard to say, there are many colonels in the headquarters who were promoted due to other reasons. Impossible, the colonel is such a good person, he will definitely win. I recognize it. Suddenly, a man pointed at Zoro and exclaimed. The man with the knife is the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro. Ah? Really? Isn't that a super famous bounty hunter in the East Daxia Sea? There was an exclamation from the surrounding crowd. Yes, I recognized it too. Another person immediately echoed, that's him, the famous bounty hunter. Then it's over, go and beg. The colonel may not be his opponent. What should we do? No matter what, cheer for the colonel. Come on, Colonel Yuchen. Come on. Come on, handsome brother. There was a clear shout, and Yuchen couldn't help but turn his head and look. I saw the little girl who accidentally bumped into him just now, holding yogurt in her hand, standing not far away. Raising a little hand to cheer him on. Yuchen responded with a bright smile, and a thought emerged in his mind, how about a small big move? The whole handsome and super combustible thing? He raised his eyebrows slightly and silently decided in his mind, I will defeat Brother Suozi with one move. After he truly realizes the difference, he will give up. Then do it. Yuchen took a deep breath and slowly turned his head, his eyes showing a light as firm as iron. As he slowly grasped the handle of the demonic thousand blades, the entire aura suddenly changed, and the surrounding air suddenly became stagnant. Buzz! The blade vibrated slightly, like an awakened beast, exuding bursts of cold breath. The audience's eyes instantly focused on Yuchen, and everyone held their breath unconsciously, feeling the tremendous pressure emanating from him. Brother Suozi, let me teach you a lesson. He spoke calmly, with a hint of coldness in his voice, and then exhaled in a breath of hot breath. Call. A faint Madara pattern appears on Yuchen's head. The blood-red Madara pattern is like an ominous sign, indicating the occurrence of tragedy. Yuchen felt the sharp rise in body temperature. This was a move in the original Ghost Face blade that required burning life to use. But in this world, it is the ability that you automatically understand after mastering all the breathing style moves. The most important thing is that you can use it yourself without any side effects. It's just a little tiring to use, and I wouldn't use it casually. But now the little fangirl is watching from behind. Handsome, that's it. The head can be cut off, but the hairstyle cannot be messed up. Madara tattoo, for Laozi, fully open. Not far away, the remaining 4 members of the Straw Hat Pirates were heading towards the market. Chapter 26. This group will break up sooner or later without me. The market in Rogue Town. It was noisy and lively, with the bustling flow of people surging like a tide. People came and went between the vendors. Amid the crowd, Nami walked lightly, her eyes sweeping across the stalls. Her figure stood out in the noisy market. She was graceful and elegant, like a blooming flower, attracting the attention of countless passers-by. However, there was a hint of helplessness on her face. Just as she passed by a clothes stall, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Nami. Usopp's voice came from the crowd, with a bit of surprise. Didn't you go shopping for clothes? Nami turned around and saw Usopp standing in the crowd. Stop talking. Nami waved her hands, looking a little tired. The clothes in the clothing store over there are too expensive. She sighed, with a hint of helplessness on her lips. I've been to several stores, and every piece of clothing looks exquisite, but the prices are so high that they give me a headache. Later, a kind-hearted store manager recommended me to come to the market, saying that the clothes here were good quality and cheap. What about you? Why are you here at the market? For it. Usopp spread his hands and said, regular weapons stores don't sell gunpowder, and the ammunition reserves on the ship are already seriously insufficient. I still need a lot of gunpowder to develop new weapons. The owner of the weapons shop said that we could come to the market and see that there are some unauthorized items here. I see. Nami nodded after listening, and couldn't help but feel curious, looking around. She noticed that the atmosphere in the market was somewhat unusual. The crowd seemed to be gathering in a certain direction, and there seemed to be an inexplicable attraction in the middle of the crowd. Strange, why do people seem to be converging towards the center? Suddenly, a bouquet of flowers appeared in her sight. Nami was slightly startled, and when she looked up she saw Sanji's confident smiling face. Beautiful Ms. Nami, do you like the flowers I bought for you? Sanji held a bunch of beautiful flowers in one hand and a large bag filled with all kinds of food in the other. Sanji. Nami immediately held her forehead and seemed to have a headache. She sighed, her voice full of helplessness. You bought random things again. Flowers are such flashy things, I don't like them. My favorite is only berry. As the only female in the Straw Hat Pirates and also the financial expert in charge of the group's accounts, Nami knows the importance of money better than anyone else. When sailing on the sea, you need money everywhere. Especially for someone like her who is very careful with money, she simply cannot stand any waste. The grown men on the boat usually have no idea how to save money. Luffy never thinks anything is too much and has no idea what thrifty means. As for Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp, they have almost no concept of money and do not realize the importance of spending at all. The expenses of the entire pirate group are completely supported by me alone. Nami felt a wave of emotion in her heart. She couldn't help rubbing her temples with her hands, her eyes a little tired. This group will fall apart sooner or later without me. How can you say that? Sanji put on an innocent expression and explained with a smile. I came to the market specifically to save money, so I bought these cheap and meaty super big fish. He suddenly changed the subject and whispered, but I heard a piece of news on the way. What news? Nami raised her eyebrows and looked at Sanji with a little curiosity. That guy with the green algae head wants to duel with a colonel from the marine headquarters. The location is in the market. No wonder. Nami nodded thoughtfully. She looked around at the crowds of people pouring into the market, and suddenly she understood. So that's why the crowd gathered together. It was not accidental. Everyone has always had a strong interest in duels. Especially for a confrontation like this that is about to break out, how can there be no crowds of onlookers? At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from the crowd. Sanji, Nami, Usopp, Luffy. The three of them turned around almost at the same time and saw Luffy running towards them in a hurry, with an excited expression on his face and panting. It was obvious that he had been running very hurriedly along the way. Quick! Luffy strode up to the three of them, looking extremely excited. I heard from passers-by that Zoro was going to duel with someone else, so I didn't even go to Roger's execution platform, I rushed here directly. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed Nami and Usopp's wrists and started running towards the center of the market impatiently. Let's go cheer for Zoro. Luffy, wait. Nami was caught off guard by him and quickly followed, but why did Zoro want to duel with a marine colonel? Sanji took a puff of cigarette, his brows slightly furrowed. a hint of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Because. He spoke in a low voice, slowly exhaling a circle of smoke, his eyes slightly heavy. This person is Colonel Yuchen from the Marine headquarters. Colonel Yuchen. Nami was stunned for a moment, obviously confused. Sanji glanced at her with a complicated look. Yes. Because after Nami saw Aaron's bounty list, she chose to drive the Mary back to Aaron's paradise and did not participate in the Battle of Barity. Mihawk himself admitted that Yuchen was a man he favored, but he was not aware of it. But Sanji participated in the whole battle, so he knew all the circumstances. As the person on the ship who has the worst relationship with Zoro but also has the best understanding with him, he knew that since the duel at Barity, Zoro has changed his goal from surpassing Mihawk to surpassing the man who masters the magical swordsmanship, Yuchen. Sanji paused for a moment and continued, he is the new target of the green algae head. After the duel with Barity, he wanted to surpass this guy first, and then challenge a higher goal, Mihawk. Now that we meet in Rogue Town, it would be strange if he could resist challenging me to a duel. Is that so? Nami frowned, obviously confused. She looked around and then at Sanji again. Who is that Colonel Yuchen? Is he also a very powerful swordsman? Before Sanji could reply, the four of them had pushed through the increasingly crowded crowd, and the center of the market gradually became an open space. In the center of the open space, Yuchen and Zoro were facing each other face to face. The atmosphere was so depressing that it was almost suffocating. The air around them seemed to become heavy, and everyone's eyes were focused on the two people. It was so quiet that only the sound of their breathing could be heard. Luffy's excited expression froze instantly, his eyes fixed on the two confronting swordsmen, a momentary tension revealed on his face. The expectant expression on his face quickly turned serious as Sanji spoke. He finally remembered who Yuchen was, the man who had defeated Zoro in just 2 moves, the man Mihawk had personally acknowledged. Even someone as optimistic as Luffy couldn't help but feel a little uneasy about the course of this duel. This duel, I'm afraid. Well, Colonel Yuchen, very impressive. Sanji kept his eyes fixed on the handsome man in the marine uniform, and after a moment's silence, he answered Nami's previous question. He is the 7 warlords of the sea, the world's greatest swordsman, a terrifying guy recognized by Mihawk himself. He is also the original user of the Breathing School. And the Breathing School is the top swordsmanship that even Mihawk, who has ascended to the throne of the world's strongest, cannot understand. Chapter 27. You can understand some of the essence of the pirated Thunder Flash? Then what about this move? Ah! Nami's eyes widened. She obviously didn't expect that the opponent chosen by Zoro would be so strong. What? Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a man who confessed himself. There was a strong sense of shock in her words. You also have sword skills that even Mihawk can't understand. Yes. Sanji nodded and added in a low voice, with a bit of helplessness and awe in his tone, against such an opponent, Green Algae Head will probably have to fight to the death. But, even if I risk my life, I don't know what the chances of winning are. Oh my god! Nami looked towards the center of the battlefield and saw the extraordinary marine colonel opposite her. Her eyes continued to move upwards. It was a face that was extremely handsome. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, her pupils slightly dilated, and she couldn't help but mutter, I didn't look closely just now. Her face flushed a little. Are all the captains of the marine headquarters so handsome? Sanji's eyes suddenly widened, and he almost threw the cigarette to the ground in frustration. He couldn't believe his ears. His goddess actually praised the marine colonel in person. What's so good about that colonel? Isn't it just a little bit more handsome, a little bit taller, and a little bit stronger? Damn you, Yuchen! I'm going to chop him up right now. Sanji was seething with anger, his eyes flickering with uncontrollable fury. Just when Sanji was getting furious, a hand suddenly grabbed his collar from behind and pulled him back. Sanji, that was Zoro's choice, wasn't it? After figuring out the situation, Luffy grabbed Sanji by the back of his collar to prevent him from blocking Zoro's battle. Since it's Zoro's choice, let him go. Luffy patted Sanji's back easily and showed his signature smile. All we need to do is cheer him on from the sidelines. Hey, Zoro will definitely win. I firmly believe. Facing such a strong opponent, even a small loss is still a win. Anyway, it is impossible for my crew to lose. There are only small wins, medium wins, and big wins. Kowerhang. Sanji snorted slightly and turned his gaze to the battlefield. He also knew that the most important thing at the moment was not to interfere with Zoro's duel, but to believe in him and give him strength. Because, they are partners in a pirate group, right? In the center of the battlefield, the atmosphere was so heavy that it was almost suffocating. The air seemed to be oppressing everyone around, and the surroundings were so quiet that only the occasional sound of wind and the deep breaths before the battle could be heard. Zoro's eyes were like swords, cold and firm, staring straight at Yuchen in front of him. The strong momentum could almost freeze the air. He tightly grasped the hilt of the Wado Ikemonji, leaned forward slightly, his muscles tensed, and his steps steady. His heartbeat began to speed up as the fighting spirit surged, and his breathing became steadier. Since setting foot on this sea, I have experienced countless hardships and challenges. Every fight and every duel brings him closer to his goal, to become the strongest swordsman in the world. Ascend to the throne of the world's strongest. Especially the two moves performed by my hawk, one form, Water Surface Slash, and one form, Thunderbolt Flash. These two moves gave me great inspiration. I benefited a lot from it and also realized the unfathomable internal connection between the moves. Now, Yi Chen, who was standing in front of him, was the original user of these moves. Zoro suddenly had the feeling of being in the presence of a mentor, the feeling of being guided and tested. But no matter who you are the one I want to surpass. Zoro's eyes were fixed on Yuchen like a beast, as if a cheetah was lurking in the grass, ready to pounce on its prey at any time. He squatted slightly, with the hilt of the sword placed steadily on his waist. His breath had been completely suppressed, concentrated on the explosion at that moment. Call. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, and his entire aura instantly became extremely sharp. Thunderbolt Sword, III Flash. Zoro drew his sword almost instantly. At that moment, the sword light cut through the air like lightning, and the sound of the sword breaking through the air seemed to be heard in the air. The sword blade drew a sharp arc in the air, carrying a devastating momentum, and then a huge shock wave swept out. It was an indescribable speed and power, and the lightning-fast pleasure left people with almost no time to react. Oh! Yi Chen's eyes flashed with surprise, and then the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a strange smile, his eyes flashing with excitement. As expected of Brother Suozi, you can actually learn from my hawk's pirated version of Thunderbolt Flash some of the essence. He whispered softly, his inner wonder and admiration intertwined into a subtle emotion. However, facing Zoro's lightning-fast attack, Yuchen did not retreat at all. Madara pattern, full open. There was a sharp flash in his eyes, and the aura of his body instantly condensed. The surging power in his body seemed to have gained direction in an instant and concentrated on the 1,000 blades in his hands. Yi Chen gripped the hilt tightly, feeling the resonance between the blade and his heart. As his power surged, the flame-like Madara lines began to spread rapidly, spreading along his arms and finally crawling up his cheeks. These Madara patterns converged into a burning red 5-pointed star, engraved on Yuchen's forehead. The 5-pointed star flashed dazzlingly in the sun, as if announcing that some powerful force was about to erupt. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to be distorted by this breath, and a strong heat wave emanated from his body. Squeak! A slight sound was heard, and steam came out of Yuchen's body due to the surge in temperature. The surrounding air began to distort slightly due to its temperature. Dong dong! Dong dong! His heartbeat was as deafening as a war drum, and every beat seemed to speed up his blood flow. The power was boiling in his body, ready to explode. "So," he said in a low voice, the previous ease and amusement in his eyes were completely gone, replaced by a cold fighting spirit. "I'll use this trick to return the favor. Call." He took a deep breath, and the energy in his body gathered like thunder. "Call." He exhaled slowly, and his aura suddenly surged, breath of thunder. The power of thunder and lightning gathered in his hands. Dazzling lightning flashed on the 1,000 blades. The blades began to tremble slightly, as if they would erupt with devastating power at any time. The next second, Yi Chen suddenly burst out with astonishing speed, his eyes flashed like lightning, and the blade cut through the air, bringing up a dazzling light, as if thunder had descended. 7th type, Fire Thunder God. Chapter 28. I'm just an ordinary person who wants to enjoy life. Thunderbolt Sword, III Flash. 7th type, Fire Thunder God. Two low roars broke out from Zoro and Yuchen's mouths almost at the same time, deafening and echoing in the market of Rogue Town. At this moment, the air seemed to freeze, and all eyes were focused on the two swordsmen. A strong sword energy swept over, and the oppressive feeling made it almost impossible to breathe. The Thunderbolt Sword, III Flash performed by Zoro was a move he figured out from the duel with Barity, and was inspired by the Thunder Breathing, first form, Thunderbolt Flash performed by Mihawk. He combined his III Slash with Thunder Flash to form this move. The Thunder Breathing, Type 7, Fire Thunder God used by Yuchen is an exclusive sword type created by Zenitsuo Agatsuma in the original work of Demon Slayer. Both are Breath of Thunder, but one is a pirated version, and the other is the strongest blow of the genuine version. Zoro drew his sword in an instant, and the sword light cut through the air like lightning. The oppressive feeling in the air made all the onlookers hold their breath involuntarily. At that moment, the sword blade swept across, like thunder piercing the silence. A hum sound seemed to be heard in the air. The sword energy broke through the air and pounced on Yi Chen with the momentum of destroying the world. At the same time, Yi Chen did not hesitate at all. His body exploded like thunder, so fast that it was almost impossible to capture even with the naked eye. The 1,000 blades in his hands cut through the air, bringing up a suffocating airflow. As the slash was released, a golden thunder dragon rose from behind Yi Chen, like a combination of lightning and fire, emitting dazzling light. That thunder dragon seemed to be the destroyer of heaven and earth, with such power that it could cut everything off. Roar! The thunder dragon roared as if challenging the limits of the sky. Its huge body drew a curved trajectory in the air and pounced towards Zoro with unimaginable destructive power. Ding 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 ding! The two blades collided violently, the sound of metal collision was deafening, and fierce sparks flew everywhere, as if even the air was torn apart at this moment. At that moment, a strong shock wave spread out, causing the surrounding buildings and the ground to tremble slightly, and even the dust in the air was blown into space by the shock wave. Clang! After sheathing his 1,000 swords, Yi Chen turned around slowly and gently lit a cigar. The justice cloak behind him fluttered gently in the breeze. The smoke rose slowly and surrounded him, carrying a lazy yet unignorable pressure. Puff! A deep cut appeared on Zoro's chest, and blood seeped through his clothes like a fountain, staining the scratch red. Being slashed by the 1,000 blades happened in a split second, so fast that even Zoro couldn't see clearly. His body trembled slightly, and a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. Cough! Zoro coughed up a mouthful of blood and tried to steady himself. His eyes penetrated the blood mist and locked onto Yi Chen's figure. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I am still too naive. Yi Chen is indeed a man recognized by Mihawk. Powerful. Too strong. It is definitely not something I can reach now. Zoro took a deep breath, feeling the pain in his chest and his heartbeat still strong. But, it's because of people like this ahead of us that I have a goal to catch up with. Call. Yuchen exhaled a light smoke ring and looked at Zoro, who was trying his best not to fall down. In this attack, he did not hold back on any of his sword moves, but he did not use any other aids. This is the respect between fellow swordsmen. Just like before, my hawk did not use the haki of armament haki, but just used his full strength in swordsmanship. The Fire Thunder God with the Madara pattern fully activated is one of the strongest moves of the breathing school among the 3 sword styles that he currently masters. Although the Madara pattern looks intimidating, considering the average monster physique of the people in the pirate world, it just makes the injury more serious. If you add domineering and physical strength, Brother Suozi is not just seriously injured. Hey! Blood was gushing out of Zoro's chest, but he had a smile on his face. The scene of Yi Chen performing the Fire Thunder God kept appearing in his mind, and that sword once again cut through his entire world. It turns out that besides Thunderbolt Flash, there are even more powerful moves. Or I am too weak, too weak. What a beautiful shot. He couldn't help but chuckle, ahem, ha ha ha, so beautiful. Boom. However, as the laughter died down, Zoro's body finally couldn't hold on and he fell heavily to the ground with a dull sound. The ground shook, and the surrounding air seemed to be still for a second. Sanji and others immediately rushed over, helped Zoro up, and anxiously checked his injuries. Seeing that his life was not in danger, Sanji breathed a sigh of relief, turned to look at Luffy and the others, with a look of relief on his face. It's not a big problem, just a little weak. After the bandage is done, you'll recover after a good rest. That's good. Yi Chen stood aside, looking at everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. This group of people are definitely troublemakers who should not be underestimated. Especially their captain, Straw Hat Luffy. His father is Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Marine legendary Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp is his grandpa. The red-haired Shanks of 4 Emperors was his benefactor. So if it is not necessary, you should not have too many entanglements with them to avoid trouble. After all, once troubles get to you, your daily peaceful life will be affected. My biggest wish is to go to the headquarters to enjoy a quiet life, read newspapers during work, and listen to music after get off work. Instead of being like Smoker, chasing after the Straw Hats and eating their exhaust. Thinking of this, Yi Chen turned around and prepared to leave. Tashigi has finished watching the Thousand Blades, and Zoro was also defeated by her own sword. Now, it's time to head to the Red Block. Cough. At this time, Zoro suddenly spoke. His body seemed a little weak due to blood loss. Yuchen. There was a hint of request and gratitude in his voice. Colonel Yuchen. Yi Chen paused slightly. The move you just used, Fire Thunder God. Zoro's voice was filled with respect and desire between swordsmen. Can I have it? Every sword school has its rules, and now, the original user is right in front of him. As long as Yi Chen agrees, he can boldly absorb the essence of it. His eyes flashed with a fiery light. Although I still cannot fully understand the move of Fire Thunder God, just witnessing it once has already benefited me a lot. Thank you very much for your advice. Call. Yi Chen smiled slightly and blew out a smoke ring. The smoke swirled in the air. A trace of appreciation flashed in his eyes. You are worthy of me. You can gain a lot from watching it once. Brother Suozi is indeed one of the most talented swordsmen in the pirate world. He waved his hand. It's up to you. Use this trick to challenge Lao Mi, the throne of the world's strongest. I have no interest in that position. I said that at the beginning. Yi Chen held a cigar in his mouth, his eyes relaxed. I'm just an ordinary person who wants to enjoy life. After he finished speaking, Yi Chen turned around and walked calmly towards the red block of Rogue Town with the lieutenant colonel and the elites of the headquarters. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was stunned after hearing what was just said. You are so strong. How dare you call yourself an ordinary person? Shameless. Chapter 29. You stole the fire thunder god? I stole the Madara tattoo jet. We both have a bright future. The market in Rogue Town. Although Yuchen has left, the streets of Rogue Town are still filled with discussions about him. People gathered together, excitedly discussing the battle that had just happened. Their voices rose and fell, and their emotions seemed extremely excited. Oh my god, did you see Colonel Yuchen's move just now? An audience member asked curiously. No, I could barely catch the bounty hunter's movements, but when Colonel Yuchen attacked. The other person shook his head, frowning, looking a little confused. I only heard a thunder, followed by a dragon's roar, and then the battle was over. Oh my god, a famous bounty hunter was killed in one move, it's unbelievable. Colonel Yuchen is worthy of being the colonel of the Marine headquarters. He is so strong. You think all the colonels at the Marine headquarters are so strong? Are you kidding? My relative is a lieutenant commander at the Marine headquarters. A voice with a sense of pride said, the difference between him and Colonel Yuchen is as big as heaven and earth. Compared to Colonel Yuchen, my relatives are like clowns. Brother, do your relatives know what you said? So what if he knows? The cost of that kid's training at the Marine headquarters was all paid by his uncle Lao Zi. He dares to ask a question. The air was filled with a shocking atmosphere, and almost everyone's eyes were filled with awe of Yi Chen's powerful strength. As the topic deepened, almost everyone began to speculate about the news that had already been circulated. I have a guess. What speculation? You all read the Donghae Daily a few days ago, right? Didn't it reveal that a colonel from the Marine headquarters was recognized by Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman? What do you mean? Colonel Yuchen is the one recognized by Mihawk. Do you think there are others? This sword technique and that stunning strike are simply amazing. Yes, I also think that person can only be Colonel Yuchen. Hey, so that's how it is. The vendor who had just stuffed a few World Encyclopedia picture books into Yuchen's arms patted his chest and shouted excitedly, everyone come and have a look. Colonel Yuchen, who has been recognized by Mihawk, said that the picture books are good looking. Colonel Yuchen loves to drink my tea when he's slacking off. My desserts are so delicious. Colonel Yuchen feels anxious if he doesn't eat my desserts for a day. Suddenly, there was a burst of enthusiastic hawking in the street, and the voices of the vendors intertwined together, filling the street with the atmosphere of the market. At this moment, a cute little girl holding a cup of yogurt ran happily towards home, her voice as clear as a lark. Mom and Dad, my super handsome and strong brother treated me to some yogurt. My brother said that if I drink yogurt, I will become as strong as him. The little girl shouted mischievously with her big eyes flashing. Now, you can't stop me from drinking yogurt every day. These small daily events, intertwined with the hustle and bustle of the streets, have left behind the legend of Yuchen's strike on this land. In the crowd, the Straw Hat Pirates walked towards the dock after purchasing supplies. After a simple bandage, Zoro was able to walk with his superhuman recovery ability. His purpose of coming to Rogue Town this time has been achieved. 3 knives are hung on his waist. These are the 2 good knives that Zoro picked out at the weapon shop after coming out of the market. 3rd generation Kaiditsu, Ryo Gaido Gaku, Snow Walker. But he was not elated. Instead, he looked dull, because his mind was full of the Fire Thunder God move that Yi Chen had just performed, a move as hot as fire and as swift as thunder. Boom! Zoro's steps were a little unsteady, and he suddenly bumped into Luffy's back. Oh, sorry. He bowed his head absent-mindedly and apologized. Zoro. Luffy paused and looked at Zoro, his eyes thoughtful. Are you also thinking about the move that the Marine Colonel just used? Fire Thunder God. Yes. Hearing this, Luffy's eyes lit up instantly, and he asked excitedly, do you also think that the jet just now was super cool? Jet. Zoro stroked his chin, seeming a little confused. He closed his eyes, recalling Yi Chen's movements before he slashed out the fire thunder god, and pieced together the scene of that moment from the fragments of memory. Indeed, before the fire thunder god slashed out, gas spewed out of Yi Chen's body. Well, that should be because Yi Chen has somehow increased his breathing rate, causing his body temperature to rise and his blood to flow faster. He analyzed softly, this way, we can strengthen our body and increase the explosive power of our sword. Increase breathing, speed up blood flow. Luffy muttered to himself thoughtfully, as if thinking about something. The light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Then, can I do something similar with my rubber body? The rubber fruit makes him a rubber man, so his blood vessels can withstand extremely high blood pressure. Inhale a large amount of air in one breath to cheer yourself up, thereby speeding up blood circulation and strengthening the body. At that time, not only will you be able to increase your strength, but you will also be able to spray out super cool gas. Then I'll be as handsome as Yi Chen. Luffy stroked his chin, his eyes sparkling, completely immersed in his own fantasy. My moves will definitely be super cool, hehehe. In his imagination, steam spurted out from his body, and as soon as his rubber body exerted force, all the pirates on the Grand Line were spared, and they were all knocked away by him. Straw Hat. However, a sudden roar interrupted his reverie. A figure of a red-nosed clown rushed out from the crowd, waving his hands with a sinister smile on his face. Uncle Buggy finally found you. Buggy's red nose was extremely conspicuous in the sun, and his eyes were full of anger and unwillingness. Lao Zi's carefully managed stronghold in Orange Town was destroyed by you, and now you are going to have to pay the price in Rog Town. In order to seek revenge from you, little Buggy has gone through a rough journey. Now, let you know the consequences of provoking Uncle Buggy. Who did I think it was? When Luffy heard Buggy's voice, he raised his eyebrows and said with a hint of mischief in his eyes, so it's you, Red Nose. You're going to die. Buggy was so angry that he almost jumped up, and his red nose became even more dazzling. Don't call Lao Z Red Nose. What he hates most is his nose. Buggy waved his hand and roared, come on. Let them see the power of the Buggy Pirates. He pointed at the Straw Hat Pirates, his eyes full of hostility. Immediately, Arita and his subordinates all approached the Straw Hats, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp immediately prepared to fight, standing in a tense posture, ready to attack at any time. But at this moment, Nami raised her head and looked at the sky in the distance. Her brows wrinkled slightly, and there was a trace of uneasiness in her eyes. Dark clouds began to gather rapidly in the sky, thick shadows almost covered the entire sky, and there was a sense of oppression in the air. Nami's face became solemn, and she felt the uneasiness getting stronger. Everything needed has been purchased. Her voice was low and calm, and she quickly turned to Luffy and others and said, Zoro is injured, and we have lost an important combat force. Her words silenced everyone instantly. So, don't pester me. Hurry back to the ship and get ready to sail. The storm is coming soon. She waved her hand and began to direct the members of the Straw Hat Pirates to retreat towards the port. Upon seeing this, Sanji immediately stepped forward and picked up Zoro, who was still somewhat inconvenient to move. You curly eyebrow, put me down. Cut the nonsense. Sanji carried Zoro on his back and kept walking faster. The Straw Hats quickly retreated towards the port. Buggy and his gang are in hot pursuit. Near the marine branch in Rogue Town, Dashki's steps were slow and heavy, and her eyes were aimless as she walked forward. Dashki. Her eyes were empty, as if she had lost focus, and she unconsciously murmured, liar, big liar. Her thoughts were like torn threads, chaotic. Ever since she witnessed Yuchen perform the Fire Thunder God move with her own eyes, she fell into a state of downtime. Even when Luffy appeared in front of her, she didn't react at all, forgetting that he was a big pirate with a bounty of 30 million belly. Her thinking seemed to have stagnated, unable to recover from the shock of that move. Fraud. She whispered to herself, her mind in chaos. I had a feeling before that Colonel Yuchen might be the one in the Donghai Daily Report, the great swordsman recognized by Mr. Mihawk, until I saw that move with my own eyes, to be truly sure. Colonel Yuchen is the great swordsman recognized by Mr. Mihawk himself. He also lied to me and said that the knives he carried with him were collectibles and would look good hanging on his body. Whose collection can produce such a slash? If you have such collections, give me a dozen. I want to cut that knife out too. Colonel Yuchen, you big liar. Dashki complained softly again. Recalling that when he supported the 186th branch in the past, Colonel Yuchen always pretending to be powerless, and asked Colonel Smoker to kill the pirates on his behalf. It turns out that all these are just appearances, he actually hides such powerful power and unparalleled swordsmanship. Big liar. No, where is Colonel Yuchen? Dashki gradually came back to her senses and looked in the direction Yuchen had left. Colonel Yuchen seems to be heading in that direction, over there. Is it the red neighborhood of Rogue Town? The rumors are indeed true. Major Yuchen will lead the team to kill the chicken. Dashki stamped her feet. You're a disciple. At this time, Yuchen, who was walking into the red neighborhood, suddenly sneezed. Ah, chirp. Hey! Did the little guy from branch 186 miss me? What a pity, you like the sea and I like the waves. Shaking his head, Yuchen showed a smile to his mother. Give me a little change like Super Leopard. Chapter 30 Is the elder sister sweeter or the younger sister sweeter? Dashiki walked into the Marine Rogue Town branch in a daze. Inside the branch, the Marines were busy preparing, and the atmosphere in the entire branch was tense and urgent. A soldier ran over quickly, his face serious and his voice a little hurried. Captain Tashiji, according to the latest news, the Straw Hat Pirates and the Buggy Pirates are all heading towards the dock. Colonel Smoker is going to catch them all at the dock. He has already set out for the dock. Oh! Dashiji suddenly came back to her senses, as if something hit her head. Now is not the time to be confused. It is my job to capture the pirates who are causing trouble. Her expression gradually regained clarity, and a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. Okay. She shook her head to clear her messy thoughts, quickly adjusted her state, and then ordered the busy soldiers, get ready for battle, go to the dock immediately, and support Colonel Smoker. Make sure to annihilate the Straw Hat Pirates and the Buggy Pirates at the dock in Rogue Town. Yes. The Marines responded quickly. Dashiki led them to the dock without hesitation. Now they had to concentrate on completing the mission and protecting the safety of Rogue Town. At this time, dark clouds gradually gathered in the sky. The dark clouds swallowed up the last ray of sunlight, and the depressing atmosphere made people feel that a storm was coming. The air was filled with a damp smell, and raindrops began to fall, gradually turning into heavy rain. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Every drop of rain is like a wake-up call hitting the earth. On the dock of Rogue Town, heavy rain was pouring down, and the cold rain hit everyone like a knife. Nami held her raincoat tightly, her hair already wet and sticking to her forehead. Every time she glanced around, she saw the rain running down her cheeks, blurring her vision, but she didn't care. Hurry up, get ready to board the ship. Her voice was high-pitched and rapid, filled with irrepressible anxiety. If the rain gets any heavier, it will be difficult to sail. The longer we stay in Rogue Town, the more variables there will be. Because there is not only the Buggy Pirates in Rogue Town, but also a branch of Marine stationed in Rogue Town. Fortunately, the handsome colonel I met before was not interested in me and others. He left after defeating Zoro. Otherwise, with his super monster strength, none of us will be able to escape. Wrong. My wife is so beautiful. Why the hell aren't you interested? Sanji carried Zoro on his back and walked quickly into the cabin of the Mary. Usopp, you get on the boat first, I'll stop them. After Luffy handed the supplies to Usopp, he turned around and saw Buggy and his pirate group following closely behind him, like a pack of wolves chasing their prey. He stretched out his hand and quickly prepared, rubber pistol. With a low roar, Luffy's right arm suddenly stretched out, extending quickly like rubber. The force of rotation caused the air to vibrate violently and pounced directly at Buggy. Bang! Shattered into pieces. Buggy quickly split his body and dodged Luffy's attack in an instant. I can't hit you, I can't hit you. Lolyalu. Suddenly, a thick white smoke swept in from the sky like a tide, quickly wrapping around Buggy's body, as if an invisible net was binding him tightly. What? Buggy's eyes widened instantly, and his voice was filled with confusion. Buzz! There was a low roar of a motorcycle in the distance. As the sound got closer, the air in the rainstorm seemed to become heavier, as if the whole world was being suffocated. An amphibious three-wheeled motorcycle, emitting white smoke, appeared in everyone's sight. The body of the motorcycle was covered with rain, and the engine of the motorcycle made a harsh roar with a strong sense of power. Smoker slowly got off the motorcycle, his figure shrouded in a cloud of white smoke. With every step he took, the thick smoke spread and filled the air. The troublesome pirates. Are you just the rubbish? Smoker held a cigar in his mouth with a provocative smile on his face. I originally wanted to see you two biting each other. But if any of you want to escape. He blew out a smoke ring and raised his brows, then I have no choice but to take action and get rid of all of you. As soon as he finished speaking, Smoker raised his hand and the white smoke spread again, quickly covering the entire dock. The smoke rolled in like a raging wave, obscuring the view. White smoke bomb. Following a low roar from Smoker, the smoke rushed towards the Buggy pirates like a huge wave, directly imprisoning all of them. What? I can't move. Me too, what the hell is this? Ah! I remember now, it's the White Hunter Smoker. That Logia monster. It's over. Fear and powerlessness appeared on the faces of the pirates. They struggled desperately but found that they could not escape the invisible pressure at all. The white smoke was like a monster that swallowed everything, completely enveloping their bodies and making them unable to move. In the East Sea, where the average bounty is only 3 million berries, Logia's ability is like an insurmountable mountain, with the power to suppress everything. Let's all stay here. As Smoker sneered, the white smoke quickly solidified, binding the members of the Buggy pirates tightly like an iron cage. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates who were witnessing all this were all stunned. A trace of panic flashed across Nami's face, and anxiety flickered in her eyes. With just one strike, even the fierce pirates like the Buggy pirates were subdued. Is this the White Hunter from Rogue Town? We must set sail as soon as possible, otherwise we won't be able to leave. Hurry, set sail now! Nami shouted nervously, her voice urgent and a little anxious. We can't wait any longer. Luffy, get on board. Want to run? I won't let you sail. Smoker's voice was low and full of hostility. White fist. As soon as he finished speaking, his arm quickly turned into smoke, bending and stretching like liquid, instantly forming a huge smoke fist. He swung his smoke-like limbs violently and punched hard at the Mary. The punch had overwhelming power, as if it would blow the ship into pieces. Seeing this, Luffy's eyes flashed with determination. The Mary was the basic condition for sailing and was also one of his partners. It couldn't be destroyed by Smoker like this. Rubber bazooka. He opened his hands and stretched them backwards quickly, using the elastic reaction force of the rubber to shoot his hands towards Smoker's fist like a rocket. But Luffy's attacks had no effect on the elemental Smoker. What? He didn't have to wait for the shock to finish. A white smoke appeared behind Luffy. Straw Hat Luffy, you are under arrest. Smoker appeared in the white smoke and spoke coldly, his voice like a Shinigami's whisper. Smoker suddenly pressed Luffy's head with one hand and pinned him firmly to the ground. Smoker's other hand had already grasped the sea stone cross behind him, ready to arrest Luffy on the spot. At this moment, a big hand suddenly rested on Smoker's back. Boom boom boom. There were lightning and thunder, and rain poured down. Smoker, that may not be the case. A steady and deep voice sounded from behind Smoker. Smoker turned around suddenly and instantly saw who was coming. The world's most vicious criminal, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. You. Why are you here? Smoker's pupils couldn't stop dilating. Dragon looked at Luffy, who was subdued by Smoker, and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had been waiting at the dock for Luffy to set sail, otherwise this kid would definitely have suffered at the hands of Smoker today. You still have a long way to go, Luffy. In a luxurious room in the red block, Yuchen sat leisurely on a soft sofa, enjoying the attentive massage from one of the twins, Xiao Gei. Her slender, soft jade fingers gently pressed on his tired shoulders, and every movement was filled with endless tenderness and warmth. Yuchen's eyes were half closed, and he was obviously completely immersed in this comfort. That's life. This is the enjoyment. Flying on and on. Double the happiness. There are twins in the streets of Rogue Town, so the headquarters must. I dare not think about it. Tisk tisk tisk, now it seems that choosing to go to the headquarters is the right choice. The richness of the headquarters is not comparable to that of Branch 186. Moreover, as far as I can remember, there is a largest entertainment venue on this sea, the Golden City. At that time, I will go to the Golden City for investigation at public expense, Hehehe. At the same time, the other twin, Xiao Gei, was peeling fruit for Yuchen carefully and gracefully. She handed a peeled fruit to his mouth and asked softly, "Brother, is it sweet?" Yi Chen smiled slightly, took the fruit, and took a bite. Sweet? Is it me who is sweet, or is it the fruit? Do you even need to ask? I guarantee you'll be sweet. Is it me or my sister who is sweeter? The gentle little hand behind her also stopped moving, waiting for Yuchen's answer. Yi Chen embraced her delicate body with his big hands. That's hard to say, come on. Let all the pigeons have a taste and a taste. Woo. Chapter 31. What is the best thing to do on a rainy day? Of course, have a good sleep. Hwalala. It was raining heavily, and the rain was hitting the dock and the boats violently, making a series of harsh sounds. Boom boom. A thunder cracked the sky, and lightning illuminated the sky, shining on Smoker's body. Rain slid down his chin. He held the cigar that had been extinguished by the rain in his mouth, and his brows were furrowed. Smoker looked at the dragon standing behind him and asked, "The world government has been wanting your head for a long time. Why would a man like you appear here?" Long just smiled slightly, with an elusive light flashing in his eyes. "That's not important." He waved his hand, and a strong wind quickly swept up, and the storm almost made everything around out of control. The wind was so powerful that the white smoke that had trapped Buggy and the others was instantly blown away. The smoke flew in all directions like torn cloth. The Marines on the dock had no time to react before they were blown all over the place and fell to the ground. Even Smoker was blown away by the strong wind. He let go of Luffy's hand and took a few steps back. "You!" Before Smoker could finish, a gentle breeze appeared again. The force of the wind gently lifted Luffy up, and he seemed to be held up by invisible hands. His body spun rapidly in the air, and finally fell heavily on the deck of the Mary, making a dull sound, bang. The sound of a landing echoed on the Mary. It also made all the Straw Hat members put their minds at ease. Nami saw this scene and smiled. Now all the personnel have arrived and all the supplies have been replenished. Strong winds or favorable winds, if we don't set out for the Great Route now, when will we set sail? With the help of a favorable wind, the Mary slowly set sail, the sails quickly raised, and headed towards the direction of the Great Route. The wind caused waves on the sea, and the Mary bravely sailed towards the distance in the waves. On the dock. Crack. Smoker lit a new cigar coolly, his eyes fixed on the dragon and the receding Mary, smoke swirling around him. Are you deliberately helping him? Helping Straw Hat Luffy? He slowly exhaled a circle of smoke, with doubt and a hint of anger in his eyes. What is his relationship with you? Long. Long did not respond, his eyes were still calm and deep. He turned around and looked at the huge ship of Marine headquarters docked at the pier. In his heart, he was secretly calculating what would happen next. Now Luffy and Mary have set sail successfully, and the journey to the Grand Line has begun. The only thing that might interfere with all this is the Marine headquarters soldiers who have landed in Rogue Town. Although he was not clear about their specific purpose of landing in Rogue Town this time, it seemed that they did not take any action in the dock incident. The soldiers of the headquarters appeared in the East Daxia Sea this time not to hunt down the Straw Hat pirates. I have observed carefully and found that there are no admirals from the Marine headquarters accompanying them this time. The person leading the group is Kizaru's adjutant, Colonel Yuchin. I am a former elite commander of the Marine headquarters, and I know the strength of the headquarters best. These elite Marines should not be underestimated. Dragon secretly evaluated in his mind. With a trace of worry in his eyes, Luffy and his companions, with their current strength, are not enough to deal with the elite troops of the headquarters. Smoker's strength is not that strong, he just relies on the ability of his fruit to gain a foothold in the East Daxia Sea. But even so, Luffy and others can be subdued easily. You know, Marine is the overlord of this sea, and there are a lot of monsters in its headquarters. Especially the three generals with the highest combat power at the top, they are real super monsters, and even I have to try my best to deal with them. Luffy and his friends still need more training now. They are no match for the Marines in the headquarters who have cultivated their haki. If the soldiers of this headquarters knew what happened at the dock. Dragon whispered to himself, a glimmer of determination in his eyes, it is very likely that we will launch a pursuit and completely eliminate Luffy and the others. So I have to reduce this possibility to the minimum and sink this warship directly. Let Luffy and his friends reach the Grand Line without any worries. Going on his own adventure. Long's eyes were fixed on the huge Marine headquarters warship on the dock like a sharp blade. Even though the storm was raging and the downpour made it difficult to open one's eyes, the warship was still anchored there steadily, like a standing castle, unwavering. Smoker stood aside, his eyes following Long's gaze, and he gradually understood his intention. He spoke calmly, his voice cold, "This is the warship of the headquarters, you don't know it, right? The consequences of attacking the headquarters warship. As the most evil criminal in the world, I still care about this crime." The corners of Long's mouth raised slightly, revealing a hint of an indifferent smile. "As you wish." Smoker gently exhaled a circle of smoke, a complicated look flashed in his eyes. He is indeed no match for Long. Long wants Straw Hat to go, and he can't stop him. However, he holds another bargaining chip in his hands. According to Yuchin, although the exact location of General Kizaru is unknown, he himself is still in the East Daxia Sea. If Ryu really attacked the warship, General Kizaru's intervention was almost inevitable. When the time comes, General Kizaru stops Ryu and sets off on his own to hunt down the Straw Hats. The result is the same. You can't escape, Straw Hat. Ho-ho. Long's hand waved slightly, and with his movements, the surrounding storm instantly erupted. The power released from his body tore through the air like a beast, carrying an irresistible momentum. Long shook the storm gathered in his hand, and the violent airflow was like a huge shock wave. The storm rapidly expanded and became larger and larger, almost like an all-devouring whirlpool, sweeping towards the huge warship. Thunderous roars echoed in the wind, and the strong winds rolled up the water vapor on the sea, making the air waves look like tides. At this time, the sea seemed to be trembling for this upcoming conflict. On the deck of the giant ship, Crow was busy sorting out the items scattered on the ground. As the #1 housekeeper around Yuchin, Crow knows his responsibilities. taking care of all the trivial matters for Yuchen, so that the colonel can fish more safely and comfortably. But a sudden storm caused the items on the deck to be scattered all over the place. And the wind blew everything around, making the entire deck look particularly messy. How can this be possible? He whispered to himself in a low voice, with anxiety and uneasiness in his expression. When Colonel Yuchen comes back and looks at this mess, how should I explain it? He took a deep breath and prepared to continue cleaning up despite the storm. But at this moment, a more violent storm swept over, and Crow couldn't help but raise his head, his eyes fixed on the sea in the distance. On that dark horizon, the storm was approaching him like a giant beast. His heartbeat accelerated instantly, and there was a hint of surprise on his face. Why is this storm coming towards the warship? Rumble. Thunder rolled over the red block, as if it was about to tear the entire sky apart. Lightning pierced the darkness from time to time, and raindrops hit the windows violently like bullets, making a crisp knocking sound. Yuchen was lying on the soft big bed, the mattress beneath him rising and falling gently with every slight movement. In his arms, two delicate bodies were curled up tightly together, as if protected by something, with their heads resting on his chest, like two kittens nestled in a warm embrace. Their hair is slightly moist with a unique fragrance, and their delicate skin is warm and soft. Yuchen felt the weight in his arms, and his arms naturally wrapped around them. The thunder outside the window seemed to echo the rhythm in his heart, noisy but with a relaxing soothing feel. He turned his head, looked down at the two people in his arms, smiled softly, and a sense of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. The taste of Hehehe is self-evident. Hey, is it raining heavily? He opened his mouth slightly and his voice was low and lazy. The sound of thunder and rain intertwined into a unique melody, as if it was the background music woven by nature for the tranquility and warmth of this moment. What is the best thing to do on a rainy day? Of course, I had a nice sleep. Chapter 32. What I have to do is protect everything about Colonel Yuchen. The wind was raging and the storm was quickly sweeping towards the warship, as if a huge beast was pouncing on it. Standing on the deck, CLO stared at the coming storm with his brows deeply furrowed. His gaze penetrated the fog of the storm and fell on the air current that was raging like a monster. The storm's path was almost directly towards his ship. If it continues on its current trajectory, the storm will slam into the steel behemoth beneath its feet within a few minutes. CLO knew that the warship was strong enough to withstand the impact of most storms, but even so, he still had an inescapable uneasiness in his heart. Even such a powerful warship might be severely damaged or even sunk in the face of such a huge storm. At that time, as a person left behind, how would I face Colonel Yuchen? How do you explain your inaction? He took a deep breath, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. Although I had a vague feeling that something was unusual, this storm did not seem to be formed naturally, as if someone was controlling everything. But now is not the time to hesitate. CLO made up his mind, I will defend this ship no matter what. He gently pushed his glasses up on his nose with his wrist. This action had become a habit of his. Especially before a battle, he would always make this adjustment in order to concentrate better. Besides, CLO whispered to himself, his eyes flashing with a fiery light, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, I am no longer the black cat I used to be. The next moment, CLO's figure was like a ignited flame, bursting out with powerful force. Shave shadow. His body instantly reached its limit state. With the help of the basic technique of shaving, his speed was so fast that it almost made the air vibrate. The surrounding scene was instantly stretched into blurred lines, leaving behind a series of afterimages. In a gust of air vibration, CLO rushed to the front of the storm almost in the blink of an eye. Facing the fierce wind like a beast, he did not retreat at all. CLO's eyes were determined. He pushed his legs hard and leaped high into the air, like a nimble cheetah heading straight into the center of the storm. Leopard dance. Clo growled and kicked out with both legs alternately and rapidly. The air was immediately filled with the aura of sharp slashing. This was a move he created based on the mist kick. It compressed the vacuum in the air into a powerful attack wave, like a sharp blade, with circles of fierce slashes quickly rushing towards the storm. Countless slashing blows were like arrows breaking through the air, with fierce momentum, slashing fiercely towards the storm that was about to devour everything. Boom! The storm and the slash collided instantly, the air vibrated violently, and a deafening noise was heard. Smoker stood in the distance, watching all this intently. Although he didn't see clearly who the person who intercepted the storm was, judging from the marine uniform he was wearing, he was undoubtedly a member of the marine. Being able to face such a huge storm, he is obviously an extraordinary person. This kind of courage and boldness. Smoker muttered to himself, and a feeling of admiration welled up in his heart. It should be someone from the headquarters. I don't know which elite soldier under General Kizaru's command this is. As for whether it could be someone who belongs to Kizaru's new Lieutenant Yuchen? Absolutely impossible. That rotten brat? Does he have such charisma? Are you kidding? Now it depends on what Long chooses to do. Although the marine who intercepted the storm was strong, he could see that he had already put in all his strength to intercept this storm. If there is another one, it will pale in comparison. Looking at the dragon, he chose to continue and beat the people of the ape. He still did not take action, and let the marine stop the storm, while the dragon himself returned empty-handed. Smoker took a deep puff of his cigar and looked towards the dragon. The dragon seemed to sense Smoker's thoughts and acted calmly without any hesitation. Now that he has made his move, he has no way back. The dragon waved his hand again, and the scale of the storm expanded instantly. The airflow was surging, as if it was going to swallow up the entire sea surface. The space around seemed to be vibrating, and the oppressive feeling of the air made it almost impossible to breathe. The thunderous roar once again echoed in the air, boom boom boom. The even bigger storm swept in an instant, swallowing up almost everything. CLO was soaking wet, standing in the air, facing the increasingly strong storm. There was a gleam in his eyes and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I have become so much stronger. He felt the tremendous pressure brought by the storm, but at this moment, he was no longer the little black cat hunted by Marine, but a hunter standing in the storm. It's not just your strength that makes you stronger, but also your mentality. Crow whispered, with an indescribable confidence in his tone. My past self could never have imagined that my future self would be able to face such a storm. And there is no intention of backing down. Maybe this is the confidence and belief. CLO knew that all these changes came from the unfathomable man behind him. Yi Chen, the man who gave him a new life, changed his destiny. It gave him the courage to face the storm. This time on the warship is the most peaceful time I've had since I became a pirate. CLO closed his eyes slightly, recalling everything in the past. After all, I have changed from prey to hunter. Dealing with these tedious little things in front of me is my job, but this is far from enough. All I have to do is protect everything Colonel Yuchen has. At this moment, CLO's heart was already determined. No matter what storms he faced, he would stay by Yuchen's side unwaveringly. Come! The people are there, the ship is there. Klo roared angrily, with a raging fighting spirit in his eyes. Leopard God gun! He growled and swung his arms quickly, like a gust of wind passing by, swift and deadly. This is a skill that he derived from the six-finger gun techniques that are said to have the power of shooting, which concentrates all his strength and concentration. CLO's index finger pointed forward fiercely, and all the strength was concentrated on the fingertips at this moment. The index finger looked ordinary, but it seemed to contain huge energy. The fingertips hardened, flashing with lightning-like light, and quickly erupted with overwhelming force. The speed of the attack was so fast that almost no one could react. The fingertips were like flying bullets, with unparalleled attack power. Directly piercing through the air and slamming into the oncoming storm. Cielo's hands flew rapidly, and his body shook violently with each blow. Countless finger guns shot out from his fingertips, like countless flying arrows, piercing through the fierce storm. The two forces collided violently in the air. At the moment when the storm and the finger gun collided, the air seemed to be torn apart, making a deafening roar. Boom! After a violent and anxious collision, the storm finally began to dissipate, and the space in front of us gradually became clear. A figure fell from the sky, like a broken leaf abandoned by the storm. The figure was covered in wounds and fell weakly towards the sea, with a dull thump sound and splashing layers of water. Long stared at everything in front of him coldly, without a trace of fluctuation in his eyes, and then his gaze turned to the huge ship parked at the dock. Now, no one can stop himself from destroying the warship. Dragon! Suddenly, Smoker's voice came from the side, and he took out a connected den mushi from his arms. The sound of the den mushi instantly caught Long's attention. He frowned slightly, feeling a little uneasy. Hello. A lazy greeting came from the other end of the phone, with a familiarity that could not be ignored. What? Long's eyes widened instantly, as if he realized something, and his expression suddenly became even more stern. The Admiral of the Marine Headquarters, Kizaru, Borsellino. Yo! Yellow Monkey's obscene laughter came from the other end of the phone. It's been a long time since I last heard your voice, Monkey D. Long. I heard that you want to attack my beloved adjutant and car. Chapter 33. At first glance, all you can see is Lao Zi's handsome appearance when he was young. Long, what do you want to do with my adjutant and my car? Is the Revolutionary Army preparing to go to war with Marine? Kizaru's voice came from the other end of the phone. His lazy tone carried a hint of seriousness that could not be ignored. I have finally found an adjutant that suits my taste. Yi Chen is a handsome boy who looks exactly like me when I was young. Handsome. Cool. Uninhibited. Now, my adjutant has been beaten, and Long wants to sink Lao Zi's warship here. How can I tolerate this? At worst, Lao Zi can rush to Rogue Town now, entangle the dragon and prevent him from escaping. He then called for reinforcements from the headquarters and arrested the leader of the Revolutionary Army in the East Daxia Sea. By then, it will be another great achievement. Lao Zi has another excuse to apply for a month's vacation. Barusalino. Long frowned slightly, looking a little surprised. He never expected that Smoker would call Kizaru directly. But even if Kizaru sets out from the headquarters now, by the time he reaches the East Daxia Sea, he had already evacuated safely, and Luffy had successfully arrived at the Grand Line. The geomagnetic field, celestial phenomena, ocean currents, and air currents of the Grand Line are all in chaos, and it will be difficult for Luffy to determine his own position by then. At that time, no matter how hard Kizaru chased him, it would be useless. The world is waiting for our answers. Long's voice was low and firm, his eyes were like knives, staring ahead. Kizaru, I want to make sure a man sets sail smoothly. As for your car, I'm sorry. There was an irreversible determination and ruthlessness in his words, and it was obvious that he was ready to face all the consequences. On the other end of the phone, Kizaru didn't seem to be in a hurry to respond, but instead said calmly, You were born in the Goa Kingdom, right, Ryu? What a coincidence. There was a hint of sarcasm and ease in Kizaru's tone, but there was a deep meaning behind his words. Long's pupils suddenly contracted, and he heard a noisy sound coming from the other end of the den mushi, like the noise of a market. There were some unique accents mixed in with the noise, that was, the accent of the Kingdom of Goa, the accent of my hometown. Yellow Monkey, in the Goa Kingdom. In the East Sea. This. Kizaru, why are you in the East Daxia Sea? Long's voice was low, filled with disbelief and a hint of anger. He had an uneasy feeling in his heart. Things seemed to be getting more complicated. Of course it's something important. I'm leaving now and will arrive at Rogue Town in 10 minutes. You and the people you are escorting. Kizaru's tone gradually became gloomy, no one can escape. After he said this, he hung up the den mushi. When Long heard Kizaru's threatening words, he felt a chill in his heart. Miscalculated. I never thought that Kizaru himself was actually in the East Daxia Sea. With the light speed ability of his shining fruit, it really doesn't take 10 minutes to get from Goa Kingdom to Rogue Town. A surge of anxiety suddenly surged in Long's heart, and his eyes unconsciously turned to the warship docked at the pier. If Kizaru met Luffy and his companions first on the way and captured Luffy and his companions directly, then it would be meaningless for him to sink the warship. The only purpose of returning to the East Daxia Sea this time is to meet Luffy, see his growth, and ensure that he can successfully pursue his dream. However, if this plan is disrupted by Kizaru, all efforts will be in vain. If Luffy was caught, he would have to lead his army to attack Impel Down or cause a commotion on Judicial Island to rescue him. However, the Revolutionary Army is still in a latent stage and is not yet ready for large-scale operations. The best way now is to follow Luffy's ship and escort them safely to the Grand Line. The rest of the journey depends on you, Luffy. Incompetent father, there are other important things: overthrow the world government and give the world a real answer. Thinking of this, Long took a deep breath and his eyes became more determined. He waved his hand slightly, and a strong wind immediately lifted him up. His body flew quickly towards the direction where the Mary disappeared like an eagle. Smoker stood in the distance, holding a cigarette in his mouth, his eyes fixed on the direction where Long flew, his brows slightly furrowed. After a moment, he slowly exhaled a circle of smoke, pondered for a moment, and then waved his hand, "Go and save Marine who fell into the water." He then jumped on his three-wheeled motorcycle by Longa and accelerated towards the direction where Long Fei went. If Admiral Kizaru arrives, he can capture the Straw Hat Pirates. Buzz! With the roar of the motorcycle, the amphibious motorcycle quickly rushed into the water, stirring up a splash on the calm sea surface, and sped away into the distance. Cough! CLO, who was rescued by Marine, coughed violently, spit out blood, and his face turned pale. Although his glasses were almost shattered by the violent collision, CLO's eyes were unusually bright. Fine. The warship has been saved. He murmured softly, forcing a smile. Soon, exhaustion and severe pain made his body unable to support it. His eyelids closed heavily, and he eventually lost consciousness and fell into a coma. In a luxurious room in the red block. The dim light shines through the curtains into a corner of the room, and a faint fragrance permeates the air. Yuchen and the two beauties were fast asleep. Suddenly, "Bulu bulu! Bulu bulu!" The sharp sound of den mushi rang out, breaking the silence in the room. Yi Chen, who was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes, and his thoughts became clear instantly. The lieutenant colonel and members of the headquarters were resting in other rooms. CLO stayed on the warship and would come directly to him if there was anything. No one would call themselves a bug at this time. This will be able to contact my own people, Lao Huang? What does he want from me? Yuchen quickly sorted out the possible scenarios in his mind. Kizaru understands his own character. If the situation is not urgent, he will not disturb him easily. Yi Chen's eyes slightly stern, and his observation haki instantly covered the den mushi, blocking out the sound. Swoosh! Yi Chen moved lightly and leapt off the bed like an arrow. The two kittens felt the bed become lighter in their sleep. Before they could fully lift their heads, they rested their heads steadily on the soft pillows and fell asleep peacefully. Yi Chen smiled slightly, holding the den mushi in his hand, and quietly closed the balcony door to prevent the wind outside from disturbing the tranquility in the house. He leaned back on the balcony chair, lit a cigar, and answered the den mushi call. The moment the den mushi was connected, its image changed into that of a wretched old man wearing sunglasses. "Hey, my dear adjutant Sang, your people have been beaten." Yi Chen's eyes suddenly became sharp. "My people? Being beaten?" "Yes. Chapter 34. It can burn ice and endure the light of lava. All I can say is, invincible. What's going on? Yi Chen's heart tightened, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Kizaru's voice became deeper. A dragon appeared in Rogue Town and beat up our people. He paused, as if waiting for Yi Chen's reaction. Why do you beat our people? Yi Chen frowned slightly. Dragon? I knew that dragon would appear in Rogue Town because he was going to send Luffy to the Grand Line. But, his and Luffy's affairs shouldn't have anything to do with me. I just had a duel with Zoro and never spoke to Luffy. How can this have anything to do with me? The specific reason is unclear. Kizaru's tone became more urgent, but Long manipulated the storm to destroy my warship. He paused. The man whose bounty you cancelled before was stopped by him. After that, he was seriously injured and fell into a coma. Yi Chen's heartbeat suddenly accelerated and his face changed. He suddenly remembered something and his eyes widened instantly. Crow. Crow is still on the boat. He almost jumped up from his chair and bit off his cigar in a hurry. FK. Crow, got beaten? Seriously injured? His heart seemed to be squeezed tightly and his breathing stagnated. Dragon. If Lao Wang's boat is destroyed, it's destroyed. It's not my own boat. Smoker beat him up if he wants, as long as he doesn't die. But who is Klo? He is the chief steward appointed by Lao Zi, the key person who will help me spend my days leisurely in the headquarters in the future, and the foundation of all my comfortable life. Without Clopera working by his side, how can Lao Zi enjoy a peaceful life? How can you slack off at work, read newspapers, and spend your days leisurely? How can you be relaxed after get off work, go to the bar for a drink, take a walk on the street, enjoy the warm embrace of the neighborhood, and enjoy every detail of life? A picture quickly emerged in Yuchen's mind. If Klo wasn't there, I will be overwhelmed by the mountains of military affairs, piles of documents will be piled on the desk, and tasks will come one after another, almost making it hard to breathe. I am required to work overtime until late at night every day, and even have to have a hasty dinner, leaving me no time to enjoy any relaxing moments. Faced with endless responsibilities every day, my life becomes like a machine, running step by step. Think about it. Yuchen's heartbeat began to speed up, and anxiety swept through his body. If it weren't for CLO, I would face these documents and tasks every day, and I would never finish them. The work would pile up in front of me like a mountain of paint, and I would have no chance to breathe. In his mind, Yuchen saw himself being deeply involved, busy like a beast of burden, dealing with endless tasks. Without CLO, he would never again be able to lead the comfortable life he had once. Was no one to relieve his stress, no one to share his burdens. It's better to just kill myself. Yi Chen couldn't help but mutter under his breath, his anxious mood causing his fingers to clench unconsciously. Do you need my help? I am on my way to Rogue Town. Kizaru's lazy voice came from the other end of the Den Mushi, breaking Yi Chen's thoughts. The tone seemed to be a light-hearted teasing, but Yi Chen knew that the danger implied in Kizaru's words was by no means a joke. Call. Yi Chen took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. After taking a deep breath, his heartbeat gradually calmed down and his face returned to that calm expression. Old Huang. Yi Chen said in a deep voice, his tone firm and cold, don't worry about this matter. He paused, a look of determination flashed in his eyes. I will take action. A raging rage burned in his heart. He was almost about to lose his most important subordinates. I was just a little bit away from missing out on the happy life I had been longing for. He was almost swallowed up by the endless military affairs. Dragon. A cold light flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. I have to get over this. I'm off. He whispered, and then hung up the Den Mushi without hesitation. Although CLO was seriously injured, as long as he was still alive, he could recover quickly with the items he had extracted from the system before. Go see him first, then catch up with the dragon and vent your anger. Yuchen quickly put on his suit and put on a cloak that symbolized justice. He leaned forward slightly, and the ground beneath his feet seemed to echo his determination. He leaped forward and headed quickly towards the dock. The other side. Yo! After hanging up the den mushi, Kizaru's mouth curled up into a playful smile, with a hint of relief in his eyes. Adjutant-san is angry. Things are getting interesting. He leaned back in his chair and snapped his fingers lightly, as if sighing about something. He recalled the move Dazzling Dragon Head Dance that he had witnessed in Branch 186. At that moment, the power displayed by Yi Chen's swordsmanship made him feel amazing. The three most powerful generals of Marine Headquarters are called super monsters not only because of their respective Logia fruit abilities, but also because they possess extraordinary physiques and their respective Grandmaster domains. And swordsmanship is exactly the area that Kizaru excels in. That move, Dazzling Dragon Head Dance, was not only exciting for my hawk to watch, but also very satisfying. Kizaru also saw through some of the essence of it. However, he was not prepared to publicize it. The stronger your adjutant-san is, the better, isn't it? A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Kizaru's eyes. In the future, he can help me share more tasks and military affairs. I must keep such talents well. Huang Yuan's hand shook slightly, and then a scorching sword of light appeared in his hand. The sword flashed with a dazzling yellow light and emitted high temperature, as if it could melt everything. The edge of the sword of light not only destroys matter, but also seems to contain an energy that can destroy everything. This is a variation of the move that Kizaru created after watching Dazzling Dragon Head Dance and combining it with his own Kusanagi sword. He enhanced the heat of the blade, making it more than just an ordinary sword of light, but a high-temperature weapon that could burn everything in a confrontation. Once it collides with the opponent's sword, it will inevitably be twisted and deformed by the scorching force. Sun and Twinkle. Kizaru whispered to himself, swinging his lightsaber lightly. Interesting. Let's call this move Flashing Swords. I wonder what expressions Sakazuki and Kyuzan will have when they see me do this. A light that can burn ice and endure lava? Haha. Kizaru smiled happily. As if he had seen the shocked expressions of Akainu and Aokiji. Although Adjutant-san decided to take action himself, but the image of Yuchen's lazy and handsome face flashed through Kizaru's mind. The sword move of Dazzling Dragon Head Dance is indeed amazing, but the dragon was once an elite officer in the Marine. His precious adjutant couldn't be bullied just because of carelessness. I'd better go and take a look. Kizaru chuckled softly, his eyes revealing a hint of relaxed teasing. If the adjutant-san gets beaten, I can make a handsome hero appearance. Then, a flash of yellow light instantly rose into the sky and quickly headed towards Rogue Town. The flash disappeared in the sky like a shooting star, leaving only the dazzling trail of light. Please, please. Reward, urge for more, comment, praise. Thomas Yang spun around and bowed to express his gratitude. Chapter 35 Golden Items, Conqueror's Talent. Marine Hospital in Rogue Township. There was heavy rain and biting cold wind. Call. Suddenly, a figure fell from the sky, wearing a neat suit and with a fluttering cape, like an elegant lightning, descending on the wet ground with silent deterrence. Yi Chen landed steadily on the ground, his footsteps making almost no sound, and the air around him seemed to freeze because of him. He walked quickly into CLO's ward. Iken, Colonel. Lying on the hospital bed, CLO opened his eyes weakly, his throat moved slightly, and his voice was low and hoarse. His body was wrapped in thick bandages and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. CLO tried to sit up, but the pain in his body made it impossible for him to move. It's okay, lie down. Yi Chen leaned over, his tone gentle but firm, with a hint of relief in his eyes. Seeing that Klo could still speak, he finally put down the heavy stone in his heart. Although I knew before that CLO was only injured and unconscious, the worry in my heart was completely dissipated after seeing it with my own eyes. There is no way, there are too few administrative talents in the pirate world. Since CLO surrendered to him, he has performed very well in all aspects. He is not only loyal and reliable, but also has a clear understanding of his own position. To me, CLO is a rare and valuable talent, and I really don't want anything to happen to him. With him around, I can have more time to slack off and enjoy the comfort and freedom. Yuchen took out a sensory bean from his arms and gently threw it into CLO's mouth. Most of CLO's wounds were flesh wounds, and this magic bean was enough to help him recover quickly. CLO swallowed the senzu bean with difficulty. In an instant, a warm feeling of energy spread from deep within his body. The pain from the wound disappeared almost instantly, and his entire body began to recover rapidly. When Klo felt the speed of his body's recovery, he couldn't help but let out a low sigh. That's the magic of Colonel Yuchen. Powerful and mysterious. He looked through the books on the warship, but never found any record of senzu beans. Even the Admiral's car at the Marine headquarters does not have this kind of magical item. Only by experiencing it all personally can you truly appreciate Yuchen's extraordinariness. As the healing effects of the senzu beans quickly took effect, Klo felt the power in his body surge again. Although his body still seemed a little weak, he did not show any fear. Instead, there was a firm light in his eyes. From the time he was injured and unconscious until now, Colonel Yuchen came quickly and personally paid attention to his injuries, which made Klo more convinced that he did not follow the wrong person. Colonel Yuchen, I'm sorry to trouble you. CLO's tone was sincere, with a hint of guilt in his eyes. What are you talking about? Yuchen patted CLO's shoulder, his tone was somewhat comforting, his eyes were gentle, with recognition of CLO, you did a good job, you didn't let me down. Now, who among the Marines in Rogue Town doesn't know that you can withstand the dragon's storm with your body? From now on, take him out and stand behind Lao Zi. This is CLO who can withstand huge storms with his body. Lao Zi's soldiers. Hey, don't say that. Looks good. Yi Chen's eyes swept over CLO's basically recovered state, and he nodded slightly. He was extremely satisfied with the effect of the senzu beans. This therapeutic effect is indeed worthy of the title of system produced, quality assured. Although CLO had recovered most of his strength, he still looked a little tired. Yi Chen saw it and nodded at him, his tone calm but full of concern. Have a good rest, you have done your best. After saying that, Yi Chen turned around, his cape fluttering in the wind, and said in a low and firm voice, I will take care of this matter. Without stopping, he quickly soared into the sky, his feet as light as the wind, crossing the dock and chasing in the direction where the Mary disappeared. Yi Chen already had his own plan in mind. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long would never attack the Marine warship without a reason. You know, this vehicle is Lao Wang's ship, and attacking the ship of the Admiral of the Marine headquarters is a serious crime. Logically speaking, Dragon should have done the same as in the original story, holding down Smoker and releasing Luffy into the sea, and then leaving Rogue Town. But this time, not only did he not leave, he also attacked the warships docked at the pier. Long's move this time was probably related to his team landing in Rogue Town. Maybe he saw the knife he used to kill Zoro instantly at the market. Perhaps it was because the elite members of the headquarters who followed him to the Red Block put a lot of pressure on him, causing him to worry that Luffy would not be able to successfully travel to the Grand Line. But none of this matters anymore. Lao Zi did nothing. Yi Chen thought to himself, I also taught Brother Suozi a trick. Not only was he ungrateful, he also beat up the people from Lao Zi. He gritted his teeth, the anger in his heart had been completely ignited. I almost lost my most capable tool. I almost said goodbye to my comfortable life. Dragon. He clenched his fists, his eyes cold. If you don't speak up, you're not clear-headed. If you don't understand clearly, how can you stay happy? Bite. Because the host is extremely unhappy, the Joy system activates Emergency Plan No. 1. The drop rate has been greatly improved. Now when you perform 10 consecutive draws, the probability of drawing a golden god level item will be increased to the highest level. Oh my! It is indeed a pleasure system. Because the host is in a bad mood, it will actively adjust the explosion rate to make the host feel better. Look, he is still very sensible. Yi Chen silently glanced at his own happiness value, 9,036. Because I had previously spent a lot of pleasure points in order to maximize the effect of ghost attraction. Although my life has been comfortable and happy since then, I have not gained any significant pleasure. In the world of pirates, the more famous a person is, the more pleasure he or she will bring to you. This is completely understandable. After all, the combined praise from Mihawk and Kizaru is completely different from the pleasant effect brought by a casual Kurami praise. Now because of my extremely bad mood, the explosion rate has increased to the highest level. But with over 9,000 points of pleasure, there is only 9 times of 10 consecutive draws, there is no way to guarantee delivery. Bite. The system detects that the host's happiness value is insufficient and the mood is extremely bad. The system's second emergency plan is met, and the host is now given 50,000 happiness points. I hope the host can stay in a happy mood. Oli _ Tongzi. Your path has become a great road to heaven. Yi Chen couldn't help but grin, feeling the surge of pleasure. 50,000 points of happiness were given to him so easily. This unconventional way of giving made him feel instantly better, and most of his previous anger had dissipated. Then let's give Long a warning and ask him to take his revolutionary army away from Laozi and not to affect Laozi's comfortable and beautiful life in the marine headquarters. Tongzi. Give it to me, pump it. Yi Chen waved his hand violently, and all his joy was instantly consumed. As Yi Chen finished speaking, the lottery wheel in front of him began to spin rapidly, shining brightly, as if it had entered an extreme climax moment. Various colors are flashing, as if there are countless possibilities in it, with an exciting atmosphere. Dang! With a crisp sound, golden light suddenly burst out, as if the entire space was swallowed up by this momentary brilliance. Golden Item Conqueror's Talent. Chapter 36. The ceiling appears, 4 emperors bow down. Dang! 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 3 clear sounds shook Yi Chen's ears like thunder, as if opening the door to some mysterious power. 3 gold medals in a row. Yi Chen's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and his eyes flashed with undisguised excitement. How long has it been since I last saw a golden item? It's been so long, I can't even remember the last time. But this time, finally, the situation has changed. Laozi is the lucky one today. Let me see what golden item was exploded this time. Yi Chen's eyes were fixed on the object that was shining with golden light. Every second of waiting seemed to be irritating his nerves. Conqueror's talent is only domineering, surpassing everything. The system's voice echoed in Yi Chen's ears, steady and powerful, like the echo of an ancient horn, causing an irresistible shock in his heart. The voice seemed to carry an invisible pressure, causing the air around it to freeze. God-level golden item, current star rating, 3 stars, maximum 5 stars. 1 star, host awakens Conqueror's talent. At the 1-star stage, he is unaware of his own power. It is often triggered when one is angry or other emotionally excited, and can stun people around, but it cannot be precisely controlled. 2 stars, as mental strength increases, it can be controlled according to one's own will. From the timing of use to its power, as well as the scope of impact, everything is under control. It can exert great power when fighting against a large number of opponents. 3 stars, a true overlord who possesses both mental and physical abilities. Simply by increasing his aura, he can radiate his domineering aura in all directions. You can activate Conqueror's Haki at will. Its pressure can shake a huge warship, and when it passes by, it can even make a battle-hardened general fall to the ground. 4 stars, Conqueror's domineering power is raised to god level. Host Master's Conqueror's Entanglement, wrapping Conqueror's domineering power around weapons or physical attacks to enhance attack power. It can actually attack the enemy without touching the opponent within a certain distance. 5 stars, Conqueror's domineering power is raised to the ceiling level, surpassing everything. When the ceiling appears, the 4 emperors bow their heads. With every prompt from the system, a sharp light flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. He was filled with joy. Great! The Conqueror's domineering power that I have been waiting for has finally been drawn. And all 3 golds are Conqueror's domineering, directly upgraded to 3 stars. From the initial hazy awakening to the current 3-star stage, Yi Chen can feel that his connection with this world is becoming closer and closer. The Conqueror's domineering aura surged out from his body, like an invisible force flowing through his body. 3 stars, just 1 step away from the god level 4 stars. It's more than enough for now. Yi Chen muttered to himself calmly, after all, I am just a colonel in the headquarters. What kind of difficult mission can I encounter? If you have any trouble, find Lao Huang. He couldn't help but chuckle. The sky is falling, General Kizaru will hold it up. But the next moment, his expression became serious. It's time to try out my new abilities. Yi Chen's eyes were slightly stern. And the air around him seemed to solidify instantly, and the air pressure suddenly rose. A powerful aura burst out from his body, causing the air to vibrate, and the extreme pressure caused waves on the sea surface. This is an indiscriminate and domineering attack. Yi Chen took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and calmed his mind. His airflow quickly gathered in his chest like a storm, and a huge force was rapidly expanding, engulfing everything around it. Next, its precision strikes. Yi Chen's fists were slightly clenched, the muscles in his arms were tense, and the Conqueror's domineering aura in his body surged out like raging waves and spread rapidly. Under his conscious control, his domineering aura was like an invisible blade, accurately cutting through the surrounding air, sliding along Yi Chen's wool, passing through the sea in the distance, and revealing an invisible sense of oppression. The airflow swept through quickly, shaking every inch of space, as if no object could escape the reach of this force. Yi Chen lit a cigar comfortably, took a deep puff, and the smoke slowly rose in the air. I have already experimented with indiscriminate and precision strikes, and now I'm going to try Conqueror's collision. I was just about to hit Long to make him and his revolutionary army stay away from me. I've heard that Monkey's clan is the Conqueror's clan, so... Yi Chen stepped hard on the air, and his body rushed forward like lightning, tearing the air apart at the speed of the wind, heading straight in the direction of the Grand Line. His body merged with the wind, and he moved so fast that he looked like a wild beast running at night. Dragon, I'll find you. Let's try Conqueror's collision. The East Daxia Sea is located in the waters close to the Grand Route. Dark clouds rolled in, and lightning and thunder roared. The Mary sailed with difficulty in the storm, the hull sometimes shook violently and was sometimes swallowed by the waves, but each time, it firmly broke through the obstacles ahead and bravely headed towards the Great Route. Behind the Mary, the sound of a pirate ship was heard in the distance. The ship flying the clown flag was following the Mary closely. As a trainee on Roger's ship from One Piece, Buggy couldn't stand being defeated so easily by a kid in a straw hat. In his opinion, there is no reason for him to fail so easily. Even if he returns to the nostalgic Grand Line, he will personally defeat the Straw Hat Pirates and make Luffy pay the price for that red nose. Farther out to sea, a 3-wheeled motorcycle was speeding in the wind and rain, stirring up waves. Smoker was crossing the waves, heading quickly towards the direction of the Mary. Not far ahead is the intersection of the Grand Line. Nami raised the telescope with sharp eyes and a smile on her lips, as if she couldn't wait to welcome the more mysterious sea area. That's great! Luffy raised his hands excitedly and shouted, Grand Line, here we come! Ouch! Usopp grinned excitedly and clapped his hands. Ms. Nami, please have a glass of the love juice that the chef specially prepared. Sanji brought out a glass of brightly colored juice from the kitchen, deftly avoided the wind and rain, and handed it to Nami with a loving look in his eyes. There will be stronger opponents on the Grand Line. Zoro leaned against the cabin door, his eyes calm and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Only by challenging the truly strong can I become stronger. My hawk. Yu-chan. I will become stronger. Zoro swore silently in his heart. High in the sky over the sea, a dragon in a green cloak quietly overlooked the voyage of the Mary. The Mary in the storm seemed so small in his eyes, yet so firm. He stood in the air, watching all this calmly, with a smile on his face. This smile contains profound expectations as well as unspoken determination and belief. Luffy, your adventure is about to begin. If this is the way you choose, then go ahead and pursue your own future. Suddenly, Long felt a breath approaching quietly, like an undercurrent in the storm, lurking in the invisible. His eyes were stern, he tilted his head slightly, and raised his eyebrows slightly. The breath came swiftly and with a strong sense of oppression, as if it was going to eliminate all obstacles. Long's intuition told him that this was not an ordinary airflow, but a powerful force that was approaching rapidly. In the storm in the distance, all the waves and lightning seemed to be torn apart by some invisible force. A figure, like a blade breaking through the wind, cut through the sky. The man walked out of the storm, his posture upright, his temperament calm and majestic. The figure in a suit remained straight in the strong wind, and he seemed unaffected by the storm, as steady as a mountain. Kyunran swung gently at his waist, and the blade exuded a cold demonic energy. The faint sound was looming in the wind, as if foreshadowing that a storm was about to break out. The justice cloak behind him fluttered in the wind, carrying with it a majesty and determination that could not be ignored. Marine Headquarters Colonel Yu-chan. Chapter 37. Are you crazy? Are you a match for the dragon? The wind and rain raged, and the sky seemed to be torn apart. The strong wind made the dragon's green cloak rustle, and the cloak blew up in the wind, like a huge wing, carrying an oppression that could not be ignored. The dragon stood in the wind with a calm expression and deep eyes, feeling the increasingly solemn atmosphere around him. He sighed softly, his eyes fixed ahead. Young Marine Captain. Long's eyes fell on Yu-chan in front of him. There was a hint of doubt in his heart. If I remember correctly, this Marine Colonel was Colonel Yu-chan, the adjutant who accompanied Admiral Kizaru to land in Rogue Town. He still remembered that when he first met Yi-chan in Rogue Town, the man looked lazy, as if he disdained everything around him. But today, Yi-chan in front of him showed an aura that was completely different from before. The awe-inspiring aura almost froze the air, as if every step carried a silent sense of oppression. But, when he gets serious, does he have such momentum? Long was secretly shocked. Could it be that the colonel of our headquarters is so complicated now? He narrowed his eyes slightly, his mind working rapidly, and an inexplicable sense of alertness arose in his heart. It seemed that Yi-chan was coming towards him intentionally. This aura and look were obviously different from the casual attitude before. Dragon. Yi-chan spoke in a low voice, his tone was cold, but it carried a sense of threat that could not be ignored. He spit out the cigar in his mouth and looked straight at Long. You beat up Lao Zi's people, and you just left like that. The one who beat you. Long frowned slightly, his brows furrowed, obviously pondering the deeper meaning of Yi-chen's words. After a moment, his eyes gradually became clear, as if everything had suddenly become clear to him. He asked in a low voice, "Is that Marine soldier yours?" The image of the Marine who had used his body to block the storm quickly emerged in his mind. That man was full of courage and spirit, which impressed him deeply. At this moment, Long suddenly realized everything, so that's why Colonel Yu-chan came here for him. That's right. Yi-chan raised his head calmly, glanced at the gloomy sky, then turned his gaze back to Long, his voice calm but full of deterrence. Crow is my appointed chief steward. If you accidentally kill him, who will take care of those trivial matters for me? His eyes were as sharp as a knife, as if they could penetrate Long's figure and pierce his heart. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chen's eyes flashed with determination. We must settle this account carefully, Long. The air seemed to freeze at this moment, as if time had stopped, and even breathing became unusually heavy. Invisible sparks burst out between the two of them, filled with a sense of oppression before the showdown. Long's gaze gradually tightened, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and his sight pointed directly at Yi Chen like a blade. He sneered in his heart, I was the one who beat up Yi Chen's people, so it's not surprising that he came to me. But then, his eyes became even colder. But Smoker tried to stop my son from going to sea, and Yi Chen had the audacity to attack me directly. Long felt a strong sense of reluctance and ridicule in his heart. Is the title of the world's most vicious criminal so intimidating? A small colonel of the headquarters has been so outrageous again and again. Long's clenched fist exerted a little force, and his knuckles made a slight crackling sound, as if responding to the anger in his heart. The wind gradually began to whistle around him, as if awakened by his will. His eyes became sharp, revealing a chilling determination. In that case, let the world recognize the power of the world's most vicious criminal again. Long's voice was like an ancient roar, low and deep, his anger burned in his eyes, and his whole body exuded an uncontrollable sense of oppression. He stood in the strong wind, his green cloak fluttering like fire behind him. The howling of the storm became more and more intense, as if all nature was responding to his power. Deep in his heart, a long simmering anger was gradually rising. He had not used his full strength for too long, and the world was about to forget his name as the rebel dragon. Although the revolutionary army is still in a latent stage, it does not mean that it has no fighting power. Long stared at Yi Chen coldly, thinking silently in his heart, today, let me break this silence with my own hands and prove the power that once frightened everyone. The sky seemed to sense the dragon's anger, and dark clouds quickly gathered to form a huge and ferocious vortex. Thunder and lightning struck from time to time, and the heaven and earth seemed to resonate at this moment, as if beating the drums of war for the upcoming showdown. Come on, Yi Chen. Long's voice is deep and powerful, and his deep gaze seems to penetrate people's hearts. His aura seemed to shake the heavens and the earth. The power of the storm raged around him. Endless air currents turned into hurricanes, whistling and circling around him. Come and experience the power of the wind. The dragon's voice was like a low thunder, full of endless might and power. His cloak fluttered in the wind, as if heralding the coming of a storm. Come. Yi Chen stood opposite the dragon, feeling the increasingly powerful aura of the dragon, and nodded slightly. No matter what kind of criminal you are, you beat up Lao Zi's people. You have to pay the price. Buzz. At this moment, the sound of an engine roaring cut through the sea, and the tires of a motorcycle rolled across the water rapidly. Smoker looked at the two people facing each other in the sky, and his eyes suddenly widened. Wasn't that Yi Chen? Why is he here? Smoker was confused. What is Yi Chen going to do? To settle accounts with Long. Who is Long? He is the criminal that the world government most wants to eradicate, the commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Army, the user of the Logia wind fruit, and a former Marine elite. And what about Yi Chen? That idiot guy is just a colonel in the headquarters, not a general. You are not qualified to fight against a dragon. Moreover, even his status of colonel was promoted because of his relationship with Admiral Kizaru. You, a bad guy, want to settle accounts with the world's most vicious criminal? What's wrong with you? Smoker talked to himself, a trace of uneasiness flashed in his eyes. He stared at the figure in the air, his heart filled with worry about Yi Chen. Any identity of Long can crush your identity of Admiral Kizaru's adjutant. Even if General Kizaru is on his way, you may be defeated instantly by a single blow from Long. Who can save you then? Smoker took a deep breath and spit out the cigar in his mouth, and the flames dissipated in the rain. His brows were furrowed, anger and worry intertwined. He pointed his hands towards the sky and shouted, Yi Chen boy, he is not a man you can compete with. Wait for General Kizaru's support. When Admiral Kizaru arrives, they won't be able to escape. Don't try to show off. Get down here, Laozi. Yuchen stood quietly in the air, looking at Smoker shouting loudly below, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Although Lao Si is a harsh person with his words, he has a good heart. Although he always said that he was the shame of Marine, when he really encountered a strong enemy, he still worried about the safety of his colleagues. Not bad, a good Marine. Yuchen grinned. Lao Si, shut up. Smoker immediately shut up. Just watch me perform, that's all. Yi Chen's eyes were stern, a hint of determination flashed through his mind, and then his aura suddenly changed. Conquerors. There was a red light flashing in his eyes, and the powerful conqueror's aura instantly soared into the sky, causing the airflow to vibrate violently, and the sky was shaking with this air pressure. The pressure suddenly descended, and the air in the entire sea area seemed to solidify, and the surrounding storms also stopped at this moment. Yi Chen's domineering aura spread out in all directions like a ferocious beast, making all living creatures feel suffocated. Yo! Angry Adjutant San! At this moment, Kizaru's voice came leisurely. He appeared beside Smoker wearing sunglasses leisurely, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. It's really scary. Chapter 38. Look, the sky is cracked. Boom boom. A deafening sound like thunder resounded throughout the entire sea area, and a powerful pressure instantly enveloped the surroundings. The sky seemed to collapse under this pressure, dark clouds rolled in, and the atmosphere was so tense that it was suffocating. The Red Conqueror's domineering aura swept in like a violent storm, and the sense of oppression and momentum made everything around it seem to tremble. Long's eyes suddenly widened, filled with shock and disbelief, as if a huge shock wave had hit his heart directly. Is this Conqueror's domineering? He whispered in a low voice, his voice trembling slightly, with a gleam of disbelief in his eyes. Since becoming the leader of the Revolutionary Army, he has seen countless strong men. But Yi Chen, who he regarded as an ordinary Marine colonel, actually displayed such a domineering aura that could not be ignored. Conqueror's domineering is the rarest type of domineering. Not only can it not be acquired through acquired practice, it is also a kind of innate kingly qualification. Among millions of people, perhaps only one person can awaken. This power is not only a manifestation of external forces, it is also a symbol of determination, will and kingly style. And these aren't the lowest of conquerors. Not the conquerors that were released unconsciously through violent emotional fluctuations. Long's mind went blank for a moment, and then he suddenly came back to his senses, with a look of deep shock in his eyes. Is this the high-level conqueror's domineering power that has been trained and can be precisely controlled? He was stunned, his throat was a little dry and his head could hardly move. This guy is the colonel of the headquarters. Is there only one freak colonel in this headquarters, or? Marine captains are so powerful now. If they are all that strong, everyone is a high-level conqueror's domineering. What revolution is there for Laozi? Just surrender and it'll be over. Long took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. No, it won't. It's impossible that all the colonels in the Marine headquarters are so strong, otherwise Smoker wouldn't have been subdued by me in one move. There should be only one such monster colonel. Long breathed a sigh of relief. It must be like this. You know, the entire Marine headquarters. The only ones who clearly possess Conqueror's domineering power are his father, Vice Admiral Garp, and the top leader of the Marines, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. That's good. I almost thought the revolution hadn't succeeded yet, but it collapsed halfway. Long took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner panic and shock. His eyes gradually calmed down, and the previous uneasiness began to dissipate, replaced by a calm determination. Immediately, the aura in his body changed, and a green conqueror's aura burst out from his body like wildfire, shaking the surrounding air. The powerful feeling of oppression instantly made the space heavy. Yi Chen felt the drastic change in the air, his eyes shone, and he thought to himself, sure enough, dragons also have conqueror's domineering aura. The monkey D family is indeed a domineering family. Whether it is a genetic talent or a free spirit taught by words and deeds, these questions do not need to be explored in depth. Try conqueror's collision with the dragon. A hint of excitement flashed in Yuchen's eyes. Come on. The red conqueror's domineering aura burst out from Yuchen's body and collided with the green conqueror's domineering aura of the dragon. Boom! The collision of the two domineering forces cut through the sky like thunder and shook the entire sea like a huge explosion. The air was torn apart in an instant, and the sky seemed to be split apart by this power. The powerful pressure swept in all directions like a tsunami, and the entire sea seemed to be frozen. The sea breeze was blown away by this ruthless force, and everything around seemed to be still at this moment. That invisible aura was so strong that it was almost impossible to breathe, as if even time had stopped at that moment. Smoker stood below Yuchen and Long, feeling the pressure coming from the sky like a mountain pressing on his chest. His eyes widened, everything in front of him seemed to become blurred, cold sweat dripped down his forehead involuntarily, and his heart was filled with unprecedented fear and disbelief. He opened his mouth and tried to say something, but his throat was dry and the words seemed to be stuck in his throat, and he couldn't speak at all. Kizaru patted Smoker's shoulder gently, and Smoker felt the pressure around him relieved instantly, and the air seemed to circulate again. Call. Smoker took a deep breath and then lit a cigar with trembling hands, trying to calm down in this way. General Kizaru. His voice trembled slightly. This is... Kizaru nodded slightly, with a hint of depth in his eyes. This is the collision of conqueror's domineering power. It's been a while since I've seen this in person. He slowly raised his head and his eyes fell on Yi Chen in the air. His sharp eyes seemed to penetrate the storm and dark clouds, staring directly at Yi Chen's figure. There was a flash of complex thought and evaluation in his eyes. This kid Yi Chen actually has such a conqueror's aura. I was originally worried whether Yi Chen could really compete with the dragon, so I rushed here in a hurry. Now it seems that even if Yi Chen is not a match for Long, he will not suffer a crushing defeat. However, I arrived in time to see this scene. Kizaru secretly felt fortunate that if he had arrived a little later, he would not have been able to witness the conqueror's showdown with his own eyes. It turns out that Yi Chen's potential is much greater than he imagined. This always lazy and relaxed adjutant showed not only strength but also surprising depth. He faced Mihawk's full-strength attack of Dazzling Dragon Head Dance, and now he showed his high-level conqueror's domineering power when facing the dragon. All this made me a little surprised and delighted, and Yuchen's performance made me full of expectations. Treasure Lieutenant. Kizaru whispered, with admiration in his eyes, I can still learn that move from before, but Conqueror's haki. This thing is innate, how can I learn it secretly? Kizaru smiled, don't hide your hidden sword skills, use them all. In the distant sea, a storm was raging, the sea was churning, and the waves were surging, as if nature was also restless about the impending conflict. The wind was howling, thunder was roaring, and lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the entire dark sea. Why does it feel like the air is becoming more and more oppressive? Nami frowned slightly, with a hint of uneasy doubt. Look! Luffy suddenly pointed to the sky behind him, his voice full of shock and excitement. The sky. The others followed Luffy's instructions and looked back. As their gazes focused on the sky, everyone's eyes widened instantly and their jaws dropped to the ground in shock. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates could hardly believe what they saw. The sky was twisting violently, as if it was torn apart by some invisible force, and cracks appeared one after another. The entire sky was torn in half, with violent storms and lightning penetrating in between, and a suffocating feeling of oppression filled the air. Sky! Sky! The sky is cracked. Ask for everything. Thanks. Empress. Chapter 39. You call this an ordinary person? Can an ordinary person split the sky? Sky. It's cracked. Usopp opened his mouth wide, staring at the scene in front of him in amazement, and screamed, his voice full of fear and disbelief. His hands subconsciously grabbed the side of the boat, as if this could give him some sense of security. Sanji tried to light the cigarette in his hand with trembling hands, but the storm's strong winds whistled past violently, and the flames were blown out again and again. Damn, this damn storm! He couldn't help but curse the bad weather in his heart, trying to ease his inner panic. Zoro's expression was extremely serious, his eyes fixed on the sky that seemed to be split apart, his gaze deep. If this is a celestial phenomenon, we have encountered such a horrific sight before reaching the Grand Line. We must be more careful on future voyages. But if this is man-made, it would be even more terrifying. What kind of strong person is able to split the sky apart? Can Colonel Yuchen, who has mastered unique sword skills, and Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, do it? Zoro thought secretly in his heart, his hand holding the hilt tightened slightly, and a hint of fighting spirit and expectation appeared in his eyes. Hello. Luffy seemed extremely excited, with a gleam of adventure in his eyes. He pointed at the sky behind him and shouted, "Why don't we turn around and go back to have a look? It will definitely be interesting." Nami raised her fist angrily, "Are you crazy?" A strong hammer hit Luffy's head hard, and immediately a big bump appeared on his head. "Back to you, you big-headed ghost. You think the storm is just a game?" Nami looked at Luffy angrily, then turned her attention back to the storm. She quickly picked up the telescope and tried to see what was happening in the distance through the storm. The strong winds and heavy rain blocked almost all vision. Even the telescope could only vaguely see part of the scene, as if it was swallowed up by the darkness and thunder and lightning. "What?" Nami's expression suddenly became solemn, as if she saw something shocking. In the depths of the storm, she vaguely saw two blurry figures confronting each other in the air. The wind howled around them and the thunder crackled beside them, but the two men stood still like warriors fearless of the storm. "What's going on, Nami?" Usopp noticed the change in Nami's expression and couldn't help but get nervous. Nami slowly put down the telescope, frowned, and said in a trembling voice, I seem to see two people standing in that sky. Standing in the air." Sanji and Zoro's faces turned serious, with some doubt and uneasiness in their eyes. "How is that possible? Who can stand in the air in this storm?" Zoro was secretly shocked. This scene was completely beyond common sense and made him begin to doubt the reality before his eyes. An incredible thought popped up in his mind: could it be that the strange phenomenon of the sky cracking just now was really caused by humans? A chill ran up his spine. But unlike the others, Luffy's reaction was full of excitement and curiosity, his eyes sparkling. "Really? Is there really someone there? Nami, show me." As he spoke, Luffy impatiently took the telescope from Nami, narrowed his eyes, and stared at the direction of the storm to examine it carefully. Suddenly, Luffy stopped moving. As if he saw something incredible. His eyes suddenly widened, and he became excited all of a sudden. He jumped up high and shouted excitedly, "Look! Look! Someone is actually there!" His voice was filled with excitement and shock. "They are in that storm." Sanji and Usopp were stunned. Usopp's eyes widened, and his voice revealed curiosity and panic that could not be concealed. "Really? Let me see." Usopp picked up the telescope with trembling hands, looking through the obstruction of the storm, trying desperately to see clearly. "Oh my God!" When Usopp saw the vague figure in the distance, his voice began to tremble uncontrollably, his legs and feet went weak, and he collapsed on the deck, his face filled with fear and disbelief. There are real people out there, and they are fighting. Is there really anyone strong enough to fight in a storm? As a sniper by profession, he has the best eyesight in the Straw Hat Pirates. He clearly saw through the telescope the two figures facing each other in the storm. Although he could not see their faces clearly, he saw one detail. Even though the wind and rain were howling, not a drop of rain got on their clothes. This clearly showed that he had no fear at all for such a terrible storm. Usopp's mind went blank, and that scene made him feel deeply powerless. Is this the level of the Grand Route? Is this a true sea warrior? Or, let's go back, woo. However, before he could finish his suggestion, Sanji rushed over and covered his mouth tightly with a serious look on his face. Shut up. Usopp. Usopp opened his eyes wide and could only make unclear "woo" sounds. Fear still lingered in his heart, but he could no longer say the words to retreat. At this time, Zoro took the telescope. He stood on the deck with a serious expression, looking through the layers of obstacles of the storm and into the depths of the storm. He pointed the telescope at the stormy sky. The wind and rain were like a curtain, but Zoro could still see clearly, and the vague outline became clearer and clearer. Although the strong winds and heavy rains of the storm made his vision extremely blurred, Zoro could see a familiar figure at that moment. A figure with a knife on his waist. Zoro's eyes widened instantly, and he muttered to himself, "Wait, that figure." He felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest, and his hand holding the telescope trembled slightly. It can't be wrong. His voice trembled with excitement. That figure. I will never mistake it. In countless dreams, he recalled and pondered the use of the fire thunder god countless times. That extremely powerful figure had already been deeply engraved in his mind. There was no mistake. The figure with the knife. That's Captain Yuchen from Marine Headquarters. What? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates opened their mouths in shock, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. The lazy and handsome colonel I met in Rogue Town before was one of the two people confronting each other in the sky? That guy keeps saying he's just an ordinary guy who wants to enjoy life. Now you are standing in the storm facing off against another powerful opponent. Even split the sky. You call this a normal person? Chapter 40. Sorry, Long, I'm suddenly a little rushed now. Call. Smoker slowly blew out a smoke ring, raised his head, and let the rain pour down, hitting his face coldly. Above the sky, the red and green conquerors' domineering energy collided with each other, and the violent force seemed to split the sky. At this moment, standing next to Kizaru, he could feel that the overwhelming pressure had weakened. But the domineering pressure from before still penetrated into his bones, filling his heart with waves of shock and awe. It turns out that this is Conqueror's domineering power that only 1 in a million people can have. He murmured to himself, with mixed feelings in his heart. Yes. Kizaru answered lazily, his eyes narrowed into a straight line, looking through the storm at the two figures above. Long is not someone to be taken lightly. Conqueror's domineering power alone is not enough for Yuchen if he wants to avenge Crow. I wonder how many trump cards this kid has yet to reveal? Smoker watched all this silently, and threw away the wet cigar, his emotions extremely complicated. Yuchen. Lousy F-ed your uncle. He roared in his heart, his tightly clenched fists were almost white, and the veins on the back of his hands bulged like knotted old tree roots. Damn it, you actually have Conqueror's domination. As a colonel from the Marine Headquarters training camp, Smoker is very familiar with the 3 colors of Haki, Armed Color, Observation Color, and Conquerors, as well as their difficulty and rarity. Conqueror's domineering, King's qualifications. Only 1 person appears in a million people. And the Red Conqueror's Haki released by Yuchen is not the primary Haki released unconsciously, but the high-level Conqueror's Haki that can be controlled through will. This level of Conqueror's domineering means that the user's spirit and courage have reached an extremely high level. This is a power that requires countless trials and spiritual breakthroughs to be understood. Yuchen, you really have this strength. Smoker gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, looking angrily at the confrontation in the air. His mind recalled the days when he supported the 186th branch. When you were the head of branch 186, you actually had the nerve to call for reinforcements from Laozi. Recalling that Yuchen had lazily asked him for reinforcements, he had always believed it. In line with his ambition to prevent any pirate from passing through the East Daxia Sea to the Great Branch route, he took the lead every time he received a request for support. We went all out and captured all the pirates around Branch 186. Now it seems that I am the fool. Every time Lao Zi pounces on the enemy regardless of his own safety, you stand aside, lazily watching the show, looking indifferent. It's because those pirates are too weak and not worth your while, right? You, Yuchen, only play high-end rounds, right? It's your uncles. Besides, when I, Lao Zi, tried my best to dissuade you from confronting the dragon, you kid must be laughing at Lao Zi in your heart. Smoker's eyes almost burst out with fire, and his face was full of humiliation and anger. That kid must be snickering inwardly, right? Laugh at yourself for being too naive, too childish, laugh at yourself for not overestimating your abilities, right? Are you still laughing loudly? Damn! Smoker growled, his voice full of frustration and confusion. His fists were clenched until his joints turned white. I have been fooled by this kid Yichina for so long. Kizaru looked at Smoker's almost defense-breaking expression and was secretly amused. He shook his head and couldn't help but recall that when he first met Smoker, the young colonel of the headquarters had commented on Yuchen, the shame of the marine, which made him feel a little funny. Who would have thought that boy could hide so deeply? Yo, don't look like that, Smoker. Kizaru's voice sounded lazily, with the same teasing tone as always, but his eyes showed a bit of seriousness. Even my boss can't completely see through adjutant saying. Really? Smoker's tone was full of complicated emotions. You haven't even seen through him. Kizaru nodded slightly. I only just found out that Adjutant Sang has Conqueror's talent. Then why did you decide so early to make him your adjutant? What did you see in him? Colonel Smoker. Huang Yuan hesitated for a moment, stroked his unshaven chin, raised a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth, and said in a long tone, "Don't you think that boy is as handsome as I was when I was young?" Smoker was stunned, and the expression on his face froze instantly. He stared at Kizaru's face, which had nothing to do with handsome in any way, and then looked up at Yuchen in the sky. The figure standing in the center of the storm, confronting the dragon, is indeed majestic and handsome. General Kizaru. If you weren't a general. If you could just beat me up right now. I'm going to make some very personal comments. Behind the Mary, a pirate ship flying the Joker flag was shaking violently on the rough sea, as if it would be overturned at any time. Buggy clung to the main pole tightly, his face pale, and he shouted in horror, "Oh my God! The sea conditions are getting more and more outrageous." His arms were shaking slightly from the excessive force, but he still didn't dare to loosen his arms at all, for fear of being thrown directly into the sea by the storm. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky in the distance. There, red and green lights intertwined and collided, like two giant dragons fighting fiercely in the sky. That is. Buggy's pupils suddenly contracted, and he murmured, "Conqueror's domineering collision." Memories flooded into his mind. Once upon a time, he was a trainee on Roger's ship in One Piece and witnessed the domineering collision between Roger and Conquerors of Whitebeard Newgate. It was a thrilling confrontation, representing the most powerful force of that era. And now, the scene before my eyes is no less impressive than it was back then. Buggy's face turned even paler in an instant. His voice was trembling, and he shouted with a bit of despair, "This is the FG East Daxia Sea. The East Sea, the weakest sea. It's not New World. How could there be two monsters confronting each other in this place? Alita, don't just watch, the boat is about to be blown over, think of a solution." However, Alrita, who was standing nearby, seemed to have not heard Buggy's words at all. She held the telescope tightly in her hand and stared at the person in the sky intently. The rain and the storm passed through her like sharp swords, but could not touch her body at all. the ability of the slippery fruit made her skin as smooth as a mirror. And even the raindrops slid off without a trace. It's so handsome. Alrita murmured to herself, with a hint of excitement and obsession that was hard to conceal in her voice. This aura, this power. She stared at Yuchen's figure with a fiery gaze, almost as if she could penetrate the telescope. This man is so powerful. In the sky, the wind was howling and dark clouds were rolling. Long raised his head slightly, staring at Yuchen, with a hint of appreciation and emotion in his tone. Very good conquerors, you deserve a resounding name in this sea. The age of exploration is destined to be more exciting with the presence of someone like you, Yuchen. I have no interest in that stuff. Yi Chen simply curled the corners of his mouth lightly, with a hint of disapproval in his tone. People are afraid of being famous, and pigs are afraid of being fat. Reputation is indeed a very useful thing for those ambitious people. But for someone like me who only wants to enjoy life, it will only bring trouble. Otherwise, I wouldn't have agreed to go to the headquarters so easily. He went to the headquarters and acted under Kizaru's name. He took all the limelight while he was only responsible for slacking off and enjoying himself. Now, I have tried the Conqueror's collision that I wanted to experiment with. After venting his anger about being beaten up, it was time for him to withdraw. The two little kitties are still waiting for me to go back, so I can't delay too long. Sorry, Long, I'm suddenly in a hurry now. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was like a sharp blade drawn from its sheath in the storm, revealing his edge. Let's use this trick. The air around him seemed to freeze for a moment under the pressure of his aura, and then he whispered two words. No moon. Xiao Yang asks for everything. Reward, urge for more, comment, praise. Thanks. Chapter 41 Bankai Scatter, 1000 Blades. Sorry, Long, I'm a bit rushed now. Yi Chen stood proudly in the air, his eyes as sharp as a knife, staring directly at the dragon opposite. Oh. Long raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes showing some doubts. His tone was calm but contained deep meaning. You came here with such a fierce momentum, but are you leaving so casually? His voice was low, but with a hint of sneer. Conqueror's dominance alone is not enough to defeat me. If your justice is on the side of the world government, then let's just stay here. If someone with your talent chooses to side with the world government, it will be very troublesome for us. Before he finished speaking, the storm in Long's hand gathered again. 4 fierce hurricanes spun wildly in his palm, interweaving into a howling gale. The power of the storm gradually expanded until it formed a huge wind dragon. The huge wind dragon opened its bloody mouth in the air and roared as it rushed towards Yuchen. Roar! Wind dragon! The wind dragon came with the momentum of destroying the world. The surrounding clouds were torn apart, the wind raged, and the whole sea seemed to be in a doomsday scene. Yi Chen raised his head, his eyes as sharp as a cold blade, staring at the wind dragon flying towards him. The wind was howling and the rain was pouring. It seemed that the only thing left between heaven and earth was the roaring dragon and his grim figure. Bankai! Scatter, 1000 blades! His voice was deep and powerful, echoing in the storm like thunder, with unrivaled momentum. Then, he slowly drew out the demon sword 1000 blades from his waist. The blade of Kyunran began to emit a blue and purple light, the light flickered like breathing, and it brought with it an intimidating force that made people dare not look directly at it. With Yi Chen's low shout, the blade instantly shattered and turned into countless tiny fragments, flying in the air like stars in the sky, dispelling the haze of the rainstorm. Each fragment emits a faint light, as if it has its own life, spinning around Yuchen, flashing a strange beauty. Gradually, the light of the fragments dimmed and flowed into Yuchen's body like a stream. His aura suddenly surged, and his already stern figure was now shrouded in a thick dark aura, like the master of darkness when night fell, captivating everyone. This is the ultimate form of Zanpakuto, Mutsuki. In the Shinigami world, this move comes at the cost of losing Shinigami power. But now, this power is granted by the system. Although there is no permanent cost of losing ability, it also comes with a corresponding price. After using this move, all Zanpaku-style moves are completely unusable for a short period of time. But, so what? Yi Chen curled his lips slightly, his eyes full of disdain and confidence. If the Zanpaku-ryu cannot be used, do I have no other means? No. In addition to the Zanpaku style, he also has the breathing style and the Fang style. What's more, his conqueror's haki has now awakened. Being unable to use the Zanpaku style is not a big deal for me now. Snort. He snorted coldly, and his figure flashed in front of Fenglong like a ghost. The dark aura all over his body transformed into a huge blade, revealing unparalleled murderous intent. Want to keep me? This little loach is not enough. The dark blade in Yu Chen's hand suddenly swung out. Break. Boom. The moment the blade was swung, the air seemed to be torn apart, and a crescent-shaped black shock wave slashed towards the wind dragon swiftly and accurately. The wind dragon's huge body had no power to resist the impact of the black blade, and it disintegrated into countless pieces before it could even let out its final roar. The strong wind suddenly stopped, and the tornado turned into nothingness. The sound of heavy rain returned to my ears again, low and lonely, as if wailing for the end of the wind dragon. You shattered my wind dragon with just one strike. Long's brows were furrowed, his eyes fixed on Yi Chen, with a hint of surprise and complicated emotions flashing in his eyes. He slowly raised his arms, touching the surging air currents around him, his thoughts racing. Yi Chen's body was filled with a dark aura, as oppressive as the falling night. This power did not seem to be a display of armed color domineering. The color of armament haki should be a dark metallic black, but the completely dark, all-consuming aura on Yu Chen's body is completely different. But there is no doubt that the terrifying slash has the characteristic of destroying the wind element and can chop his wind dragon into pieces. Long's eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of fighting spirit appeared at the corner of his mouth. What about this move? Can you still break it? He took a deep breath and waved his hands violently. In an instant, the surrounding wind elements rushed towards the dragon as if attracted by a mysterious force. The air began to rotate at an astonishing speed, the roar of the wind gradually became louder and louder, and the dragon stood in the eye of the wind, like the controller of the storm. Storm Dragon King! Along with a low shout, an even more violent force gushed out from the dragon's body and quickly condensed into a huge wind dragon. The wind dragon's body swirled up, and the whirlwind mixed with broken rocks and sea water, exuding a breath of destruction amid thunder. The wind dragon opened its huge mouth and roared deafeningly, stirring the entire world, as if declaring its unrivaled power. Following the dragon's thoughts, the wind dragon soared into the sky and rushed towards Yi Chen with a roar. Wherever the wind dragon passed, the air was torn apart and deep gullies were cut into the sea surface. Roar! Destroy everything! The dragon stared at the circling wind dragon with a sharp gaze, full of confidence and unparalleled determination. The wind dragon came with unrivaled power and devastating force, and Yi Chen's figure seemed extremely small in the storm. Big means it's useful. Yi Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and asked back with a sarcastic sneer. Just now, he had only swung lightly in the moonless state and completely shattered the dragon's wind dragon. And now, the dragon has condensed into an even larger wind dragon, which seems to be very powerful and seems unstoppable. Then I will use my skills too. The dark aura continued to condense on the blade, like a black moon that swallowed everything. With a cold light flashing in his eyes, Yi Chen swung the knife in his hand without hesitation. Crescent Moon Tian Chong. With a roar, a huge black crescent slash suddenly erupted. The pitch-black slash swept across the front like a curtain of sky, with an extremely fast speed, a huge range, and extreme violence, like a torrent of destruction. Swallowing up everything in its path. Expanding forward from the trace of the blade's swing, a huge spiritual pressure triangle was formed. The dark crescent-shaped slash was like a huge wave, sweeping across the entire sea. Wherever it went, it seemed as if even time had stopped. The Wind Dragon King had no power to resist the slash. With a loud bang, he was torn into countless pieces in an instant and then disappeared into thin air. However, this is far from over. The black crescent slash continued to sweep forward until a crisp and eerie crack sound was heard over the entire sea. That was the sound of the wind element being completely chopped off. The air around them suddenly stopped, as if blocked by some invisible force. The wind stopped blowing, and only rain remained on the sea, dripping on the silent sea surface, forming a monotonous but extremely shocking symphony. This is... Long's pupils suddenly contracted, and the expression on his face could not hide the shock, and even a hint of unbelievable fear. It can actually shatter the wind element. This was a suppression that the wind fruit had never encountered before, a complete feeling of powerlessness, as if the power of nature was forcibly taken away at this moment, and even the wind could no longer be used by him. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Xiao Yang plans to post some pirate pictures that have nothing to do with the plot from time to time. Ask for your advice, sir. Gentlemen, would you like to see something similar to the one below? If you want to see it, just leave a comment here. If you don't want to see it, leave a message here. Chapter 42 The Last Crescent Moon Sky Rush. This. How is this possible? Long's voice was low and full of disbelief. He stared at Yi Chen intently, feeling an unprecedented uneasiness in his heart. This was a situation he had never encountered before. Without waiting for Long to think carefully. Call out. The air was quickly cut by a figure, and Yi Chen suddenly appeared in front of Long like a ghost, with his right hand raised high, and the black blade shone with a breathtaking cold light in the rain. His eyes were as cold as a knife, staring directly at Long. Next. Danger. Long's heart sank suddenly. His years of combat experience made him realize in an instant that this blow was enough to be fatal. Without any further hesitation, he took a deep breath, and his entire body was quickly covered with iron-black armed color domineering, and then he swung his hands violently. Wind fruit, storm protection. He pushed the power of the fruit to its limit and forcibly extracted the wind element from the distant sea. Although it was difficult, he still built an airtight wind barrier and completely wrapped himself in it. At the same time, his body was completely covered with armed color, and the double defense layer tightly protected his body. Under the moonless sky, everything is extinguished. Yi Chen's cold voice was heard, and the pitch-black blade flashed with an aura that swallowed up the light. He raised the blade high, as if he was holding up a dark starry sky. The last one, Crescent Moon Sky Rush. With a roar that shook the earth, the pitch-black blade was swung out fiercely. A huge black crescent slash whizzed out, as if tearing the sky and earth apart, and slashed straight into the dragon's defense. Boom! The entire sky was cut in half by this blow. The upper part was shrouded in endless darkness, while the lower part was shining with a milky white glow. The scene was as if the boundary between heaven and earth was forcibly divided. Boom! The black slash hit the wind barrier with unstoppable force. In just a moment, the wind barrier made a crisp crackling sound under the huge impact force and collapsed layer by layer. What followed was the crackling sound of the armed color defense layer, which gradually shattered under the terrifying pressure and eventually turned into nothingness. Bang! With a deafening roar, Long's defense was completely defeated. His figure was blown away by the aftermath of the black slash like a kite with a broken string. He rolled several times before finally managing to stabilize his body. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, and there was a deep scar on his chest that was shocking, penetrating through the skin and almost exposing the bone. Cough! Long lowered his head to look at his wound, his face gloomy to the extreme. He covered his chest with his hands and stared at Yi Chen, and for the first time, his eyes revealed an unconcealable fear and uneasiness. Damn it, if this kind of attack happens again, I will definitely die here. The revolution has not yet succeeded, I cannot die yet. Escape. Run away. Run now. Long's heart felt as if struck by thunder, and he woke up instantly. He never imagined that the Marine headquarters colonel in front of him could display such terrifying swordsmanship. That dark crescent slash not only tore the Wind Dragon King apart, it also split the entire sky in half. The power of this attack was beyond his understanding, and even made him feel an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. This guy. Long lowered his head to look at the wound on his chest. Blood kept dripping down his clothes. The pain clearly reminded him of his carelessness just now. Under that blow, all defenses seemed so vulnerable. He had no idea whether Yi Chen could strike a second time, but he couldn't take the gamble. I can't die here. The Revolutionary Army still needs me to lead, and this corrupt world still needs me to tear open a new path. The world is still waiting for our answer. Thinking of this, Long's eyes froze. He ignored the wound on his chest and forced himself to suppress the surging pain. He took a deep breath and waved his hands violently, and two strong winds condensed in the air again. A gust of wind quickly swept towards the Mary in the distance, pushing the ship to a farther sea. Another gust of wind formed a rapidly rotating column of wind under his feet, lifting him up. We can't continue fighting. Long raised his head and glanced at Yi Chen, who was not far away. The man who had transformed into a dark knight was still standing there quietly, his blade still bladed, his eyes cold. Even as someone who had witnessed countless big scenes, he couldn't help but feel a palpitation at this moment. Marine, a super powerful monster appears again. In fact, he could vaguely feel that it was a more difficult monster than the three most powerful admirals. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Long turned around abruptly, and the wind column under his feet suddenly exerted force, carrying him quickly into the distance. His figure gradually disappeared in the wind and rain, leaving only the low sound of the wind echoing over the sea, as if bringing this duel to an end. Marine, a big monster has appeared. The dragon's voice came faintly in the wind, carrying a hint of helplessness and complex emotions. He clenched his teeth, the wound on his chest was still bleeding, but it couldn't stop him from moving forward. In that case, the Revolutionary Army's strategy needs to be adjusted. He murmured in a low voice, his expression showing an unprecedented solemnity. The storm gradually subsided and the sky returned to a brief tranquility. There was only a residual sense of oppression left on the sea, which seemed to be silently telling the story of the earth-shaking duel just now. Yi Chen's figure slowly emerged from the thick black fog, his breath gradually stabilized, and the dark aura around him slowly dissipated. His eyes followed the direction the dragon left. His eyes were calm, yet contained an indescribable cold majesty. Dragon! Yi Chen spoke in a low voice, his tone calm, as if with some kind of firm declaration, "Bad justice is my justice. You and your revolutionary army, stay away from me and my people. I am just an ordinary person who wants to enjoy life." In the distance, the figure of the dragon paused slightly, nodded slowly, and after a moment, it accelerated and left the sea area. Yi Chen quietly watched the direction where Long was going away, without trying to stop him. The last crescent moon has exhausted all of Wu Yu's power. He talked to himself, raised his hand and rubbed his shoulders, seeming a little tired. Besides, Conqueror's collision was also tested. He chopped the dragon hard, and his anger was also released. Now, I just want to go back to my warm bed. Things are done, but the laziness has already started to kick in. Yi Chen raised his eyes and looked down, his gaze fixed on Kizaru and Smoker. His observation haki had already detected Lao Wang's arrival, and he could even feel his leisurely aura. If I play all my cards, and with Lao Wang's cooperation, Long will not be able to escape from the East Daxia Sea today. Yi Chen stretched slowly, with a lazy smile on his face, then he leisurely lit a cigar and took a deep puff. But never mind, it's a thankless task. Huang Yuan noticed Yi Chen's gaze and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Call out. A bright yellow light flashed by Yu Chen, and Kizaru appeared beside him, and said lazily, "Do you want to keep the dragon?" The world government has been eager for his head for a long time. Yi Chen exhaled a puff of smoke and squinted his eyes, with a hint of teasing and indifference in his gaze. "Go ahead, Lao Huang. I'll give you this tremendous military achievement." "I don't want to. My current position is just right. I don't have to compete for the first place, nor am I last. I just stay in the middle. This way, you won't attract attention and kill the world's most vicious criminal." What a joke. If I really do this, the whole world will know Yuchen's name tomorrow. Do you still want to touch this fish of yours? This is rotten, is there any more room for it? Yi Chen laughed, flicked the ash off his cigar, and continued, "Old Huang, this level of military merit is a direct ticket to the Marine Fleet Admiral. If Long is brought to justice, I'm sure those 5 old men up there will be so happy they'll go crazy. Won't the position of the next Marine Fleet Admiral be yours?" Kizaru's expression froze slightly, and his mind couldn't help but emerge the image of Fleet Admiral Sengoku scratching his head and looking extremely irritated while sitting in the office handling military affairs. "Well, I think Sakazuki is more suitable for that position." He reached out and touched his wrinkled face, his tone revealing a lingering fear. "Fleet Admiral, you must be angry all the time, you will age quickly. And I am in my prime. Old Huang, where's your face?" The following are the author's thoughts and inner thoughts. "First of all, I would like to thank all the gentlemen who have followed me here. Thank you so much. Xiao Yang Bose. There are many new readers, as well as many old readers of the previous book. I am so happy to see your ID again, Degree. Xiao Yang's previous book did well, but it was truly a success like today's. The number of requests for updates kept ticking up like an unstoppable clock. When I wrote this paragraph, the number of urgings for update had already exceeded 4,000. The most I asked for the last book was no more than 2,000. Xiao Yang was both happy and nervous. I'm happy that someone likes the words I typed, but I'm worried that the subsequent plots will not be well written and that there may be big loopholes in the previous plots. After all, Xiao Yang is just a part-time author who does this out of interest. With such a small brain, how perfect and interesting the plot can be. Therefore, when seeing negative reviews or data fluctuations, Xiao Yang will often deny himself, otherwise, why not stop writing and play games today? Anyway, the data is so bad, why bother coding? Just go to sleep. But writing novels can really bring a lot of emotional value besides the royalties. I can discuss the plot with many readers who love One Piece and absorb a lot of interesting ideas. When the stories I wrote are recognized by readers, I feel a great sense of accomplishment. Therefore, Xiao Yang will continue to write. If you have any questions or suggestions, you can directly tag me. Finally, please give me some small gifts and good reviews. Thanks. By the way, the subsequent updates will be at 12 noon, so gentlemen don't stay up late. Well, good night. Chapter 43, Lao Huang, this trick is a secret of my family. It costs extra money. Hey, isn't this handsome face of mine here? Kizaru spoke lazily, with a playful smile on his face. Old Huang. Yi Chen glanced at him with a hint of disdain in his tone. With your wrinkled face, you dare to associate yourself with the word handsome. You kid. Kizaru was not annoyed at all by the criticism. Instead, he looked calm and gently touched his chin covered with stubble. You don't know how to appreciate it. You know, hehe. At this point, he suddenly smiled in a somewhat smug and vulgar way. Those tender little girls in the East Daxia Sea all praised me for being handsome. I have to say, Yi Chen's name is really useful in some places in the East Daxia Sea. He is worthy of being Lao Zi's beloved adjutant. The fact that the younger sisters lined up to welcome him after hearing the name Yuchen is remarkable. It has made my vacation more joyful and interesting. It's decided. Kizaru silently made up his mind that next time he goes on vacation, he will just take a leisurely stroll in the East Daxia Sea and have a good chat with his sisters. However, although he maintained a lazy look on the surface, his eyes quietly became deep and fixed on Yuchen. "Yuchen boy, that move just now." Kizaru's tone changed, his laziness revealed a bit of seriousness, his eyes flashing with elusive meaning. "It's quite interesting." "You mean, no moon?" "That's right. I have been watching from below, but to be honest." Huang Yuan touched his chin, his tone was a little more helpless. "I can't figure out the trick at all." "Oh." Yuchen raised a smile and looked at Huang Yuan with a slightly teasing look. "Old Huang, are you interested?" Kizaru looked up at the sky. The sky that had been torn apart by Wu Yu's slash still retained a chilling aura. His eyes were complicated, a mixture of shock, confusion, and a hint of imperceptible awe. "You kid." His voice deepened a little, and his tone was no longer his usual lazy tone, but was slightly depressed and thoughtful. "That knife." As one of the 3 admirals of Marine Headquarters, Kizaru has a precise grasp of his swordsmanship. If we talk about the strength ranking of existing swordsmen, he has enough confidence to rank himself in the top 10. However, Yi Chen's knife just now shocked him. Unlike the diamond dragon seen in branch 186 before, although that move was amazing enough, one could still glimpse some mysteries from the changes in breathing frequency. By sensing the solar element in the air through changes in breathing, one can understand the structure and subtlety of the moves. But no moon. That knife seemed to come from another dimension entirely, leaving no trace. It not only tore the sky apart, but also split the heaven and earth into 2 completely different worlds. What made him even more confused was that the blade broke into pieces and merged into Yuchen's body. Afterwards, his aura changed drastically. This state of integration of man and weapon is both strange and unfathomable. Could it be that the knife has eaten a devil fruit? Kizaru secretly guessed, or does Yuchen have a hidden fruit ability? Neither of them look like. As the user of the Sparkle Devil Fruit, he clearly knows the limits of the fruit's abilities. In the past, he had an argument with his teacher because of his over-reliance on the power of the fruit. But the moonless that Yuchen just performed did not seem to be a phenomenon that could be explained by the power of the devil fruit. "That blow really made me feel a fear I haven't felt in a long time," Kizaru murmured, his tone heavier than ever before, his eyes flashing with shock and a bit of undisguised curiosity. "Yo!" Yuchen turned sideways and glanced at Kizaru. Was old Huang so shocked? Look at his eyes shining. No way, besides Lao Mi and Suo Zige, even Lao Huang has secretly learned my moves? However, the breathing style is indeed not difficult, except that brother Suoza has not yet awakened his observation haki. These 2 guys, Lao Mi and Lao Huang, are both very good at using their observation haki. By using the observation haki to feel the changes in frequency and rhythm between breaths, you can figure out the secret of the breathing style. But want to secretly learn the Zanpaku style? Hehe, then let's do a Bankai first to see the strength. What's going on, Lao Huang? There was a hint of ridicule in Yuchen's tone, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "You want to learn?" Kizaru glanced at him and said lazily, "I do have a little interest." Although the tone was light, it was somewhat serious. Yuchen felt happy when he heard this. Hey, this old guy is definitely excited. However, Lao Huang is not a pure swordsman, so he is so interested in this move? What if Lao Mi sees it? Can't you be so excited that you break your defense? Of course, Lao Mi and Lao Huang are both close to me. It doesn't hurt to impart the appropriate price to them. After all, they have become stronger, and if they encounter difficulties in the future, they will have stronger helpers to support them. Thinking of this, Yuchen's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. He was already thinking about the next time he saw my hawk. He calmly performed Moonless and shocked the whole audience with his sword. Then he stood up with the sword put away, sat down slowly, crossed his legs, lit a cigar, and spoke leisurely to the stunned my hawk. Old me, here are the moves of the Zanpaku style. Just look at the asking price. You can drive whatever you want, you know me, the price is absolutely conscientious. It's absolutely fair. If you don't empty out all your red wine inventory, write my name, Yuchen, upside down. GGG. Tisk. Yuchen narrowed his eyes slightly, a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, but he began to make calculations in his heart. Lao Huang, the box of special cigars for generals you gave me before is almost finished. You have been a general for so many years. Although it is not clear when you quit smoking, your share must have never stopped, right? Wouldn't it be a waste of resources to save them all? Why not give it to those in need? I see, those cigars are destined to me. If this deal is completed, then I will be free. Smoking one of the cigars specially provided by the general and throwing them away, no matter how you smoke or throw them, it's all right. Old Huang. His tone was somewhat emotional and solemn, he looked at Kizaru and said seriously, Wu Yu's move. But it's a secret that's not passed down in my family. Oh. Secret not told. Yuchen nodded, the expression on his face seemed a little heavier. You don't know how much my family's ancestors paid for this move. It took many generations of efforts to seal this move as a unique skill. This is a legacy that the sages of the past generations have worked hard to preserve. Kizaru touched his chin, and it seemed to make sense. Oh, in this case, it is really not convenient to pass on. Then it seems that I am being abrupt. But, you know, you are my beloved commander, General Kizaru. Yuchen changed the subject, if you want to learn. What kind of family inheritance, what kind of secrets are not passed down, I, Yuchen, will bear the blame. Yuchen patted his chest and continued, but, Uncle Huang Yuan, I don't have any other hobbies in my life. I love this cigar. Especially the cigars specially provided by the general. You don't know, if I can't smoke one before going to bed, I'll be unable to sleep all night long. That's right, this cigar, it hasn't been smoked before. After saying that, he stared directly at Kizaru with a look that said you have to take care of it, but with a simple and innocent smile on his face. Kizaru looked at his appearance and couldn't help but chuckle, "Hat." He shook his head and pointed at Yuchen with a finger, his eyes full of helplessness. You have to pay more, right? You kid. Tell me, how much does it cost? When Yuchen heard this, he smiled brightly. Hey, General Kizaru, the boss is awesome. Only children make choices. I want them all. Yuta husbands assemble. Chapter 44. This move is called Sword 9, 6,000 miles. You kid. Huang Yuan shook his head, his tone revealing a bit of helplessness. How cruel. The share of the general's special cigars that he had saved up for so long was robbed by Yi Chen. But on second thought, he had stopped smoking for a long time anyway, and these cigars were just a pile of inventory for him, so it would be fine to give them to Yuchen. Okay, when the time comes, just go to our headquarters and pick it up. Don't nag me anymore. Kizaru waved his hand and spoke lazily, looking like someone who had suffered a little loss but was too lazy to care. Hey. Yi Chen grinned like a cat that had successfully stolen some fish, his face full of pride and satisfaction. The day of cigar freedom was just around the corner. Just thinking about it made him feel happy, and even the air around him seemed a little lighter. Bite. Host obtained the remaining special cigar share of General Kizaru, successfully achieved cigar freedom, and was in great joy. Pleasure value plus 5,000. You kid, if you accept these cigars from me, you must teach me how to make them with all your heart and soul. Kizaru narrowed his eyes slightly, with a meaningful warning in his tone. That's a must. Yi Chen patted his chest, looking very confident, with a hint of pride in his tone. I'll definitely teach you well if I get paid. He suddenly stopped smiling, his expression changed from his usual lazy look, became serious and profound, and looked directly at Kizaru. Old Huang, your aim no cum sword is made from the shining fruit, this point. It's much better than the black sword they made with armament haki. Because of the move no moon. Yuchen paused, his tone lowered a little, with a hint of unfathomable meaning. What matters is that the power of the sword is fully integrated into one's body, and one's body becomes the sword. He raised his hand and gestured, as if picturing the situation in his mind. If it were a physical knife, it would greatly increase the difficulty of integration. But because your aim no cum sword is part of the fruit's ability, it can be perfectly integrated into your body and reach its optimal state. The core of no moon is not only the transformation of power, but also the perfect fusion of oneself and the sword. Gather all your strength into one strike, and inflict damage powerful enough to shake the heavens and the earth. Yi Chen's tone gradually became solemn. Completely integrate the power of the sword into your body, become one with the sword, and turn your body into a blade. This is the real no moon. Use your body as a sword, and turn it into a blade. Huang Yuan touched his chin, his eyes flickered slightly, and his tone was thoughtful. It's interesting. However, Yi Chen continued, with a hint of warning in his eyes, although I have weakened this move after adjustment, I have avoided the loss of power at the cost of the original no moon. But it still consumes a lot of physical energy, so you still have to be careful when using it. Of course, there is still room for improvement. You can continue to optimize it in the future, and I can help you improve it. Yo! Huang Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a slightly playful smile. You kid, when did you become so kind? Hey, there are conditions. Yi Chen smiled slyly, with a teasing tone. You took the Wu Yu and combined it with your own swordsmanship to create a new move. He paused and deliberately emphasized his tone. I need to decide the name of the move. Hearing this, Kizaru raised his eyebrows, thought for a moment, and then smiled and said, well, that doesn't matter. I don't care about the name of the move. Old Huang. Yi Chen glanced at Kizaru, his eyes flashing with cunning. Then this move is called Sword 9, 6,000 miles. Call. A strong wind blew by, bringing with it the wet sea water and an unsettling sense of oppression, as if the entire atmosphere of the world had changed with it. This strong wind is the power that the dragon uses when escaping. The strong wind blew through the sails of the Mary, making a harsh rustling sound, causing the ship to speed up suddenly as it sailed towards the entrance to the Grand Route, Whiskey Mountain. However, at this moment, the Straw Hat Pirates' attention was not on sailing at all. Their minds had already been firmly grasped by the scene that had just happened. A figure stood in the center of the storm with a cold and proud look, facing the Wind Dragon King with an expressionless face that seemed to want to devour everything. In an instant, the air seemed to solidify and the storm suddenly stopped. The man swung the blade in his hand, like a meteor across the sky, sweeping in all directions. The sky was torn apart in an instant. Half of it was as dark as ink and shrouded in deathly silence. The other half was filled with milky white light, like the boundary between heaven and hell. The power of that sword was deeply imprinted in everyone's mind, making them realize that they were just fledgling pirates. It's still a long way from the top of this world. All the minor conflicts they had experienced before seemed so insignificant in the face of this terrifying force. This world is far more vast, complex, and dangerous than they imagined. The real strong ones are far beyond their understanding. Is this the top combat force in this ocean? It's too horrifying. Nami murmured to herself, her voice so low that it was almost inaudible, with shock in her eyes that was difficult to conceal. Yes. Zoro responded in a low voice, still holding the telescope up, his eyes fixed on the distance. It turns out that all my cognition was wrong. When in Rogue Town, Yuchen must have been reserved in facing the challenge he initiated. Otherwise, with the power of that slash just now, it would be impossible for me to survive until now. Bad justice. He closed his eyes slightly, took a deep breath, and felt emotional. That's true. Thinking back to the bounty on his Captain Luffy, 30 million berries for the #1 pirate in the East Daxia Sea. Yuchen pretended not to see it and didn't care at all. Is this the bearing in mind of a strong man? Also, he could not forget the slash just now. Is that a strike that a human can deliver? If the captains of Marine headquarters were all this capable, why would there still be the Age of Discovery? If he was a special case, why was he only a colonel in the headquarters? I can't figure it out. Suddenly, a big hand patted Zoro on the shoulder, interrupting his immersion in thought. Zoro turned around and saw Luffy's excited face, his eyes shining. That knife. What's wrong? Zoro was confused. Luffy's eyes sparkled, and his tone was full of expectation. Zoro, you must have been able to chop out that blow just now. What's the meaning? Luffy grinned and waved his arms excitedly. You can simulate the moves that the colonel used before, so you can definitely imitate this one too. He had already entered his own fantasy world, imagining in his mind what it would be like for his fighter to strike that blow, splitting the sky in two. If Zoro can also perform a slash like that, then, Thai pants are hot. Boom. With a dull sound, the back of the Wado Ikimonji sword hit Luffy's head hard. I'm gonna chop your head off. Zoro's face darkened. Do you think swordsmanship like that is easy to come by? Do you think I don't want to strike like that? The problem is, the no moon move. I totally don't understand. I don't understand anything at all. Yamato husbands assemble. Chapter 45 God of Gamblers Yi Chen will surely return with a full load. On board the Mary. I see. Luffy suddenly realized, raised one hand and slammed it hard on the other palm. There are so many details in swordsmanship. Of course. Zoro nodded, a hint of seriousness on his face. The moonless that Yuchen performed this time is completely different from the previous breathing style. He paused, his eyes deep. Maybe it comes from another inheritance. Luffy opened his eyes wide, seeming a little confused by this complicated sword technique. Breathing style. I can slightly feel the power brought by the change in breathing frequency, but the moonless move just now. It is totally incomprehensible and beyond my comprehension. As he spoke, Zoro scratched his green hair in annoyance, frowning, obviously dissatisfied with his own weakness. You are so stupid, you green algae head. Sanji suddenly interrupted, lighting a cigarette with a teasing smile on his face. You fart, you eyebrow curler. Zoro was immediately furious, and his anger surged up. You lecherous cook, how dare you say that to me? You yourself can't even walk when you see a beautiful woman, how dare you laugh at others? Oh! Sanji exhaled a puff of cigarette lightly, raised his chin, and his eyes were full of provocation. What do you know? A person like you who is directionally challenged has no idea what beauty is. You. Boom. Boom. Just as the two were arguing more and more fiercely, a loud iron fist landed on their heads. That's enough. The strongest fighter in the Straw Hat Pirates, Nami, put her hands on her hips, her face full of angry black lines. Stop arguing, both of you. Zoro and Sanji rubbed their heads and fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. You said. Luffy looked at his companions, his eyes sparkling with excitement. After experiencing the adventure of the Grand Line, will we become like Iken and the others? He whispered, as if looking forward to future adventures and challenges. Equally powerful, equally omnipotent. As powerful as Yuchen. Yes. Nami stood at the side of the boat, arms folded across her chest, a slight smile on her face, confident that her partner would also grow to the level of that handsome marine. Of course. Sanji brushed his messy hair and said, let's make a big meal tonight to reward the future One Piece crew. Yeah. Go. Become the strongest sea warrior. Usopp raised his hands excitedly, as if he could already see the glory that belonged to them. The wind blew gently across the sails, carrying the salty smell of sea water, and the moist air was refreshing. Zoro stood at the bow, his eyes deep, his fingers lightly touching the blade of the Wat Ikimonji, and a sense of inner determination and calmness surged in his heart. Seeing such a powerful existence will motivate me to move forward even more. In the future, let's increase the daily training time by 1 hour. Wow! The Mary sailed through the waves, the hull trembled gently, the waves splashed, and ahead, the entrance to the Grand Line was already in sight. Next stop, Whiskey Hill. Sword 9, 6,000 miles. Kizaru repeated the name in a low voice, his brows slightly furrowed. The name of this move is indeed a bit strange and difficult to understand. However, since Aiken is willing to help me continue to improve it, it is not worth worrying too much about these little things about the name. Okay, let's go with this name. He finally nodded, with a tone of compromise and relief. Bite. Host successfully named Admiral Kizaru's new move Sword 9, 6,000 miles, satisfying his own bad taste and feeling happy. Pleasure value plus 500. Yi Chen coughed lightly, feeling secretly delighted. Hehe, when we help Lao Huang improve his moves, we'll deliberately ask him to bend over, lower his body a little, and swing his sword in a hunched posture. It has that flavor, doesn't it? Good job, it's a reward. A smug smile appeared on his face and he was in a good mood. Huang Yuan was slightly stunned. Seeing Yi Chen's secretly delighted expression, he raised the corner of his mouth slightly and shook his head gently. That look in your eyes must mean nothing good. But... He paused, then said, I am about to leave for my headquarters. On the way back, I will think about the move you just mentioned. You kid, do you want to go back to the headquarters together? Are you ready to go back? Yi Chen was a little surprised. Was old Huang not going to stay in the East Daxia Sea any longer? It is estimated that the military affairs that he cannot handle personally have piled up to the point where there is no way to delay them any further. The general is really miserable. My current military rank, colonel of this unit, is pretty good, it's neither too high nor too low. Some small rights, but no big obligations. He can arrange his subordinates to handle small matters, and let Lao Huang handle big matters directly. Colonel is already considered a junior mid-level officer in the Marine Corps, and is only one step away from the position of Brigadier General. Brigadier General is the threshold to becoming a general and the starting point for middle-level Marines. Brigadier General, Major General, Lieutenant General, General. Every promotion means gradually coming into contact with more power, more decision-making, and also more responsibilities. I have no desire for power, enough is enough. As for obligations? Of course, if you can delay it, then delay it, if you can lie down, then lie down. Can't hold on any longer, can't lie down any more? That doesn't exist. I am the Marine King of tanking. Well, we have to go back to headquarters. Kizaru sighed, with a bit of helplessness in his tone. The military affairs to be handled have piled up like a mountain, and Sengoku Fleet Admiral has urged us several times. He paused, and his eyes gradually softened, as if he was recalling something. My time in the East Daxia Sea has come to an end. Then you can go back with peace of mind, Lao Huang. Yi Chen comforted softly, with a sly gleam in his eyes. I won't go back to the headquarters now. What if you catch me and take me to handle military affairs? CLO still needs some time to grow, so you go back first. As your adjutant, I will patrol the waters of the Grand Line carefully for you and catch all those arrogant pirates in one fell swoop. As the Marine's Bad King, I will travel around the world under your name. Pirates? I haven't encountered it along the way, what's the problem? As for when I can return to the headquarters? I will come naturally after you finish your military affairs. Yo! Huang Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and a meaningful light flashed in his eyes. He had already seen through Yi Chen's little thoughts. You are just trying to be lazy, kid. He said tolerantly, forget it, just treat it as your vacation before you arrive at the headquarters. My dear adjutant, do you think I would deal with those boring military affairs? When you return to headquarters, all those troublesome military affairs will be yours. This is the last vacation of your life. Cherish it well. Hey, Lao Huang, it has to be you. Where are you going to go next to fight pirates? Yi Chen asked with a hint of anticipation, do you have any recommendations for places? It would be best if they are lively, relaxing, and less busy. After coming to the pirate world, I have basically been staying in the East Daxia Sea. As for the wider sea, my knowledge is limited to the pirate series I read in my previous life. As a veteran slacker, Kizaru must know more about fun places than himself. I see. If it's lively, relaxing, and less troublesome, I recommend becoming a member of the world government. The Marine will accept requests for rescue from member states and eliminate pirates in the waters around member states. So, if you want to travel, the member states are one of the best places to go. Member state. Yuchen touched his chin, thoughtfully. Indeed, what Lao Huang said makes sense. The member states of the world government are indeed the bustling and prosperous countries suitable for sightseeing. They can apply for support from the Marine Corps and are more stable and prosperous than non-member states. Stability and prosperity mean safety, which makes it suitable for traveling. However, if I were asked to name a country that I am most familiar with on the Great Route, Yuchen's thoughts surged like waves, and a name instantly popped up in his mind, Alabasta. There are indeed many fascinating places there. There are unique creatures such as the running duck and the kung fu manatee. And the rapeseed flowers in the port city rich in perfume. Of course, the most important thing is, in the rain. There is the largest casino in the kingdom, Rain Banquet. As the Do Dizu king who won 1,000 games in a row on the warship. Can't I go in and show off my gambling skills? God of gamblers Yi Chen will surely return with a full load. Sorry, I'm a bit stuck. There is only one chapter at noon. There will be 2 chapters in the evening. Xiao Yang had to slack off in code even though his boss was inspecting him. Chapter 46 All revolutionary forces, stay where you are and stop all actions. Huang Yuan looked at Yi Chen, whose eyes were shining, and asked, have you found a place that suits your taste? Alabasta, what do you think, old Huang? There was excitement in Yi Chen's voice, and he was already imagining himself killing everyone in the Rain Banquet. Humph, let me show you the gambling skills of the god of gamblers. Lao Zi played Do Diju with CLO and his friends before, and never lost a single game. The small rain feast is still in your hands. Let's set a small goal first, to earn 1 billion berry. Oh, isn't that the country where Crocodile, one of the Shishibukai, lives? Kizaru raised his eyebrows slightly, obviously having heard of the reputation of this place. It's indeed a good place. As my adjutant, they will treat you well when you go there. Okay, it's decided then, next stop, Alabasta. Yo. Kizaru smiled gently, his tone still slow and drawn out. Enjoy your vacation, I will say hello in advance. He turned around, waved his hand, and said lazily, then I will go back to the headquarters first. Bon voyage. Yuchen waved towards Kizaru. Huang Yuan smiled slightly and said nothing more. His figure suddenly turned into a dazzling yellow flash, quickly cutting through the sky and disappearing into the horizon in an instant, leaving only a warm afterglow on the sea. Yuchen turned his head and his eyes fell on Smoker, who had been smoking a cigar and quietly observing their conversation. Hey, Lao Si. Yuchen, UBD, now. Immediately. Immediately. Explain to Lao Zi the reason for applying for support. Look, he's in a hurry again. Would you like a cigar specially provided by the general? Have one. The Great Route. The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, the island of White Earth, Baldigo. The wind blew up sand, and the air on the White Earth island was filled with dryness and solemnity. Boom. A figure covered in a green cloak was staggering in the sky, and his body seemed to have lost all strength, and finally fell heavily on the open space inside the Revolutionary Army's base. That figure? Yes. Chief. A sentry stationed there first spotted the falling figure, his voice filled with disbelief and anxiety. His shouting quickly attracted other members of the Revolutionary Army, and they gathered around in horror, their eyes all falling on the fallen figure. Mr. Long. Rushing in the front were a blonde young man and a lively dressed girl. The man's blonde hair fluttered like waves, and a deep scar above his left eye added a bit of fortitude to his confident face. However, at this moment, the confidence on his face had long been replaced by deep shock and worry. The Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army and also the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, the sworn brother of Monkey D. Luffy and Porgas D. Ace. Sob. Next to him was a slender young girl, her orange hair and the short dress she was wearing swaying slightly in the wind. She was wearing a pair of high heels and a small hat with goggles on her head. She looked capable and energetic. The Revolutionary Army's acting fishman karate master, Kurla. Kurla. The two men ran to the dragon's side, their eyes drawn to the hideous scar on the dragon's chest. Mr. Long, how come you are so badly injured? Sabo knelt beside Long, holding him with his hands. His eyes fixed on the deep cut that stretched from his shoulder to his chest, and asked in a trembling voice, "What happened to this wound? Who did it? What did you do?" Keela followed closely, her voice full of urgency. "Mr. Long, hold on. I'll go get the medicine." She stood up quickly and ran towards the medical room of the base with rapid steps. Sabo's hands trembled slightly, and a hint of anxiety and confusion appeared in his eyes. Long has always been the most powerful being in the Revolutionary Army, a symbol of invincibility, but now he is so badly injured. Who on earth could make a dragon suffer such a setback? Long raised his hand slightly, signaling Sabo to calm down. He panted for a while, his voice low and weak. "Sabo, immediately notify all the cadres of the Revolutionary Army, stay where you are and stop all actions. Officers of the Revolutionary Army, turn off your aiming." His tone was firm, but as soon as he finished speaking, he began to cough violently, and a mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, staining his clothes red. "Stop all actions." Sabo held Long's hand tightly, and the expression on his face became more complicated. "Mr. Long, you have to know, we paid a huge price for these plans." Long did not respond to Sabo's question. His eyelids drooped heavily, as if he was organizing his thoughts by closing his eyes for a short while, or rather, recalling the thrilling moment. Why must all activities be suspended? Because the situation in the sea has undergone unpredictable changes. A completely unknown super-powerful force appeared in marine. The slash that cut through the sky was not only a harm to him, but also a warning to the entire Revolutionary Army. If that knife fell on any Revolutionary Army cadre, no one would escape death. The Revolutionary Army must not act rashly before figuring out the intentions and attitude of this Marine colonel named Yuchen. "Sabo, listen to me, follow the plan and lie in wait." Long's voice was low and hoarse, but unquestionable, and revealed a deep majesty. "There's a huge change. Don't make any rash moves until I give you new instructions." Sabo was silent for a few seconds, his eyes filled with complicated emotions. "Yes." He carefully supported Long and took him to the secret room of the headquarters. Along the way, Sabo's heart was in turmoil. What kind of combat power could make Dragon take it so seriously that he even stopped the actions of the entire Revolutionary Army? After placing Long on the bed, Sabo leaned over and asked in a low voice, "Mr. Long, what exactly do you mean by the huge change?" Long opened his eyes slightly, his gaze was as deep as the sea, his voice was weak but revealed a hint of chill. "Marine. An immeasurable monster has appeared. Captain Yuchen of the Marine Headquarters." "Yuchen?" Sabo was stunned, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his eyes were filled with undisguised shock and confusion. A colonel at headquarters. Is it necessary to make such a big fuss? Long slowly raised his hand and pressed it on the bandaged wound, his brows slightly furrowed and his breathing became a little rapid. This wound was caused by him. Just one cut. One knife. Sabo stood up suddenly, almost speechless with shock. How is this possible? Yes, just one knife. From the moment I swung the sword to the moment it broke through all my defenses, it only took one sword. Long repeated, his eyes revealing a trace of deep fear and contemplation. He recalled Yuchen's last words. Notify all members of the Revolutionary Army to stay away from Yuchen and his men. Chapter 47. When they land in Alabasta, let Yuchen come to see me in person. Alabasta. Rainy land, the headquarters of Baroque works. In the dim room, the air was filled with a faint smell of cigar smoke. The room was dead silent except for the sound of rain outside tapping on the glass windows, occasionally bringing a dull echo. Tread, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps in white boots echoed in the corridor, and a slender figure slowly walked into the room, with long black hair swaying slightly in the dim light. Miss. All Sunday. A low and slightly hoarse voice sounded, carrying an unquestionable pressure. The owner of the voice was a stern-looking man with a cigar in his mouth. He slowly turned around in his swivel chair, staring directly at the person who came with his eyes as sharp as a knife. Samuel Crocodile. Sand Crocodile. The user of the Logia sand fruit and one of the current 7 warlords of the sea. He was wearing a noble black trench coat, and the golden hook in his left hand shone with a cold luster under the light. Inside the golden hook was a poisonous hook blade, which was deadly and dangerous. Crocodile had a neatly slicked back hair, and the long scar across his face made him look even more ferocious. He raised his hand to hold the cigar, took a deep puff, and then slowly exhaled a cloud of white smoke, with smoke lingering in the air. Crocodile narrowed his eyes and cast a sharp gaze on the woman in front of him. His deep eyes revealed a bit of scrutiny and an unconcealable coldness. Nico Robin, a woman called Devil's Child by the world government, is a historian. Robin when he was still in Baroque studio. Her long, thick black hair, three-dimensional nose and deep eyes make her look cold and dangerous. She was wearing a white fluffy coat, a purple skirt, white boots, and a white cowboy hat. He knew very well that the woman in front of him was not loyal to him. She was simply forced into a desperate situation with no other options, so she chose to live under the command of this Shishibukai. But even so, he could not underestimate her value. She is the only person in the world who can decipher the historical text, the final key to her long-cherished goal. Historical text. Crocodile narrowed his eyes slightly, the power of the sand fruit gathered faintly at his fingertips, and his ambition swirled in his heart like a storm. Through her ability, he can decipher the stone tablet and uncover the secrets that have been dormant for ages. And that secret is exactly what he is chasing, the ancient weapon Pluton. Go ahead. Crocodile waved his hand. What do you want from me? Boss. Nico Robin's voice was as steady as water, with her usual calm smile. She gently placed a telegram on Crocodile's desk, tapped the edge of the telegram twice, and said in an elusive tone, "Marine is calling through the world government." Oh. In the next few days, a colonel from the Marine headquarters will arrive in Alabasta for inspection. The world government wants us to entertain well. Crocodile raised his eyebrows slightly and sneered, as if he had heard some ridiculous joke. Colonel of headquarters. He snorted, his tone full of disdain. Oh, treat. The world government really orders Laozi to do things, treating us Shishibukai like dogs. Boss, this colonel's identity is somewhat special. Special. A cold light flashed in Crocodile's eyes. And the golden hook reflected a dazzling light under the light. He exerted a little force with his left hand, and his knuckles made a crisp clicking sound. He is the adjutant of Marine General Kizaru, the newly promoted Colonel, Yuchen. Kizaru's lieutenant. Crocodile's smile faded slightly, his brows slightly furrowed, and then he snorted coldly, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone, "That's quite interesting, continue." Robin calmly took out a sorted document from his side and handed Yuchen's information to Crocodile. Yi Chen, the current colonel of the Marine Headquarters, was previously stationed at the 186th branch of the East Daxia Sea for a long time. He is famous for his bad attitude and is known as the shame of the Marines in the East Daxia Sea. Later, for some unknown reason, he was transferred to the Marine Headquarters and became Kizaru's adjutant, and was quickly promoted to colonel of the headquarters. What's the reason? Crocodile held a cigar in his mouth, blew out a smoke ring, and sneered, "Of course, his bad style suits Kizaru's taste. But Kizaru is a real monster, what's wrong with this trash?" He stretched out the golden hook and gently pinched it, and the telegram instantly turned into fine sand and slowly drifted away from between his fingers. "Boss, then." Robin stood aside, watching quietly, without disturbing, just waiting for Crocodile's final decision. "Oh." Crocodile's eyes flashed slightly, then he stood up, walked to the window and looked down at the rainy scenery outside. "Just a useless colonel from the East Daxia Sea. Want Lao Zi to entertain him. Lao Zi, but it's the 7 warlords of the sea. Not some unknown little Karami." He snorted, his eyes became sharp and fierce, and he slowly exhaled a smoke ring, "Notify everyone in the Baroque works. When Marine lands in Alabasta, have Yuchen come to see me in person. Rogue Town." Buzz. The sound of the amphibious tricycle engine roared at the entrance of the Marine branch, attracting a lot of attention. Yuchen jumped off the motorcycle with a casual and leisurely movement. "You have a nice car, old SI." Yi Chen whistled, with a hint of mockery in his eyes, and patted the front of the motorcycle. "Hey, that cost Lao Zi a month's salary." Smoker raised his chin, and said with a hint of pride, "This is Lao Zi's favorite car." He glanced at Yi Chen and wanted to keep looking angry, but in the end he just sighed and was too lazy to argue. "After all, it's a waste of time to get angry with you. It doesn't matter if I can't beat you. It has nothing to do with accepting a box of General's special cigars from you. The main thing is, I, Smoker, am generous." "Oh." Yi Chen raised his eyebrows, a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes, "Really?" He lowered his head and glanced at Smoker's righteous face, and suddenly said casually, "That Straw Hat Luffy seems to have escaped successfully." Smoker's smile froze instantly, the corners of his mouth twitched, and the veins on his forehead throbbed faintly. He was the White Hunter of Rogue Town, but he had let the Straw Hat Pirates and the Buggy Pirates quarrel right under his nose, and finally escaped in a swagger. Although they were able to escape because of Long's intervention. "But if this matter gets out, I will still become the laughing-stock of the headquarters. They should have entered the Grand Line." Yi Chen continued to finish off the enemy with a nonchalant tone, as if he was just talking about the weather. "Do you want to chase him?" "Chase? Thank you for your rewards and love." Xiao Yang added another chapter. "I will continue to work hard to update on the weekend." "Thanks. Finally, I would like to ask for a small gift, *Omega**. Chapter 48 Others learn by stealing. Lao Zi is ready to ask for advice directly. Chase. Smoker gritted his teeth and said, with a bit of anger and urgency in his tone, "We must catch the Straw Hat in the Grand Line." He turned around abruptly, exuding a low pressure, and shouted loudly to the branch soldiers behind him, "Prepare the ship to the Grand Line immediately." "Yes." The soldiers responded quickly and began to get busy. Yi Chen stood aside, watching all this leisurely, with a playful smile on his face. He stretched lazily and said in a relaxed tone, "Come on, Lao Si, go, go, go." After saying that, Yi Chen turned and left, walking leisurely towards the red block. "Let Smoker chase it." Yi Chen pondered secretly in his heart, with a faint smile on his face. According to the route of the Straw Hat Pirates, they will first pass Whiskey Mountain. Here, the Straw Hat Pirates first met Alabastus Princess Nefertiti Vivi. Next is the Small Garden. There they will become friends with Broggy and King Glee of the Giant Tribe, and eventually defeat Mr. Three-Canned Lemon, the future leader of the Buggy Pirates. Mr. 3. Then comes Drum Island. Here, the ship's doctor and pet Tony Chopper will officially join the Straw Hat Pirates. Chopper. Finally, they will reach Alabasta. If Smoker wants to capture the Straw Hat Pirates, the best way is to go directly to Alabasta and wait. Yuchen whispered to himself, but I don't intend to get involved, and the Straw Hat is not my target. I'm just going to Alabasta now to have a real vacation. First go to Rain Banquet to earn 1 billion berries, then use the money to go to Rapeseed Flower to buy some specialty perfume. As for what to buy perfume for? Of course, it's for those girls with tan skin. Use gifts and strength to win their hearts. A romantic trip to Alabasta. This is real life. Yuchen took a deep breath, and the beautiful scenery of Alabasta emerged in his mind. Strange creatures were walking through the desert, the warm sunshine was shining on the boundless desert, and the pools in the oasis were sparkling with clear light. I can ride a camel in the desert and soak in the hot springs in the oasis Yoba, enjoying an incomparable and relaxing time. He closed his eyes, as if he could already feel the heat of the desert and the warmth of the hot spring. If you encounter Kung Fu manatees, you can also use Hyuxia Kung Fu, military boxing, to fight them. Ada. Yuchen laughed out loud, imagining himself competing against the Kung Fu manatee. But what I look forward to most is riding on the running duck with the little ones in Alabasta to enjoy the beautiful night view of Alabasta. After that, everything that happened was so reasonable. And all this happened during working hours. Who can stand this? What? You said I don't have a job. I took the time and effort to carefully explore all the areas of Alabasta to make sure there were no pirates. No one has a more serious and responsible attitude than mine. The night breeze blew gently, bringing bursts of floral fragrance, as if foreshadowing the wonderful vacation that was about to come. Hello. Smoker called Yuchen in a low voice, aren't you going? Yuchen stopped, looking as lazy as ever. He could sense the puzzled doubt in Smoker's eyes. Apparently, his question just now made him mistakenly believe that he was going to chase the Straw Hat Pirates with him. Go after the Straw Hats. No, the Straw Hat didn't escape from my hands. Besides, if I really wanted to catch him, could he run away? You. Smoker was suddenly speechless, with a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Thinking back to Yi Chen's stunning sword strike, the power still frightened him. He exhaled a puff of smoke fiercely, his expression became more serious. You kid, you have such strength, why don't you work harder? Yi Chen glanced at Smoker, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Effort. Old SI, do you think you are the deserter King Kobe, and you can get something by putting in 200 times the effort? Smoker. Success may not come from hard work alone. But it's easy and fun without any effort. You, what kind of perverted logic is this? Smoker's face suddenly darkened, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. This is what life is all about. Snort. Smoker was silent for a while, took a deep breath, and seemed to be suppressing some emotion. Finally, he exhaled lightly, his voice low and firm. Forget it, I'll go after it myself. Well. Yi Chen sighed softly and thought to himself. Although it was due to his own provocation, Smoker made the decision. But with his stubborn character, no matter what, he will eventually track down the Straw Hat. But, even if I catch up, can you become stronger as fast as the Straw Hat Pirates? What's the point in chasing after him? Instead of becoming just a background board, it is better to stay in Rogue Town, at least in the East Daxia Sea. As a Logia user, you are almost invincible. Smoker is a nice guy. Please give some advice. Smoker. Yuchen suddenly spoke up, breaking the atmosphere that was about to leave. Straw Hat Luffy and the others have already escaped. The geomagnetic field, celestial phenomena, ocean currents, and air currents of the Grand Route are all in chaos. Even if you have the record pointer, you can't confirm their location, let alone launch an effective pursuit. Why not stay in Rogue Town and continue to guard the gate to the East Daxia Sea to prevent the pirates from going out to sea? After all, here, you are invincible. After saying this, Yi Chen turned around and walked towards the red block. I have advised everyone I should, and that's all I have to say now. Now, it's time for me to go back to my warm bed and sleep. Smoker suddenly stopped and stared blankly at the sea in the distance. Yi Chen's words kept echoing in his mind. Those words were like invisible hammers, hitting his mind. Indeed, as that kid said, as long as he didn't leave the East Daxia Sea and enter the Grand Line, the probability of encountering powerful pirates was almost zero. The ability of his smoke fruit can indeed sweep away everything in this area of the East Daxia Sea. However, his sense of justice and responsibility prevented him from giving up chasing the Straw Hat pirates easily. I remember that many years ago, I witnessed the execution of Roger in Rogue Town with my own eyes, and I still can't forget it. Everything that happened afterwards made me deeply realize the harm that the Great Pirate Era brought to the people of the world. There are endless pirates, burning, killing and looting in various countries. Straw Hat Luffy. I saw the shadow of Roger in him. The death of Roger brought about the Great Pirate Era. What if another living One Piece appears? What kind of suffering will the people of this world suffer? Etc. Smoker suddenly came to his senses and saw that the soldiers in front of him were still busy preparing to go to sea. What Yuchen said was right. Blindly chasing the Straw Hat pirates might not lead to success, especially even if we catch up with them. If the Straw Hat pirates also learned armament haki, could he still easily suppress them with the smoke fruit? No, I'm not strong enough. Yi Chen doesn't have to work hard because he has enough strength. Like Admiral Kizaru, he can determine his own pace with his powerful abilities and does not need to make an effort to catch up. And what about yourself? As a Logia fruit user, although he is aware of the gap between him and Dragon, the bigger gap is between the three generals who stand at the top of Logia. There is heaven and earth between me and them. But, before I went to Yuchen to discuss moves with General Kizaru. That lazy guy seems to have his own unique way of training, and even Admiral Kizaru has to discuss it with him. So, can I learn something from this to make up for the gap between myself and these top masters? Once I have the strength, I can wait for the exact information of the Straw Hat pirates, then. Straw Hat, I will capture you and take you to Impel Down with my own hands. Smoker took a deep breath and suddenly made a decision. Stop preparing and go find Dashiki. Colonel. The soldiers looked at him in confusion. I'm going to take Yuchen's boat to the headquarters. Smoker's voice became firm. On the way, I want to have a good chat with him. Chapter 49, Be shocked with me, old friend, cellmate. Office of the Branch Director of Luge Town. Bulu Bulu. Bulu Bulu. Smoker sat on a recliner, holding a cigar in his hand, smoke surrounding his calm and deep face. He randomly dialed the number on the Den Den Mushi. After 2 crisp rings from the Den Den Mushi, the call was connected. Hey, Smoker, it's really rare that you called me. A lazy voice came from the other end of the phone, with a tone of indifference, as if all this was unimportant. Kuzan on the other end of the phone was lying leisurely somewhere in the headquarters. The sunlight shining on him added a lazy atmosphere to his lazy posture. Kuzan, there are 2 things I need your help with. Oh? You want my help? That's even more strange. Kuzan's sitting posture instantly straightened, he stretched, and the expression on his face became more serious. This friend who has always been arrogant and never took the military orders of his unit seriously actually came to me on his own initiative. This kind of thing is indeed rare. Didn't you say that we could stop all the pirates in Rogue Town? Are you in trouble now? Stop talking nonsense. First, I need to be transferred out of Rogue Town. As for where to go, I haven't decided yet. I should have the answer when I arrive at the headquarters. Smoker added, Second, I will be leaving Rogue Town soon. Please send a colonel from the headquarters to Rogue Town to take charge. These are all small matters. If you want to transfer a branch chief position in Donghai, it will be easy for me to do it. Kuzan smiled faintly. After all, as one of the 3 generals of the Marine headquarters, transfers between the Marine headquarters and branches can be carried out at any time. However, Kuzan's tone suddenly became serious. The question is, what exactly happened? Smoker. His voice was a little low, revealing a rare seriousness. You know, I don't like to get involved in troublesome things, but you are so anxious to ask me for help, it must be a big problem, right? You are one of the few friends I have, and I don't want anything to happen to you. So, I need to know the details. Kuzan. Smoker's voice came again, his tone more solemn. Have you ever seen a knife that split the sky? Kuzan on the other end of the phone suddenly fell silent for a few seconds, and the images in his mind quickly turned. Split the sky? Conqueror's collision can do it, but Smoker is talking about one knife, which is different. That must have been caused by a swordsman. There are not many swordsmen in this sea who can do this. Shiki, the golden lion in his heyday, can do it. Redfield, the solitary red in his heyday, can do it, and. But they are all people from the previous era, and the erosion of time has long made their power much less than before. In this era, the person who can do this, red-haired Shanks, has always been under Marine's surveillance. That leaves only. Kuzan suddenly opened his eyes wide and changed his tone. Hawkeye went to the East Daxia Sea. He paused, the shock in his heart seemed to grow stronger. Who did he duel with to split the sky? Smoker exhaled a puff of smoke lightly, and suddenly a mischievous excitement surged in his heart. He couldn't hide a smile on his face and was secretly proud of himself. This old friend of mine is usually lazy and calm, and always seems indifferent. Today, he really wanted to hear Kuzan's shocked voice. No, neither. Who is that? Kuzan's tone was already full of curiosity. Someone I never thought about. Smoker kept it a secret on purpose. Kuzan let out a breath of cold air in silence. His old friend was definitely not that kind of person. He was a carefree person and he was not the kind of person who could hide his thoughts. Who did you learn this from? By the way, Kuzan, a dragon has appeared in the East Daxia Sea. Kuzan's brows furrowed instantly, and his whole demeanor suddenly became serious. Long? His hometown is in the East Daxia Sea. What is he going to do in the East Daxia Sea? Yes, Long has achieved his purpose in coming to the East Daxia Sea, but the price he paid was a bit high. Smoker took a leisurely puff of his cigar and waited for Kuzan's reaction. Cost? Yes, that man, with one strike of his sword, not only split the sky in half, but also severely injured the dragon. The most evil criminal in the world is on the run. Smoker took a puff of his cigar and waited for Kuzan's reaction. You must be shocked by this news, cellmate. Kuzan stood up suddenly, his expression suddenly became serious, and a flash of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Dragon was seriously injured by a knife. There was an undisguised shock in his voice. Who is Long? The most evil criminal in the world. He is the son of his teacher, Lieutenant General Garp. He is well aware of his own strength, and it is definitely not something that an ordinary person can mess with. Impossible. Anyone who could severely injure Long with a single blow, even if it was a sneak attack, must be at least an elite lieutenant general. Kuzan took a deep breath, his mind racing. It's impossible for Marine to be unaware of such a dangerous person. Smoker, you're kidding me now, right? Kuzan's voice suddenly became calm and heavy, with a rare sense of vigilance. How could Marine not know about this kind of person appearing in this ocean? What the hell are all those marine branches for? Kyuzen's tone became more intense. Where are all the intelligence agencies? Where is the world government's intelligence organization? Smoker smiled slightly and said calmly, Yet. You have a point, Kyuzen. The problem is, he's from the marine. These words boomed in Kyuzen's heart like a thunderclap. In an instant, his eyes widened, his pupils contracted suddenly, and his heartbeat almost stopped. Marine. How is that possible? Who is it? Kyuzen's voice suddenly became louder with unprecedented urgency. His brain raced, trying to find a clue from the news. No general candidate has submitted an application recently. Kyuzen continued to ask, with a hint of anxiety in his tone. The new colonel of Marine Headquarters, Yuchen. Smoker blew out a puff of smoke lightly, his tone was calm, but those words were like a sharp blade, piercing directly into Kyuzen's heart. Yuchen. Kyuzen's face suddenly turned pale, his eyes widened, his mouth slightly open, he could hardly believe the words he heard. The new lieutenant of Borsellino. He murmured to himself, his voice revealing an undisguised shock. As one of the marine admirals, Kyuzen was naturally well aware of the personnel changes around the other admirals. Although he did not attend the recent meeting, he was also aware that after the assessment, Kizaru had promoted a branch colonel to his adjutant, and that colonel was Yuchen. Yes, that's him. Are you serious? Can I lie to you? I saw that knife with my own eyes. Kyuzen's heartbeat almost stopped at that moment. He held his breath and listened to Smoker continue. That knife cut through the sky. Split the sky in two. Above the knife marks, hell. Heaven beneath the scars. That move is called, Moonless. Kyuzen, I'm going to take his ship to the headquarters. On the way, I plan to ask that guy for advice, on how to become stronger. Xiao Yang will be writing on Cuckoo this weekend, and strive to update more. Ask for a small gift, thank you. Chapter 50, that's a custom version, I guarantee he'll be satisfied. Kyuzen was silent. The highest combat power of the Marine Headquarters Aokiji, Kyuzen. I have never seen Smoker like this before. This branch leader who is responsible for the East Daxia Sea rarely even asks old friends like himself for advice. Now he admires Yuchen because of his moonless move. Take the initiative to ask him for advice? It seems that that knife is really amazing. Kyuzen thought to himself and frowned slightly. His mind couldn't help but think of the Yuchen file he had seen from the intelligence not long ago. Yuchen, formerly a major in the 186th branch, was later transferred to the headquarters and served as Kizaru's adjutant. His rank quickly rose to the rank of colonel in the headquarters. What kind of person is he? According to various evaluations, Yuchen has a lazy work attitude and is even dubbed the best boss by many subordinates. However, within his jurisdiction, it has always been peaceful and no vicious incidents have occurred. This kind of contradiction reminds people of a person, Kizaru. Showing off is an attitude, but being serious about things is their unique style. Kyuzen's hand gently rubbed his chin, his eyes gradually became deeper. It's a bit interesting. After all, it has been so many years since he was promoted to general. We have seen too many corrupt marine generals who abused their power, became corrupt, used soldiers as tools, and even plunged the people in their jurisdiction into abyss. Although Yuchen is lazy on the surface, he is friendly to others, has no airs with the soldiers, and has good order in the area under his jurisdiction, which is completely different from these corrupt generals. A faint smile appeared on Kyuzen's lips, and there was a hint of interest in his eyes. I haven't met such an interesting person in many years. He couldn't help but feel a little curious about Yuchen mentioned by Smoker. Then, he picked up the phone and said with a hint of relaxation in his voice, "Anyway, Smoker. It's great to see you regain your fighting spirit." His mind couldn't help but go back to the time when Smoker was transferred to Rogue Town. There were obviously better choices and more resources, but Smoker took the initiative to apply to go to the East Daxia Sea, the sea area recognized as the calmest and least challenging. You know, every time Mr. Garp returns to the East Daxia Sea for vacation, he always wipes out all the pirates there. Serving as branch leader in the East Daxia Sea is not only devoid of challenge, but also has no benefit in improving his strength. Master and disciple. If things go on like this, we will only stand still. It seems that you are now willing to return to the headquarters and rethink your own strength. Kyuzen's voice was low, but there was a trace of unconcealable relief in his tone. He knew that this was a good thing. After all, in this chaotic era, strength is the foundation of everything. Hello. Smoker on the other end of the phone suddenly raised his voice, with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Kyuzen, I've always been high-spirited, okay? It's you. Since the O'Hara incident, you have been acting more and more lazy. When will you regain your fighting spirit? I'll wait for an opportunity. Kyuzen stretched lazily, his tone was still lazy, but his eyes became a little deeper. If one day I could become a Marine Fleet Admiral, I might have a chance to realize my own justice. The other end of the phone suddenly went quiet for a moment, and Smoker fell into a brief silence. He knew that Kyuzen once believed in burning justice when he was young, but later he became confused about justice and turned to lazy justice. Forget it, that guy Yuchen believes in bad justice. Smoker's voice sounded again, you are lazy justice. You two may have something in common. Really? Kyuzen exhaled a cold breath, with a hint of playfulness in his tone. Then I really want to meet this Yuchen. That's fine, let's go and see what kind of person Yuchen is. After all, among the current Marine senior management, excluding the older generation, the three major generals each represent the three major factions. The Doves led by themselves. The Hawks, led by Sakazuki. And the Neutrals of Borsellino. In the competition for future generals, Borsellino may remain neutral. But according to what Smoker said, will this Colonel Yuchen become a variable? Just go check it out. You can also visit an old friend on the way. A familiar figure emerged in Kyuzen's mind, Nicole Robin. The news we got earlier was that she had joined Crocodile. And Crocodile is in Alabasta in the Grand Line. Kyuzen's thoughts gradually became clear. He picked up the Den Mushi and said in a deep voice, you will return to the headquarters via the Grand Line, right? Then I will go to the Grand Line to find you. What? Smoker's tone was full of doubt, you want to leave the headquarters? Yet. Kyuzen's tone seemed casual, Kizaru is already on his way back to the headquarters. I just finished my mission, so I can take a break for a bit. Good. After hanging up the phone, Kyuzen sat quietly, narrowing his eyes slightly, with an elusive smile on his lips. Let's go to Alabasta first to check on Robin's situation. He stood up, put on his cloak, and walked calmly towards the window. The sunlight outside the window shone through, and his eyes became deep. After that, let's go find Yuchen and Smoker. In the office in Roach Town. Smoker, who had just hung up the phone, was still sitting in the recliner, smoking a cigar leisurely. Suddenly, there was a light knock on the office door, followed by a crisp sound, dong dong dong. Colonel Smoker. Dashiji's voice came from outside the door. She gently pushed the gate of opening, walked in quickly, and fixed her eyes on Smoker, with a hint of anxiety in her expression. You looking for me? You guys were running too fast before. When I led the team to the dock, the soldiers who stayed behind told me that you had already left in pursuit of the Straw Hat Pirates. You know, the person that Hawkeye my hawk mentioned before, is actually Colonel Yuchen. I know everything. Smoker looked up, glanced at her, and slowly blew out a smoke ring. You already know that. Well, not only do I know that Yuchen is the guy my hawk mentioned, but I also saw it with my own eyes. Smoker took a long drag on his cigar, that guy's real strength. Tashiki, get ready. We are going to board Yuchen's boat and head to the headquarters. Ah! Dashiki was stunned for a moment before she responded, but, what about the defense of Rogue Town? Don't worry. Smoker responded calmly, with a barely perceptible firmness in his eyes, I've already arranged it. But will Colonel Yuchen allow us to take a ride on the boat? Don't worry, I have a trump card. Smoker raised a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. He took a deep breath and slowly touched his shrunken wallet. He felt a little reluctant, but his eyes were full of confidence. That's a custom-made one. Yuchen, don't you like Lao Zi's motorcycles? This time, Lao Zi spent a lot of money to arrange a top-of-the-line customized version for you. The owner of the motorcycle shop is already waiting, just waiting for you to make your request. I spent half of Lao Zi's savings, I guarantee he will be satisfied. This boat is for sure. Smoker's motorcycle.